Um, Catherine, would you like to make a motion for the approval of a flexible agenda?
Yes, I'll make a motion for the approval of a flexible agenda.
Second.
Okay, let's take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, Karen. Okay. Before we start public comment, I'm going to read the decorum. The Board of Trustees conducts the business of the Douglas County School District and its residents during its meetings. As president, I will not hesitate to remove any person whose statement or conduct disrupts the orderly, efficient, or safe conduct of the meeting. Warnings against disruptive comments or behavior may or may not be given prior to removal. Hand clapping, making remarks or gestures from the audience that may interrupt, interfere, or prevent the speaker from communicating should not occur. The viewpoint of the speaker will not be restricted, but reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant and unduly repetitious statements and personal attacks which antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. So we'll start, since we have the numbers, we'll start with number 1.
Maggie, I'm going to need you to state your first and last name for the record
Oh, first and last?
and make sure our board secretary gets your
Okay.
name.
Oh, okay. How's that? Okay. I'm Maggie Chevalier. I moved here in 2021. And at the time, the Douglas County School District was in the top 3 districts of Nevada. As a taxpayer, and after this last year, I've become concerned about what's going on with the current school board. One of my major concerns is the firing of the previous law firm that was helping the school board and then the hiring of Joey Gilbert. My comments relate to agenda items and 4B accounts payable vouchers. According to that document, Mr. Gilbert has charged the school district $39,958.11 for the month of December, bringing his 5-month bill to $210,162.06. In reviewing Maupin, Cox, and LaGroix's bills for 2019 through 2023, the highest total bill for 1 year was 2020 to 21, which was $235,510. And the average for our previous law firm's bill during that 4-year period was $157,142.85. Additionally, we estimate that from August through November of this year, 34% of these charges went to board meetings, 31% went to general board administration, 18% to monthly retainers, 15% to writ of mandamus.
Number 2.
Marty Swisher, Gardnerville resident. I'm addressing item 9, update on superintendent search process. Either President Jansen singly or the officers of the board together are causing a great deal of confusion and angst around the hiring of our next superintendent, and this is completely unnecessary and avoidable. In fact, today you can clear up a great deal and slow down this important decision. First, I strongly recommend that the president of the board, when we get to item 9, invoke bylaw 060 section 4B, which allows for public comment on possible action items. You need to hear from the community on this topic. I have a bunch of questions, which for transparency, I hope you answer today. Which trustee or trustees has called for the special board meeting on January 22nd at 11 a.m.? What is the rush to hire a new superintendent? How many applicants do you have? Do you think that posting this position for a little over 2.5 weeks has drawn a strong pool of applicants? Do you individually already have a preferred candidate in mind? And this is why you are closing applications and rushing this process. Who created the document superintendent interview process that was posted this morning? Does this not illustrate how rushed and haphazard this process is? Why aren't you using district staff who have not applied, including Mrs. Dwyer, to assist with this process instead of legal counsel gathering information and compiling it for the board? How much will this cost? Do you have any plan, as our district has done in the past, to give opportunities for students, staff, parents, and community to meet?
Thank you. Number 3.
W.H. Robinson, this is a continuation of item 9, update on the superintendent search process. This is a significant decision that will have an immediate as well as a potentially long-term impact on our students, families, schools, and community. You need to demonstrate wisdom and transparency right now. Does it make sense to hire a superintendent just over a month from opening and posting a position? It is similar to the process you used to hire Mr. Gilbert and his law firm. If you want the trust of the community, you will consider this agenda item and do the following steps. Number 1, discuss the process you want to employ to select the new superintendent. Create the criteria that are meaningful and not just repeated from the job description. Find a way to involve students, staff, and the community to give you input. This may take a couple of months to complete, but you need to do it right. While you do this, leave the position open for other candidates to apply. The best match for our schools may not have applied yet, considering what time of year it is. Cancel the proposed special board meeting on January 22nd. Schedule one in March or April when you are fully ready to move forward. Your ultimate goal is to find the best possible superintendent for our school district who will have a wide support rather than a questionable addition to our staff who lacks the belief and trust of our community. How you
Thank you. Number 4.
Tom Sterrett, agenda item 3. The board is to be commended in promptly moving to fill Tony Magnotta's position. A friend for years, Tony's medical condition hampered his ability to function effectively. He made the right decision. Applicant selection is up to this board. While public comment is being taken, remember that each of you carry a mandate from the people, not this tiny unrepresentative group in attendance today. 5, board officers. The present officers have acquitted themselves with honesty, integrity, and consistency. Your detractors failed to shake you. 6B, newspaper. Is there any publication other than the Record Courier which satisfies the legal requirements? Since the new board majority took office, RC coverage of the board has been extremely biased, hard left, divisive. The RC, when it comes to this board, does not report, it distorts. Why feed the mouth that bites you? Any alternatives should be explored. 7, board committees. Several positions are liaison positions. Trustee Gilkerson has been a poor liaison and has used her position to disparage this board. Neither she nor Trustee Kangas should be appointed to any position with public interaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 5.
Debbie Silva. I live here in Minden. I've been coming to the board meetings for, I think, about 1.5 years or more. I really would like to ask whoever the president is now and is going to be, please not allow the Sterretts to disparage board members. I think the comments were very hateful and not, excuse me, I'm talking, David. Speaking to the agenda, I still request that the previous speaker be told that he can no longer speak at these board meetings if he's going to disparage board members or people in the audience. Again, he is making comments about us being a very small group when we're not a tiny little fraction of this community. In terms of the board items, I would like to speak on, 5 or 6 of those items that are on the agenda. But you are putting unreasonable restrictions on our freedom to speak by only allowing us to speak before those agenda items are talked about by this board and in full so that we can respond. We don't know much of what's going on because this board is not being transparent.
Number 6.
For the record, Laura Joe, and I'm finishing up Maggie Cheval's statement. She was providing you with percentages. And this is important because the vast majority of Joey Gilbert's law firm's charges relate directly to items this board and his office control. Joey Gilbert Law Firm is poised to exceed the highest one-year charges from the previous law firm and is heading quickly to exceed 300,000. So my question is, as a board, you must review your procedures for requesting and approving work for your law firm, and you must focus on specific ways to reduce the district's legal costs. This has been done in the past, and you must do it now. I'd also like to hear what are the processes, procedures, and criteria that the board is considering in the evaluation of applicants for superintendent. And I second that. And finally, I have noticed since the new board has taken over in 2023, they have fired the previous law firm of MCL, have pushed out Superintendent Lewis, who was exceedingly popular with students and parents in Douglas County School District, and has managed to alienate a fellow board trustee to the point of causing him to resign before his term is up. Where have these things improved the achievement of our students? That is all she had to say. And I just
Number 7. Thank you, Ms. Cadeau. You're done.
Apologies, I just got here. Just to clarify, for this first public comment, I'm allowed to make comments on any agenda items. Is that correct? Okay. Sorry. Apologize for my tardiness. Please don't start my time yet. Windy outside. Okay. May Hyatt, for the record. Why would this school board wish to withdraw from the Nevada Association of School Boards? All 17 school districts in Nevada are members of NASB, and they collaborate to give a common voice for public education. NASB is an organization that has been established for over 60 years. Their mission, as stated, is to support success for all students through local school board leadership. Part of their purpose, as stated in the NASB bylaws, include to provide constant improvement of public school education in the state of Nevada, to provide for closer cooperation among the school boards of the state, to provide information and assistance to individual school boards and members. So I ask, please explain how withdrawing from NASB will make this school district better. We are one of the top performing districts in the state and have one of the highest performing high schools in Nevada. Why would we want to withdraw from NASB? Please explain how withdrawing will improve student success. Please explain where and how you plan on acquiring the necessary professional development for school board trustees per Nevada statute. Why are we as a district proposing to make such a big decision like this? It is huge. No other school district has done this before.
Thank you. Number 8.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. I read the letters of interest from the 3 candidates for trustee. The one that jumps out to me for his background in education, history in Douglas County, and grandchildren currently in the district is Mr. Thorold. Pardon me if I butcher your name, sir. I apologize. I look forward to hearing him and the other candidates speak. I hope to see a student representative as a high priority when discussing future board meeting items, committee assignments, and election of officers. Trustee Kangas and Gilkerson were elected just like everybody else on this board and have every right to be on a committee and be elected officials as well. Superintendent search. Once again, this board has chosen to schedule a very important meeting during the day when parents and teachers cannot attend. It is beginning to feel like this is on purpose to quiet any opposition to your agenda. The hiring process for superintendent feels predetermined and rushed. I worry that many qualified candidates did not apply due to the rush process and the feeling that the board has their candidate in mind. The applications are due by January 6th. I would like to know how many candidates there are. I'm hoping the board has a reasonable and fair process to evaluate every applicant regardless of personal relationships. I would encourage the board to include public comment before action is taken hiring the superintendent at the special meeting so that the public can voice their views on applicants after hearing them speak. I hope the board will be open-minded and look for who can tackle real problems facing the districts, not political boogeymen. Thank you.
Number 9. Okay, well then we'll move on to agenda item 3. So Karen, would you take the 3 applicants to the conference room and I'll make 3 numbers for them to pick?
She can.
Okay, Jeannie, thank you.
All the notes.
Okay. So how this is going to work is there's 3 candidates. We're going to have them come out one at a time. They'll sit at the table. There are 6 questions. Each one of the board members is going to ask all 3 of the candidates one question. So they'll all be asked 6 questions. At the end, we will vote or we'll nominate the trustee that we think is the best, and we'll take a vote. We'll be starting with Mr. Kangas. And I don't know who we'll be starting with over there. We don't know which candidates in which order. Every time, yeah. So, okay. So number 1 is Mr. Kangas. Number 2, Trustee Gilkerson. Number 3, Mr. Engelkirk. Number 4, Mr. Burns. Number 5, Ms. Dickerson, and I'm last. We're ready. Is everybody ready on the board? Okay. Okay. Ms. Wagstaff. The first candidate is Yvonne Wagstaff. We're not going to ask you questions until Mr. Lewis gets in the room.
Oh, you're right.
Go ahead, do we want to introduce her? Yeah. But everybody wants to know who she is.
Hello, everyone. This is Kendra Jepson, who's going to be working with us on special ed law. So she's an attorney of her own firm, but works in conjunction with my firm and other things, but especially.
I think I'm number one question here.
All right.
So first, I'd like to say that your request to be a board member, there's some great stuff in there. Being here for over 10 years and 3 children attending and 3 graduated from the school district. That's amazing. And I know that you understand what a great school district this is.
Absolutely.
And the work that you do in the school, of course, is commendable. And I'm glad you're getting paid now. So the first question that we have tonight is, why are you interested in being on the Douglas County School Board?
I ran for against Tony Magnotta in the last election, and he won fair and square, and I was glad to see him serve. But I know his health has been on the downward slide, and I feel for him, and my heart and prayers go out to him. I always told him that if at any point he needed to step down, that I would gladly step in and serve our community. My children attend. My grandchild was just born on New Year's, and they live here in this valley, and I care about the future of Douglas County, and I feel it's my obligation to step up.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, sorry. I have the same sentiments that Mr. Trustee Kangas as well. I'm glad you're here and you're interviewing for this position.
Thank you.
My question is, what skills do you have that would make you a good trustee?
Having raised 6 children, there are always 2 sides to every story. And I have learned that it is important to listen and then make a decision, but listen first.
Thank you. Thank you.
We had the pleasure the last election of being in front of people in various debates, not against each other, but just together. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
I understand from some paperwork we got that if you did get the position, you would have to step down from your current position. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am. My principal at Pinion Hills already is aware and fully supports my decision to be on the board and knows that my resignation will be immediate.
Okay. And here's my question. Can you explain the role of a school board member?
The role of a school board member is to represent the community in making decisions that are in the best interest of the students, the parents, and the teachers.
Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Welcome as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. My question is, do you know what CRT, DEI, and SEL stand for? And what is your position on these topics?
I do know what CRT is. I have not heard of the others. So I would have to do my own research and learn about them to make a distinction on that. As for critical race theory, I oppose it. I believe that we need to teach the facts of history. We need to be open and honest with our students and listen to our teachers.
Thank you. Trustee Dickerson?
What are the biggest concerns you have with the Douglas County School District right now?
The biggest concern I have is that the public does not trust the school board right now. And we need to instill that trust back into the public.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. We're so happy that you're here. And my question is, what is your opinion on a policy discussed in May that supports women's sports and safe spaces?
I believe that we need to take into account every student so that we make the best decision for each and every student.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hmm?
Think the row.
The next one.
Welcome, Mr. Terrio. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Theriault.
Theriault.
In academics, I prefer Dr. Theriault.
Okay. Ms. Trustee Kangas will be asking you the first question.
Welcome.
Thank you.
28 years in Minden. I've been here for 28 years myself. 2 adult children graduating from our schools, 4 grandsons in the district, all 4 boys. Great place to live. Your reasons for wanting to be a board member are very well spoken. And I welcome you being here. So my question is, why are you interested in being a Douglas County School Board member, or being on the Douglas County School Board, excuse me?
Well, a very good question. Very simple one for me. I've always been an active participant in leadership projects. I seem to gravitate to it. And although I'm not a polished speaker, people seem to get my message and it resonates. I think I can be a help in the board and quite frankly, come to it with an open mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Gilkerson?
Again, thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
My question to you, Doctor, is what skills do you have that would make you a good trustee?
Oh boy. Empathy. I'm an active listener, which in my definition is you close your mouth and open your ears. I have great time management, leadership, and quite frankly, overall supervision experiences through education and the private sector before that. I think I can be an asset to the board.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Mr. Engelkirk?
Hello.
My question is, can you explain the role of school board member?
Yes, to the best of my ability. The school board provides overall guidance to the district on a MAGA level rather than an elementary level, which I leave to the administrators of each school. Is to interpret the laws, the statutes, and to make sure that students are the number one item on your agenda.
Thank you. Trustee Burns?
Thank you for being here.
Pleasure.
My question is, do you know what CRT, DEI, and SEL stand for? And what is your position on these topics?
DEI, I'll take the second item first, diversity, equity, inclusion. I have a whole module in it in the course I teach at UNR. Quite cognizant of what each of those mean. And inclusion in equitable treatment is not the same as equal. So I could give you a whole lecture on that if you wanted, but I don't think you have time for that. CRT, critical race theory. To my knowledge at this point, from speaking with students at this school and two others, it's not being taught in Douglas, and they would prefer that it not be taught. They would like genuine history. What we already know has occurred so that we can improve on it in the future. And SEL, I'm afraid you stumped me. Could you tell me, please?
Social emotional learning.
Was that it? Okay.
Did you want to add to that?
Just the part of the question also says, and how do you stand on those topics?
Yeah.
What is your stand?
As I mentioned to Mr. Kangas, I am an open-minded individual. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, I think, is an important topic. It's about time it was caught up. And quite frankly, we've been working on that in minor steps for the last 65 years, or at least as long as I've been in education and on this planet. The CRT, I think it's a misnomer and shouldn't have any bearing in our school system. I don't believe it's being taught today, at least from the student's perspective. And it seems, can I use a common phrase today? It seems to be performative nonsense to be talking about CRT when it's not being taught. In SEL, I didn't know what the acronym stood for, so I'm not sure what position I have on it. I'd have to actually research it like I do everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dickerson?
Welcome.
Thank you.
What are the biggest concerns you have with the Douglas County School District?
Biggest concerns I'd have with the district. God, I love this district. My kids have grown up in it, and it's the highest performing district in the state, according to your own data that you provided. I have no real concerns other than, can you take care of the teachers and keep students number one on your focus?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for coming. No, I'm going to ask you a question.
Oh, you want to ask me a question?
I do, but I'm just telling you, I appreciate that. I appreciate you being here.
My pleasure.
So the question I have is, what is your opinion on a policy that was on the May agenda that supports women's sports and safe spaces?
Women's sports, are we talking about the transgender issue? If you could clarify, please.
Not really, just about women's sports and safe spaces.
Well, I love watching women's sports. I'm a big basketball fan and volleyball. Safe spaces, I don't think there should be mixed genders in locker rooms, quite honestly. I think that is it's a road we don't want to go down because it's very slippery. With women's sports, I'm all for it. We have women wrestlers here. We have women in track, basketball, field hockey, lacrosse, you name it. I'm all for it. I'd go to every game I can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Kangas will be asking you the first question.
Okay,
Welcome.
welcome.
See that you've lived in Douglas County for the past 22 years.
Correct. Same house.
Yeah, same house. That's great stuff. I've been married for 50 years. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
It's hard work.
Yeah, a lot.
And you have 2 grandchildren who went to through all of our school system.
Correct.
All great stuff. My question to you is, why are you interested in being the Douglas County being on the Douglas County School Board?
One of those grandchildren that graduated is a stellar student. He's in the Army, and somebody in this school system got a hold of that boy, and he's impressive. He is impressive.
Yeah.
He's a patriot. He's a hard worker, and I look for people. I wish he was around when I was hiring people.
And what any other interests that you have in being on this board?
Well, I like to teach. I've taught many electricians. I'm a master, by the way.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for being here,
Mhm.
Mr. Lewis. What skills do you have? Oh, cheaper, sorry. Sorry about that.
I could hear you.
I know you could, sorry. Nobody else can, okay. What skills do you have that would make you a good trustee?
Patience. I get along with everybody. I could see other people's opinions. I may not agree with them, but they have the right to state it.
Trustee Engelkirk.
Hello, Mr. Lewis. Thank you for being here. My question is, can you explain the role of a school board member?
A school board member? Just what you're doing.
Holding the seat down.
Yeah. Holding things together, making sure that the policies are set forth to teach the children. They're our future.
Trustee Burns.
Mr. Lewis, you mentioned master electrician.
Mhm.
My background is heating and cooling and involved in that and everything. I've worked with a lot of electricians. They seem to plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical all work
Right.
together.
Similar.
And you mentioned something about teaching. Now, can you, before I ask you a question, can you tell me, I'm not familiar with master electrician. I don't think I ever worked with one. What
we're rare.
qualifies, what qualifies as that?
What qualifies me?
As a master, how do you get there?
Well, you got to have many, many years service,
Okay.
Accredited, time in the trade, teaching. I served, 13 years. I flew all around the world for the Army, teaching and serving,
Okay.
and making sure things worked. It should.
Great. I try to learn something, and that just intrigued me when you said that. But my question is, do you know what CRT, DEI, and SEL stand for? And what is your position on these topics?
I think I know about CRT. That's I can't put the name to it, but it's kind of like affirmative action, I believe. I'm not totally versed in this, but I don't know for sure. But I think it's like everybody's equal when we're not. some people work very hard to excel.
DEI,
No, I don't know what those stand.
SEL.
No.
Okay. I didn't either when I was running.
Trustee Dickerson?
So I just wanted to touch on, sometimes when you're shot letters, it's hard to know what they're talking about.
Right,
Diversity, equity, and inclusion,
Okay.
social emotional learning. That's what 2 of those were.
Okay.
Okay. What are the biggest concerns you have with the Douglas County School District?
Well, not doing so good. Our numbers are really low. I'd like to see if we can, I'm not perfect, but I have ideas on what I think we could maybe possibly do to motivate the kids. Because it doesn't matter what you tell them or what you teach them. If you don't motivate the children, they're not going to do well.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for being here.
Okay.
We're happy you could make it. And my question is, what is your opinion on a policy discussed in May that supports women's sports and safe spaces?
Women's sports should be for women. That's all.
And safe spaces.
I'm not
Safe
sure.
spaces, locker rooms, bathrooms.
Oh yeah, no cameras, no windows, unless they're high. You know, people they deserve their privacy.
Okay, anything?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
I look forward to a chance to serve.
You know, we can discuss the voting procedure. Right? Here's my suggestion is that we all rate 1, 2, 3, and there could be a point system where low points wins, you know, like golf, and the top 2 would then come again for another vote, so that if, you know, basically put a 1, 2, or 3 with the 3 candidates, each of those people gets the total of our 6 scores. Whoever has the lowest score is first, second lowest is second, next is third. We throw out the third one and we do it again for the top candidate. Or-
I'm sorry. This is not a discussion just for us. I apologize. Mr. Engelkirk, yes, I like what you said. We could go ahead and pick the top 2 or pick the top one that we had. That's what I did. I did a 1 through 3, but I actually did the high 3 being the best, 1 being the worst. But I can reverse my scores easy enough.
As can I.
Okay. So, and if we bring 2 out, then how do we decide? I mean, we interview them again? Is that what
No,
you're saying? Or
I just think at that point, because you might have had a second choice, once one choice is eliminated, it might change the voting for.
I see what you're saying.
I see that. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, top, second, third.
Okay.
One is the top.
My first choice, my second choice. my third
Yeah,
choice.
just 1, 2, 3, and low score will be top.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
I'm
whatever.
sorry,
I can
because
just do
I
my-
didn't have my mic on, but we're gonna go, well, my first choice, second choice, third choice, and that'd be the way, those would be my choices, then we go right down the list. Thank you.
Are we ready?
President Jansen, do you want us to explain our choice or just give you the number? Do we need to do that or what would you like? I don't care either. Doesn't matter. I can just give you my numbers. It doesn't matter. But I can explain why. Okay. So you go. 3 is your first choice or 1 is your
1 is your first
We're
choice.
going to go 1, 2, 3, first, second,
Just makes
third
sense to me.
choice.
Yeah.
And I don't, it doesn't matter my numbers because I just put them in order.
Well, Carrie's going to start. Or if it's too much of a hot spot, we can start somewhere else. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, all good candidates. I tried to highlight the positives of all of them. They've been around in our community for a while, and had kids in schools and things of that nature, and some still in schools. So, I listened to every answer to every question, and I rated it, just show you what I did on a 1 to 5 scale, and added up the numbers at the end. It's on the fly, but I did certainly take to heart what I'd been reading about them. So my number 1 pick is Stephen Baurialt. My number 2 pick is Yvonne Wagstaff, and my number 3 pick is Ricky Lewis.
Thank you, Linda.
Yes, I agree. It's hard to rate because, it was, but they were all good. And they seem all very vested. They've been in the district for a while. They've had kids in the district. It's nice. I like to see that. My numbers went with Mr. Theriault. Well, I don't know if we can have him. We can't say his name, but he's number 1 and Yvonne is number 2. And then Ricky would be 3. Thank you.
Miss Trustee Engelkirk.
Okay, my number 1 would be Yvonne. Number 2 would be Ricky Lewis. And number 3 would be Stephen Theriault.
You notice I asked about the electrician. And the reason why I did is because back in October, we discussed at the board meeting up at the lake. And it was about, some of that was about pardon? No, it was about us wanting to do a trade schools. And we discussed that trade schools. I'm just looking at who would, the electrician, of course, would be instrumental in part of that. So my number 1 would be Mr. Lewis. My number 2 would be Mrs. Wagstaff. And number 3 would be the doctor.
Mrs. Dickerson.
Okay, so because I do have a heart for vocational type of education, considering that 30% of our students go to college and 70 do not, is that we need to get very serious about vocational education. So my first is Rick Lewis, second Yvonne Wagstaff, and third Mr. Theriault.
Thank you. Well, I like them all. I thought they were all really, really good. But I'm going to put Mr. Lewis first, Ms. Wagstaff second, and Mr. Theriault third.
Well, yeah, now we're down to 2 because they tied. Yvonne and Lewis both had 11.
Do we want to have discussion before we before we go any further or no?
Sure.
Because I'm very concerned. I have to just say I'm concerned because if you're looking at how people answered the questions, I get wanting a CRT person, but we're picking a board member, not somebody to open the CRT program. We already have a CRT program. We have people qualified to run that CRT program. CRT. Gosh darn it. CTE. Sorry about that. We already have a CTE program. We have people in there. We have them running. I don't think picking and this is just my opinion, but I don't think picking, to me, it just seemed really obvious that picking a person because they're a master electrician really makes them rise to the top. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just being honest that we have another candidate. I don't know. It just seemed to me, in my opinion, people answered questions about why they wanted to be on the board. And I'm concerned with the biggest concerns. Mr. Lewis said we're not doing so good. Numbers are low. I have some ideas. Nobody really, knew CRT. A couple of them knew CRT. Nobody knew, and 2 of them knew DEI. When you asked, can you explain the role of a school board member to Mr. Lewis? He said, just what you are. That was his answer. Just what you are doing. He
went
didn't
a little further.
He went a little further. Set policy forth to teach children. To me, that's not in my opinion, that's not the quality answer that I'm looking for. But I can say some for the others as well. I'm not sure that everybody, scored 100, but I'm just really concerned with the level rising to Mr. Lewis because of a CTE background. I don't think that's what we're looking for when we're looking for a board member. I'm thinking we're looking for people that answered these questions, and we should score on how well they answered questions, not how that they're a master electrician. I just don't think that's the reason to put somebody on the board. That's just my opinion, and I just wanted to share it. Thank you for listening.
I will share my opinion. My big issue with Dr. Terrell is his answer about DEI, the fact that he teaches it in Reno. Now, the big shakeup at Harvard and everything that's going on there is all based on this. And so for me, that makes him a non-starter. As far as Yvonne, I ran with her 3 years ago, and I don't know Ricky, but I do know her. And I know since she's persevered and she's back here again 3 years later that she's willing to do it. That's why I put her first, but I'm not going to consider Dr. Terrell because of that one issue. I'm sorry if that's where I'm at.
Could I say something quickly? We do set policy, and it was, we have all been in classrooms, including vocational classrooms, talking to these folks. Again, considering how many children do not go to four-year colleges, and that we need to really dive into and really take a harder look at CTE. It's not just a little thing out there. This is important. We have kids that will never see a college a day in their life, and that's not a bad thing. It takes all kinds, right? So to have somebody that is kind of strong and partners in that way, I mean, we need a diverse school board with a lot of different views. So that was really my reason for going with Rick. Thank you very much.
Well, I already talked, I like to see Mr. Lewis because I like the part of him being able to do trade schools. Only 25% of our kids move on to college. And so when you talking 25% and then the other 75% trade schools, in my background, my son went through the same thing. He is now making between 120, 150,000 in Michigan, which does not pay well. So the trade schools is very important, I feel, for today's world. And I think he's instrumental in that. But one of the things I really like, he's the only one that called out where we stand as far as proficiency, our scorings. And I'm sorry, but I've got an updated one right here for career and college ready, CCR administered to the 11th grade. And I'm looking at the numbers here for Douglas County. And we basically are at 26% proficiency in math. And we are on English language arts. Proficiency is 47.2. I do think that's low.
But
I think that's very low.
And I don't
And
mean to
we-
be rude, but I don't know what that has to do with what we're talking about. Talking about our school board.
He
picking a
said,
school board.
he
said-
made this.
He said, yes,
Linda,
we're
I'm
not doing
speaking.
so good. That's what
I'm
he said.
speaking. He said, we're not doing
Not
so good.
doing so
And this is exactly what he was talking about.
How do we know that?
evidently.
How do we know that?
Evidently.
We don't know that. We could not be doing so good in
Okay.
sports on football. I mean, you can't, you're saying that. The other thing he said when he was asked about what's your opinion policy in May that supports women's sports, he said women's sports are for women. Yeah. No cameras, no windows. What does that have to do with what that question had? Again, that had nothing to do with what we were looking for that question. Okay, that's all. I'm disturbed. I'm a little worried about appointing him to our school board because I don't think he's the best.
That's your
quality.
opinion, Linda.
It is
Thank
my
you.
opinion.
I
Thank
think
you.
that question could have been asked even a little bit better. It was pretty vast. I mean, in all sincerity, and now nobody wants to, I mean, is it a transgender thing? No, it was about, maybe we could have put it a different way. How do you feel about boys participating in girls sports? Maybe something like that could have been said. I can see where that could kind of catch somebody off guard. Thank you.
And I'd like to say.
I'd like to finish.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Mrs. Wagstaff, she's my second choice. I think she's ran before. I'm hearing about her is other people, they like her. And I think she has something to offer in that area. She's my second choice. I do agree with Doug on choice number 3.
Oh, you
Go ahead, go.
Okay. So in my opinion, as far as experience and education and the level of leadership, that's why I went with Stephen Theriault. I'm not afraid of the word DEI. He can explain it and explain what his opinion is on that. But it's out there. It's part of our education right now. So for better or for worse, you can think of it as you want, but that doesn't scare me. And I know people get very, very nervous, and it's tough to be up there in front of these people. I did it myself as an appointment at one time, and but Ricky just didn't have a lot of input, and that's why I put him number 3.
I liked Ricky and Yvonne. Mr. Thoreau, I thought was really a smart man and knowledgeable. But again, I'm not. Diversity, equity, and inclusion to me is not something that I want to have a person on this board that's a proponent of that.
Is not DEI part of our school district?
I think it's very oppressive. I think it's like equity. It puts one person in front of the other. I believe it's in violation of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution and the Civil Rights Act of 1960.
I'd like to just say one more thing, if I may. The other thing, I felt that when we were interviewing, a couple of things, bringing up, you went off script from what we had, because we could have all gone off script and brought out more information, asking him about master electrician. I don't think that was called for, and I don't think that should have happened. The other thing is when we were talking about DEI, SEL, the only Dr. Thoreau asked, could you tell me what SEL is? He asked because he didn't know, because he was curious. But the other, when Ricky got up there, he didn't have a clue. And we told him what it was, hoping that maybe a light bulb would go off. I could see that. And he still did not know what any of that was. And you know what? Like Dave said, I'm not sure I would have either, had I been thrown up there like that too. But I just feel like we were feeding him, more than what we did with anybody else. So I think that was obvious to me. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say. And let's, I guess, move forward.
Well, I mean, I can tell you right now how it's going to come. It's going to be a tie vote if everybody keeps their votes the way they are. So then what do we do for a tiebreaker? Or does somebody want to change their vote?
Well, number 3.
Well, no, we're down to 2 now. We're down to Lewis and what's her last name? Flagstaff. And so I know you guys are going to support Yvonne. And I would support Yvonne, and you guys are going to support Mr. Lewis. So,
why don't we ask each of them another question?
You got to turn your mic on.
Would all of you be in favor of asking one more question of those 2 candidates?
What is the question? And we don't
Well,
have
let's
it in front of us.
Is there a problem? Is there a problem for us doing that?
Let's find something we all agree on and we'll ask another
that
question.
You can discuss publicly the question you'd like to ask, agree on a question, call them back out one by one and ask them that question.
Thank you.
When I went through their resumes, their applications, excuse me, no one really answered number 3. I know we kind of asked it. What is your biggest concerns you have with Douglas County School District? But number 3 was, give us your perspective of the major challenges facing public education in this country. And then specifically, yeah, it was on our ad, and specifically within the Douglas County School District. So that was question number 3 that we asked them to write about, and nobody did. All 3 of them did not answer this question. So that was one of mine that I would like to, I think that would be a good 3rd question, to have them come back out and answer their perspective on the major challenges facing public education in this country. And we can just leave it at that, or we can add on, and specifically within, because we kind of asked that, didn't we, in a way? Do you think we did? Did we ask that question already, guys?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that question.
I can stand behind that question only because it's one we chose to ask anyway,
So they
originally.
should,
So that's good.
they should
That's a
have
good standing point for me.
Doug, Dave, Catherine, you- has everybody had a chance to read it? Right here, yeah. Yes, I think so. I like 3.
Oh, okay.
I like 3.
That's
asking the same thing to all of them.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Question number 3, they're going to come out and answer. 2 of them.
Just 2 of them, just Yvonne and Ricky.
With all 3 of them?
No, just
Top
Yvonne
2.
and Ricky.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, Miss Wagstaff. How are you? Good. We did a vote and we narrowed it to two, to you and Mr. Lewis. And we decided that we're going to ask one more question.
All right.
So the question is, your perspective of the major challenges facing public education in this country and specifically within the Douglas County School District.
I think one of the hardest things that we face in educating students is the expectation that it all is up to the teacher. It's not just the teacher that educates, it's the parents, it's the aides, it's the playground aide, it is the principal, it is the cafeteria lunch lady that says hi to the student every day. We all have to work together to help to raise and educate our students.
Yvonne, what do you think are the major challenges facing public education in the country and specifically in Douglas County?
I think parent involvement. I think getting parents involved in volunteering at the school, to coming to a school board meeting, to helping their student every day.
Anything else you'd like to add?
I don't believe so.
I just wanted to speak to that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask a question based on the question we asked. But that's fine if that's not, okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Lewis.
Hi, round two.
Round two, we narrowed it down to you and Ms. Wagstaff.
Okay.
So we're going to ask you another question.
Mhm.
And this is the question. Your perspective of the major challenges facing public education in this country and specifically within the Douglas County School District.
My perspective. I think we need to get back to basics. Social programs are not what the school system's supposed to be about. It's educating the children.
So that's the major in this country or in the district or both?
That would be worldwide, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have any other further comments?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have to do it in public.
Okay. After the answers to the question, I'm still with Yvonne. My discussion.
Okay, thank you. Linda?
Yeah, I think her answer was, that it's really our parent involvement. I think we can all agree with that we really want our parents more involved. Whether you're the teacher, it's not up just to the teacher to raise the kids. It's up to the parents. It's up to everybody. And I liked her answer with that. I didn't care about the social programs. It's not what it's about. I'm not really clear what that meant, but yeah, he said it was worldwide. Anyways, he said back to the basics too, but anyways, my choice would be Yvonne as well. I think she's very well spoken. I think she's polished. I think she's done her homework. She's done this before. She's been on this dog and pony show before, and therefore I think she's more qualified. That's my opinion.
Doug?
I appreciated Mr. Lewis's answer because I think that is a big issue with education is we need to get back to the basics. And his comment was getting rid of social programs that are going on and get back to teaching basic education and not all the DEI, for example, SEL and all that. So I did like his answer better. So now I'm just more of a quandary.
Dave?
Well, back to basics has been my theme since I ran on the school board, and I'm sorry, but back to basics is, to me, is the key. We have to turn things around and get back to basics in order to have these kids successful when they come out of our school system. And I look at the scores, I look at the testing, I see that we need to turn things around. And I think we have absolutely fantastic teachers here. I just think in some ways their hands are tied and we just need to get back to basics on it. So I still have to stick with Mr. Lewis.
Trustee Dickerson?
Well, I feel that I'm all about getting back to basics, but I also don't think, and I know this because our kids spend a lot of time with teachers and that's important too. But we as parents, right, wrong, or indifferent, raise our children. Education, in my opinion, is about preparing them, reading, writing, science, true science, those types of things to prepare them to go out into the world. And so that's where a lot of this whole social, the way to think and just be and all of that, I think that takes up way too much time. So I'm all about getting back to the basics, and I'm going to stick with Lewis. Thank you.
I'm with Doug. I have a quandary because I like things about both of them very much. So I'm going to go back to Doug.
I was wondering if you could possibly maybe look through their applications again and how they were written. I think that gives us an insight as well. Okay, I'm serious. I just look back and read over Ricky's application and Yvonne's application, and then look at them and see and see what they're writing about. Please. I think these are two distinct differences.
Can I get one last comment from me would be that I perceived when Yvonne was up there, and it was even the first questions, every question she sat, she found her center, she went to her beliefs, and then she came out with great answers. So I watched that happen, and sure, I'm about the basics too. I don't, a lot of the education that happens now, I'm not up to grade with. I'm the trustee for the school district, and I don't understand all the education that's going on. Basics are, obviously we're old and we were brought up with those, and does that bring up the test scores in the modern world? Perhaps, but nonetheless, Yvonne just really took her time, thought about her answers, and came out with great answers. Thank you.
I think it takes many different views and perspectives to be on a board. I don't think it has to be cookie cutter. If you're not educated to the nines, then you shouldn't be considered at all. Thank you.
Uh, You know, there's 6 of us sitting here to make this decision. And I want to clear that I'm not against Vaughn, but we all have a tendency to something that is important to us. And I think that's the way we're making the decision, and that's okay. But, you know, I don't want either one of the candidates to think that we're against them. That's, well, you just say,
Yeah.
whoever's Lewis or what's that? Raise your hand.
Okay. Carrie?
Again, all great people. My vote will go with, because there's only two candidates left, is with Yvonne.
Yeah, after looking again at the applications or their paperwork, resumes, whatever they wrote, that clarifies it for me that yes, I would vote for Yvonne as well.
I'll stay with Yvonne.
Mr. Lewis?
Catherine?
Mr. Lewis.
I'm having a really hard time with this decision. Because I really like them. I like them both. Actually, I liked all three. Well, I'm really having a hard time. No, I was having a hard time all along because I really like them both.
Yeah. Go with your heart, and then think about the children and think about who, you know. Yeah, just all you can do.
Can I go to bed? Can I take a break? Go to the ladies' room? You don't have to. All right. I really, really like them all, but I feel that the answers that Yvonne gave just touched my heart the most, and I'm going to vote for Yvonne.
I would like to change my vote as well, Yvonne. Thank you.
Just didn't answer the questions.
It was a
Okay.
struggle. It wasn't because Susan said Yvonne. It was a struggle in my heart. I just spoke to Karen about it. Thank you.
Okay, I will. No, go ahead. Oh, let's.
I make a motion that we award the board vacancy to Yvonne Wagstaff.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Nope, nope, unanimous. We're going to take a 15-minute break so we can swear in our new trustee, and then she'll be joining the board.
Let her know that we don't get ahead of it.
No, I-
I'm just foreseeing, oh God. Right, there was 10 minutes where she was unemployed, you know what I mean?
Have you told me?
What Adam said, because she has to resign before she could
Right.
be a board member. So if she could resign on the record immediately,
She
Adam.
is still having her. Call to order, please. So we did not do public comment online, and we have to start with that. So if everyone will be patient. How many do you have, Mark? Okay, go ahead, Mark. Thank you.
We will start with Colin Burrows. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Colin Burrows for the record. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Just keep lowering the standards of the school district. That's what I got out of this interview process. Burns, Jensen, Dickerson pushing for the most unqualified person for the position, just so they have someone to ride along with their political agenda. What an absolute travesty it was watching your selection process. I must imagine any qualified prospective superintendent candidate watching this interview process has to be reeling in horror. Unless, of course, you've had him pre-selected already. But for the superintendent position, I would like
This
to.
is just supposed to be about an agenda item.
It is. It's about the one we just had. I never got to speak online before because you guys never had online callers. But for the superintendent position and interview, I would like to nominate a cardboard cutout of Joey Gilbert because who needs a qualified candidate or elected member?
Number 2.
We have Denny Castor. Go ahead and unmute.
I would like to speak about agenda item number 9. I realize that my opinion might have been a little different had I not just witnessed what I did. I found it kind of disheartening when I went looking to find the superintendent ad. I found it on ZipRecruiter, and I think I found it on LinkedIn. And all the other superintendent jobs on those 2 sites were superintendents of building and contracting. And I question why someone wouldn't use a job board that's meant for a professional in the education field. As a HR professional, I would have always gone to the SHRM, Society of Human Resource Management website to find the job that I was after. After witnessing what I just did, I guess I'm wondering if any of you have ever taken interview skill classes. It also seemed like your candidates were very unprepared. How could you not know what was going on in the school district and come and address those issues to become this temporary trustee? I would hope that you would bring an HR person, professional in to help you with this interviewing process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Next up, we have Courtney Jeffries. Go ahead.
Hi, Courtney Jeffries for the record.
Go ahead. We
You can hear me?
you.
All right, thank you. So this is about an agenda item, even though I'm sure President Jansen's going to cut me off, but I am sad and I'm tired of this merry-go-round. As watching that interview process was a complete and utter joke. You are so rude, Mr. Burns, and you're downright respectful to anybody who doesn't think the way that you do. Thank goodness that you guys changed your vote to Yvonne. Thank goodness, because at least she understands this is about our students. Mr. Burns, you specifically said that you vote for things that are important to you. That's not why you're on the board. You're on the board to do what is right for the students, period. And Miss Dickerson, please don't say that emotions aren't good in education. They have everything to do with education. And the fact that Yvonne is going to step in and try to help that and try to help facilitate that we do need emotions in education, I applaud you, Yvonne. I applaud you for coming back and trying to be a part and wanting to be a part of this absolute circus that Burns, Jansen, and Dickerson are making it. It is a disgrace, and I am sad and sad and sad, and I get sadder every time I listen to you guys. I hope that Yvonne steps in and that you do not bully her like you did Tony, and that you allow her to actually have a voice, and that you do not make her another one of your minions.
Next up, we have Melissa Rouse. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Melissa, go ahead.
Me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, so I can hear it online, but not in here.
Oh.
Melissa, we'll try back. Next up, we have Rob.
This is Rob Lehman, parent of 3 in the district. 2 things I wanted to bring up. Number one.
Hold on, Rob. Pause for a second. Sorry about that.
just let me know when to go.
So President Jansen, we can hear them on our voices online, but for some reason we're not getting the online audio.
Is there maybe a phone number I can call into?
Okay, Rob, see if that worked.
Testing, 1, 2.
There we go. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, Rob Lehman, parent of 3. I appreciate you taking public comment now. I had my hand raised initially, and then when you stopped public comment in person and went on, I was a little concerned. So I went to look at the public notice for the meeting to see if you had changed public comment. And lo and behold, there was no public notice posted on your website. So you have problems with this meeting. You have done an action item without taking full public comment, and you're doing a whole meeting without a public notice. You might want to consider how you move forward, because there's bound to be an OML violation filed. I also wanted to ask, a few months ago, it was asked of Mr. Gilbert's assistant, her credentials. She said she had a JD and she was waiting on her results from the bar. I'm wondering if she can report on those results for us. Thank you.
Mr. Lehman, that's not on the agenda, but thank you.
Melissa Rouse, go ahead and try again.
Hi, can you hear me?
We have you. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Melissa Rouse. I'm a parent of 2 children in the district. I wanted to comment on agenda item number 9 on the superintendent search process. I'm just a little concerned that the process has not been transparent, and I'm wondering if you can share with the public what the process will be specifically once candidates are identified. How will you allow the public to be involved in the process? Will the public, school staff, and students have any input on candidates? Will we have an opportunity to meet and talk to them and give the board input? I agree. After seeing your interview skills demonstrated in the meeting today, I highly suggest you do some training on interviewing skills, because I see some opportunity to improve it for the very important position of student and superintendent. I also want to comment on agenda item number 6 about withdrawing from the Nevada Association of School Boards. It seems very odd that you would want to do that. That all 17 counties in Nevada are currently members. Why would we want to withdraw from an association like that? Effective governance that leads to improved student achievement requires specific knowledge, skills, and attributes. And I feel like you could learn a lot from an organization like that. The Nevada Association of School Boards provides high quality, effective professional development for school board members in a variety of areas designed.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to go to consent. Would anybody, Ms. Dickerson would like to pull? Okay, all right. So we're on consent. We're going to do 5 minutes per trustee, first time around, 2 minutes, second time around. So we're not here all night. Thank you. Everybody's the same. So are we ready to vote on consent?
I would like to have something pulled, you know.
Of course I know.
I know you know that because it's what I was voted in for, is to be transparent. I'm going to have item accounts payable special and regular run voucher number 2463, please.
What number is it?
Okay, I don't want you to start until we're ready,
You
please.
say go. You say go.
I say go.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Tell me what page it's on.
It's not. It's
Oh,
just
it's
the one
on
I
the
want to
phone.
pull out that I pulled out
It's
last
the
month.
one on the phone.
And I want to go through this again with the public because I feel this is not attorney-client privilege. So yes, I will begin. You can start now. The general board administration, it was $16,778.75, and that's with phone calls, reviews, emails, those type of things. And that was, from board members. The second item is the Douglas County School Board board meetings, which was $8,643.61. And this also was agenda preparation, most of it. All right. And then we went on to education discrimination case was $942. The writ of mandamus was $2,080. And then we had public records request of $3,003. Okay. And one more, the OAG, which is Office of Attorney General, Open Meeting Law complaint, $517.50. It was kind of small. Anyways, so what I wanted to talk about is the total, which was already said, but I want to reiterate it for this was $32,458 and change with the $7,500 retainer, $39,958.11 for the month of December. Year to date, which has been 5 months, is $210,162.06. The previous 5 years prior to the hiring of Mr. Gilbert's law firm, the highest 1 year charged by Maupin, Cox, and Lagoy, was $235,000. So we're like $25,000 away from the top. And that was in 2020-21 during COVID. Okay. Let's see, what else did I want to tell you about that? I want to talk about the redacted. People, when they ask for things, this is what it looks like. Everything's redacted. And so we're trying to bring down the heat in the community. And I think when you redact, it takes away transparency because the work of your firm, Mr. Gilbert, is funded by the taxpayers and by public funds. So the district should disclose the work that your firm is doing. It's understandable that individuals' names and legal items be redacted. We don't want that. But agenda preparation, really? Is that attorney-client privilege to prepare an agenda, prepare a binder, attend this meeting? Is this attorney-client privilege? Taking phone calls, revising a policy, right? I can tell you that under the general board administration, sorry, wrong one. It was under the, under the board meetings, there was over $4,800 charged just for agenda preparation. And I want to know why. Why are we paying so much for this when we know that our superintendent and our president is totally capable? Even public records request, $3,000 to redact. That's all that was done under that, was to redact. And at $225 an hour, I think we could get somebody to do that would not be that expensive. I think we can begin the new year by building trust in the community by sharing more of your billing. That's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Kangas.
Well, I don't have to go over the numbers. I think the public and her, what happens is, this is a hot item every day of the week as far as emails that we get and how much money is being spent by this board. And it's this board that needs to figure out ways to reduce these charges, and it needs to be significant. Joey, he's doing what he's asked. He's getting paid handsomely for it, but he's doing what he asked. So we need to limit the constant access to legal services by board members. We should utilize our board president and our superintendent to discuss issues that arise and create agendas. Only when needed should legal advice be used for review. I'm sure if this was discussed by the board and the stakeholders of the school district, there would be more suggestions that could help. In my opinion, the public has a right to know what taxpayer money is being spent on. The only exceptions being the information and names of defendants of legal actions and information related to due process. I think as a board, we need to talk about this.
Okay, I agree. We will. Anybody else have anything on consent? Mr.
hang on.
Burns?
I just to comment on this is, I don't have a problem if all the stuff's redacted. There's nothing to hide. And I don't think Mr. Gilbert has anything to hide. I think it's more trying to facilitate our board meetings from being drawn on forever discussing these things. So.
On the consent C, personnel reports 2401, listed on the personnel report number 2401 are personal actions presented for consideration by the Board of Trustees. Salaries for individuals employed will be determined in accordance with salary regulations of the district. I do want to pull that. Have no idea what they are. I need copies of such. And then I'd like to see the list of openings, 1 or 2 board members on all the interviews to report to the board. But I want to pull it because I have no idea what it is. That's C. Yep. C. E. We need to discuss annual school calendar applications. The board needs to be able to do that. Down the road, I know pretty much what the schedule is. We have to think, I put, Jeannie, how far in advance do we have to have that?
If you would like to change the school calendar, you should probably start at the next meeting for the next year.
Okay, thank you. That's what I would like to see.
There should be a process, and it will take at least a whole year.
Good, thank you.
Can we go back to your personnel report that you pulled?
4C.
Yeah, 4C.
What questions do you have about that report?
I have no idea. What are they? What are they? I need copies of such. I don't see anything on the salaries for individual employed will be determined in accordance with salary regulations of the district. What are they? I mean, I'd like to see them on paper.
So all of our salaries are published on our website for all of our negotiated groups.
This is we're needed here in front of us when we're discussing these things.
So you want to see the salary of each of the people we hired?
I just want to see a report, something here. I'd like to know what are they? We need copies of them.
Do you mean what are they, like what's their position?
Any information on them. I don't know what's going on, what this is, really. Without seeing information on it, I don't know what
So
it is.
it lists the person's name, it lists the school or the site they were hired at, and it lists their position and the effective date. And then on the salary column, you'll see a letter and a number, which corresponds to one of our salary schedules. And then you'll also see the employee that they're replacing.
Okay, so these salary schedules.
Yeah.
Do you have a formula for that? I mean,
So
the
those are negotiated through our groups.
1E3, 7-A5. I would like to have the information on those. I don't know what they mean.
So we can pull up the salary schedules on the website, or we can get you a hard copy, but
Yeah,
you
I'd
just
like to
look at
see a
the,
hard copy.
okay.
Thank you.
They were in the last, when you approved the contracts, there were copies of all the salary schedules in that packet as well. So you
Didn't we just give raises? Were they since the raises?
no, those salary schedules are the ones you approved with the raises.
With
So,
the raises?
yes,
And they were based on that formula?
these are based on that. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you look back for hard copies at that board meeting, you'll find all the salary schedules you need.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Just direction sometimes is what we need. School calendar. The receipt of the whistleblower rights and responsibility. I know that's information only. I just want to bring up, we do need to have a form online. Maybe a state, I think there's a state form. I haven't seen it, but I think there's a form that the state has for people to fill out and turn in. I just think we need a,
So that's a separate thing. This item refers to our testing security.
right. I'm just making comment because it's whistleblower. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else on consent? Are we ready to vote on passing our consent items?
Can I say something quickly here?
Of course.
You know, if a person doesn't understand something, it takes courage to ask the question, and to demean and to laugh at, I think is inappropriate. Sometimes it takes somebody that just has a question they want to ask, and I think it's okay that they do that. Thank you.
Just
Thank
one other
you.
comment too. Mr. Burns, and I understand sometimes this can be very confusing, okay? And sometimes when you go through your packet, if you have questions, you can just call superintendent and she can answer those questions for you, or HR if it's a question about money, because this money stuff that raises is confusing. I agree.
Yeah.
And so you can do that offline.
I think it's a great idea. You should do that with Mr. Gilbert's office. If you got questions on them,
Well,
you should contact them.
I'm doing that because people have asked me, my constituents have asked me to raise these questions. That's what I got voted for.
I understand that.
Okay.
Contact their office and get your answers. It would help them to be able to answer it. Thank you.
No.
Okay, who would like to make a motion that we approve the consent items?
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
I'd like to make a motion that we approve all the, I guess, because we pulled them out, right? So we're going to approve all the consent items as listed in our packet. Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
okay, let's take a vote. All in favor of passing the consent, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. We're going to number 5, which is election of officers for 2024. So she just asked me if there was anything that was still pulled from consent or if we voted for everything. And I said, I believe that Mr. Burns' questions were all answered so that everything went back into consent and we were able to vote on the total consent folder. Okay, so let's take nominations for president. Yes, Ms. Gilkerson?
All right. I feel in order to have a transparent and maybe bring the temperature down in schools and community, and also to bring about a balanced board, most importantly, that we balance our board. I would like to see Carrie or I nominated or elected for an office on the board. We both come with years of valuable experience. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll nominate Dave Burns for president. Mr. Kangas?
I'd like to nominate Linda Gilkerson for president.
Okay.
I'll second that nomination that he did.
All righty. Why don't both of you explain why you want to be president? So, Linda, you can go first.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'd like to be president because I have the historical knowledge. I have the background. I was president for 2 years, and I believe I did a good job. Ran the board smoothly. It doesn't affect how anybody votes, the majority or whatever. But yeah, I'd like to just to be able to step in again and be able to move these meetings along, and because I know how to do that. Thank you.
Trustee Burns?
Well, I think it's very important that we follow guidelines. There's 4 points that we must follow. We must get back to. And that is going to be, we have to follow the guidelines from the state. Ethic guidelines from the state. That's one. Second thing is we must know and follow NRS regulations. The third thing is we have to get back to following the policies. And the fourth is the bylaws. There's some additional things, little things in there, but if we could cut a lot of our time, we can cut a lot of discussion, a lot of disagreement if we just follow according to those 4 regulations. It is clear that the board does not know enough information to follow those guidelines properly. And when you get a complaint about another board member and you're not following the NRS regulations, then you're in violation. And that's a reason why we get into discussions and arguments. And I want to try to curb that. I want things back to where we're running as 7 on the board and making decisions. Sure, we're not going to agree on everything, but we have to make it so it's acceptable and we're not getting into this disputes all the time, because that only inflames the public. So I believe that I'm the one that can put this into perspective and proper guidelines, and to keep this line in an area that we are spending our time wisely. 8-9 hour board meetings, not acceptable. We have to get back to basics, even on the board, and to follow these regulations. Right now we're calling out things that do not line up with NRS laws, regulations. That's the reason why I want the president.
Okay, so we're going to take a vote. Oh, okay. No,
I'd like to make a motion that we have a vote for president of the board for Linda Gilkerson and David Burns. Oh, we'll have to pick one. Okay, I make a motion that we elect David Burns for president.
Okay, I second. All in favor, raise your hand. Say aye.
So there's no other motion now, right?
Mo-
Well, how many votes was that? Okay, it's a moot point.
Who's okay? All opposed.
Yvonne did not vote. So it was 4. 4. It's okay. Don't. It's 4 to 2.
She could abstain.
She can abstain from voting.
Okay.
So I can't abstain, correct?
Either vote for Dave or Linda. Should we redo it?
I'm sorry to cause problems.
We asked for who wanted to vote for Dave before people raised their hand. And that should be fine. Right.
We also need.
Okay, we're revoting. The motion was for Dave Burns. So all in favor of Dave Burns, raise your hand. Say aye. Aye. Okay. So it's four.
I think you should
All
be
opposed. All opposed.
Aye or nay.
Okay, Dave is president. Vice president.
Be patient. I did not set this agenda. The president did, the past president. She's going to assist. If I make mistakes, she'll call me out on it. Or you can, either way. All right, so the president, we are now taking for vice president, taking nominations for vice president.
I nominate Linda Gilkerson.
I nominate Catherine Dickerson. Oh, we have to second. For a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll second it. I'll second myself. I don't
Okay.
know if Doug was going to. But.
Okay. I nominate Catherine Dickerson.
I second that.
Are
I
we gonna
nominate Carrie Kangas.
I will second the nomination of Carrie.
I'm going to pass on that nomination. Thank you very much. I appreciate your support, both of you.
Okay, so I'd like to. Yes. Dave.
Kangas, seconded by Yvonne. And he withdrew.
Okay. Ms. Gilkerson, would you like to say about why vice president?
I'd like to see a balanced board. Oh, I'm so sorry. Because I'd like to see a balanced board, as I said earlier. I think it's important that we have, that we balance the board and have transparency. And that's why I would like to run for vice president. I think I have the knowledge that's required to be an officer, since I've been an officer in the past. Thank you.
Okay. Catherine?
Well, I think that it's pretty clear that the new board doesn't always vote together. And I think that I bring a diverse view to the board. And I think I do a good job as vice president. Thank you.
I'm on it. Okay. The next move, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to vote for Catherine Dickerson for vice president.
I was nominated first. Can you do me first? I think that's how it's supposed to be. See, that's something that,
It isn't who you want.
no, it's who was nominated first. You're supposed to bring in the order. And yes.
Okay. So we have a motion. Somebody make a motion?
Thank you very much. I make a motion to nominate trustee Gilkerson as vice president of the board.
I will second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. 4. Okay.
It was Doug, me, Carrie, and Yvonne.
Correct.
Okay. The next is for clerk.
I would like to nominate Catherine Dickerson for clerk.
I second that.
No other nomination? Okay,
Can I ask a question?
sure.
What does the clerk actually do?
That's pretty open. Clerk controls the time and the meetings, controls the time, but clerk has to pay attention to what's going on with records, paperwork. They'll need to be on top of what's going on agenda-wise. All board members should do that,
Well, they're an
but you're
officer.
specifically for that.
They're an officer, so they're
Yes,
involved
I'm
in the
sorry. It's an
voting with the
officer.
When the officers have to vote, when the officers have to vote, and there needs to be something voted on, if there's a disagreement, there's 3 officers and they vote. So the clerk is one of those votes.
Okay. If there's no other nominations, do we have to take a vote? All right. All in favor of Catherine Dickerson as clerk? Yeah, there's a motion.
There wasn't any other.
Who's the motion? Who's the second?
Karen, what do we have here?
I was the second. Doug made the motion.
Well, I made a motion just to nominate.
To nominate or not, do we have to?
I would
do-
like to make a motion to vote for Catherine Dickerson for clerk.
Okay.
I'll
All in
s-
favor?
I'll second it.
I'm sorry.
I'll second it.
Thank you. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
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 All opposed? None. Okay. So we have Catherine Dickerson as clerk, Linda Gilkerson as vice president, and myself as president. Okay. Per NRS, annual organization SG-G discussion for possible action. Per NRS 386.310, the board is required to organize at a regular meeting held in January. The board will discuss and take possible action on the following. A, the above membership in or withdraw from the Nevada Association of School Boards. B, designate a newspaper to be utilized for all legally required notices. C, designate regular meetings of the Board of Trustees to be held on the second Tuesday of each month at 4:00 p.m. at either a valley location or a lake location unless otherwise announced as follows. Is there a motion?
Oh, I could start with a motion.
Well, I think we need to talk about, oh no, go ahead, start with a motion.
We have to have a motion,
Okay.
right?
I make a motion on A to approve membership with the Nevada Association of School Boards. There you go. Second, anybody?
I'll second it.
I'm
Okay.
sorry I did that.
Okay. So
Any discussion?
Based on, the education that I have gotten and the conference that I just went to in Vegas, there were some things that were very concerning that were being discussed there. And I can tell you that it seems to be more of an activist group than it is looking out for education as in terms of classic ed and that type of thing. It was disturbing. So I'm not going to vote to renew on NASB. I think it's very disturbing. And my last educational option I looked into, and that was even more disturbing. Thank you.
I was going to call you president. Trustee Jansen.
So I was at that same conference with Trustee Dickerson, and the keynote speaker on Saturday night that came from the National in Washington, D.C., the first thing she said is that we all know that consequences don't work. And I 1000% disagree with that. I think natural and logical consequences is how I operated in my classroom for 32 years. I think it's imperative, and I don't understand why anyone would say that. That's ridiculous. But that's just my opinion.
And to just follow up on that, what was actually said word for word was, as we know, consequences do not change children's behavior. That to me is absolutely insane. Thank you. I think I even took pictures of PowerPoint, so thank you.
Trustee Genghis.
Yeah, and we've been part of NASB for as long as I've been on, and I've always fought for it. I don't want to become an island in this state. Like I think it was mentioned earlier that 17 counties, all 17 counties are members, and I look at it differently. Yeah, a speaker. I've listened to a lot of speakers. I don't agree with a lot of the things that are said, but I get a perspective and I get a stamp on what's happening in education. The training I'm going to say straight out, the training has been very good, and NASB offers exactly what you need to learn how to function as a board member. I think that we have other kudos or other benefits with NASB, as in board book, if I'm not mistaken, and we get it for a very good deal, and it's the heartbeat of our board meetings. So that alone, if we just got board book without being a member of NASB, then I think we think we get a bargain. Yeah, I think it's a lot more expensive. So I'd hate to give the board book and the bargain that we're getting that for. But more importantly, I think we need to stay in touch with what's going on around our state. That's a great organization to do it with. The National School Board Association, I don't have a flavor for them whatsoever. Yeah, there may be a speaker that comes up and does a keynote speech. It's not that disturbing to me. I don't have to agree with it.
Can I follow up on that? Sure. It wasn't just a keynote speaker. There was another speaker that talked about not punishing children because it causes a pipeline from schools to prison. And that is absolutely ridiculous. That's actually part of the view of critical race theory. So it was kind of the theme throughout. It wasn't an isolated incident at all. And like I said, the education that I was just offered, I definitely didn't have a taste for that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just a comment that never experienced that. 7 years, I went through a CPO program, and I'm a certified public official, and I think it's enriched my ability to be the board member I am.
Trustee Engelkirk.
Well, first off, the question: you guys were at a NASB meeting or a National Association, the national one, the Nevada one?
Nevada.
Just the Nevada.
When you were here.
National was there.
And were they some of these speakers?
Yeah, and I mean, we had everybody down to the Commission of 11 for the new Bill 543 that was passed to redistribute money. There was a lot of different speakers there, but the theme was disturbing in many of them. And I'll just say that it seemed more activism than it was how to run a school board. It really did to me. And I'm not, I wasn't overthinking it. It was pretty clear. I wish you could have been there actually, Doug.
Well, over the last few years, Rob Lehman, who was a previous board member, and I haven't agreed on a lot of stuff, but we both had concerns about NASB and our role in it, the money that we spend on it. I believe it's 13 or 14,000, 15,000, 13. And the benefits, basically, I would like, who can explain to me exactly what they provide? I know they provide board book. I know they provide training for us. What else, if we didn't have NASB, would we need to get somewhere else?
They also have lobbyists, I believe, that speak for the schools. I'm sorry. I believe they, I apologize. I think they provide lobbyists that fight for public education.
But not
They,
specifically for our district. They're for all the districts
we,
that are
all
members.
17 of our districts belong to NASB.
But like, are trying to get
And
Douglas
we're
County
trying to,
tax dollars
and
back here, and NASB's
yeah,
not going to help us with that.
it
because they're-
could.
Well, they're fighting
That's
for all
not,
the districts.
no, I know that, but they could. I'm just saying that it's a group that with, more people, more power, basically. And they really keep their, on election years, they really keep us informed of all the new things that are coming up, the bills and whatever, and all the changes. And they go to bat for us and they fight for public education. They also, also with the trainings, I also received my certified public certified public official, and they offered trainings for us. And I learned, you get to kind of, well, you had to take whatever they offered, I guess, but, and sometimes that's true, Catherine. I don't want to dismiss what you've said because I think that can happen. I think that can happen when you belong to anything that's an organization where there's, a lot of people, but I know that you're smart enough to know what's good and what's not, and what's right and what's not for you as well. And so, I respect your opinion. We have this issue about board books, which I don't know if that's in the past. That's what Karen uses for our district. Jeannie, and you may be able to chime in on board books for us and what it provides. And if we do not have board books, what happens next? And what happens to Karen with her training in it?
There are
Thank you.
other options.
What
that
are
you
they?
may-
Do you know?
Well, I think there was,
I don't know.
Maybe I can give you a little insight on that.
Okay.
There are numerous companies that are same thing as board book, numerous. In fact, Karen and I was talking about that. Was it earlier today? And I gave her a connection because it's going to affect her. Then I want her to be able to see everything. It's not going to be our call of who, but I doubt if she had time today to look at that,
Right.
but at least she has it, and there's a list of them, and I've asked her just to review them and see,
That's fair.
because we want to do a comparison. I am concerned about board book. Can we replace it and not have a problem? And that's what I've kind of asked
Okay.
her to do.
That's totally fair.
So if we just take board book without NASB, it's like 12,000. I mean, what is it? Do you know, Karen?
We currently pay close to $13,500 for NASB. We pay $4,500 for board book. But 2 years ago, I looked into other programs because I got feedback from other school districts on what they use in place of board book. And board docs, as an example, is $20,000. And so basically, for NESB and board book, it would be the same price to switch to board docs, but we would no longer have that
It's-
system. NESB only, or board books will only contract with school districts that are part of NESB.
Yeah, that concerns me a little bit right there, that they put a stranglehold on schools, and that bothers me. But let me make a comment about NASB. If we only had that here in this state, and that was only influence and they were supplying for us, but the national is definitely involved in the control of each one of the state NASBs. They are influenced. They had them in here for their conference. I didn't go to it. They had it in there for their conference. So they're definitely, the things across this nation definitely is involved in each one of the states. And I'll tell you this, 20 states have dropped national NASB. They have dropped it. And there's a reason for that, because they're not agreeing with what's coming out of Washington, D.C. They don't want it in their states. And so that's where I'm personally I don't care for NASB, because there's too much of the national coming into it and causing the influence when they're doing their training and everything. I don't know when you guys went through that, but I think things have changed just since COVID, that the national involved into the local NASB has changed. That's just my personal thought on it. But I do not want national involved, and I don't want national running our NASB and training and stuff. You know what's going to happen, what's going to come in, and we're trying to keep that under control within this state itself or this county. Susan, do you have something?
Yeah. So spokespeople for the National Association of School Boards said last year that they actually called parents terrorists, and they wanted the FBI to keep them out of meetings. So you can look that up. That was public knowledge, and that's the national, not the state, but one does have control over the other. Just something to think about.
Also, just a little something I learned is that nonprofits shouldn't have lobbyists anyway. So that's kind of odd in and of itself that there are lobbyists for NASB. Thank you.
Yvonne has her hand up. She's had her hand up.
For the newbie here, what is board book?
It's a program we use to create and post all of our agendas. It has all of our history of all of our board meetings. We post our minutes on there. It's basically a tool, like when I go in and put the agenda together, I can go to historical meetings and import really easy, go find the history of every board meeting, import specific items. It's a very user-friendly program. And it publishes everything to our website at the same time. There's a lot of great tools with that program specifically, but there are other programs out there for sure.
So is that the only reason that we would stay with NASB?
To me, it would
Matter of opinion.
Yeah, it's a matter of, I don't think so, because I've gotten some great trainings from them. And I also, not because, well, because as a school district, we're a board, to belong to another organization where all the other school districts belong to it. There's camaraderie, there's, exchanging of ideas, there's working together, there's going to the legislature, having the NASB fight for us and work for us. Yes, I know there's some things, it's not perfect by any means, but when, Susan mentioned the terrorist and that, and you know what, the person that was the head of the national at that time and got reprimanded, and it was changed. So that's all in the past. That's looking in the rearview mirror. We're trying to look forward, and not everything that you see or hear, or you go to trainings or wherever, are you going to always agree with people? I personally, I think we should continue, because we would be the only school district not in this group. And I think the board books, I'd hate to do that to Karen, to have her start over. And my question, Karen, to you is, you said that will we lose our stuff that we have already in board books if we switch our, okay, that would be a devastation if we switch and, right, okay, all right, that's what I was wondering. Okay, all right, it's just a lot of extra work as well, but whatever. That's just my
Also, I just want to say that my first training with NASB, they literally in their PowerPoint thing showed people of color with people standing on boards and all across, and at the very top was a white guy standing on the shoulders of all these people of color. Tell me that's not critical race theory. That's a horrible thing to teach. That was my first training with NASB.
I don't understand critical race theory that
Well,
much because we don't have it. And
that's
I don't
what
know.
it is. So why are they
I
training me
think-
on that? You
I
see what I
think-
mean?
Well, that's the way you're taking the
No,
information.
that's what was on the board. That's what
just
it
saying.
showed.
That was, I
In
was
the
at the same
visual,
one.
they were at the same training and it was, and they talked about pipeline from school to prisons. So there's a lot, I'm sorry, it's true. So
What was
that
the
informs
title of
my
that training?
MTSS, multi-tiered systems. It didn't,
That's the reason why I said things are changing and we can't take what's from the past and think it's the same today. I mean, that's just life in general, and things, the world changes real fast, faster and faster. And we just have to keep up on that. So, Karen, when do we actually paid through on that? December. Okay, so we have time, but we wanted to get this in discussion. I want to give Karen a chance to look things over, find out what's going on completely. Can we change? In that, can we change without, and find out what the cost of that change would be if we went to a different company, because there are numerous companies. Trust me, if there's numerous companies, somebody's using them. A lot of people are using them. So we need to look at that, see what can be. I'm trusting Karen's because that's her expertise in this. So I want to hear from her, but we have the time, and that's where we should be operating. We should be operating on the system of doing these things instead of waiting until the last minute and have to make rush decisions. So at this point, if somebody's got a motion, my suggestion is that we now roll this into next month, just this item on here, on this list. Just
don't act.
do we have to make a motion in order to carry that over into next month for further discussion? Well, that's what she's going to do. She's going to go through. I give her a list. I give her a regular website to go over.
so I'll make a motion that we postpone 6A until the next meeting to further discuss this matter
And information.
and gain
Additional
information. Thank you.
I think we need to be
Second.
more specific, don't we?
Well,
we're just rolling.
Just to specify that, who is it going to be? Is it going to be Karen? Is that something you can do? Look into other alternatives? So maybe specify in the motion that, make a motion, we're going to postpone this till next meeting. In the meantime, Karen is going to do research on alternatives to board book.
well, I have more reasons than that, but okay.
Well,
So I will make a motion that we move item 6A to the next board meeting to give Karen some time to investigate other forms of board book. That would work for her. I don't want to make this harder on her.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Do I have a second? Susan Jensen, second. Any further discussion? We'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carry 7-0. All right, the next one is B, designate a newspaper to be utilized for all legally required notices. Any discussion? Here's my thought on it. Beacon, or the Courier is still is the only paper in the valley. But their subscriptions is falling. Their numbers are gradually falling. So my suggestion is we keep them, we use them, but we also have another area that we can actually put it in as well. There's no reason why we can't use 2 unless you have a discussion otherwise. That's just my suggestion.
My, excuse me, my only thought is you got to pay for it. So if we use 2, we're paying for 2. That's my only point.
My question would be, what other options are there in the valley here?
There's an NRS that we have to follow with that as well. And it's NRS 238030, the publication of legal notice or advertisement only in qualified newspapers of general circulation. And it states that they have to be in the county. They have to serve the county, in the county. So I don't know who else we have. You know what I'm saying? And
well, that's
yeah.
why I want to stay with the one we have.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if we can put this into another publication and put it out there, because you can have a publication with 2 people in it and it'd be in the county, and it just, to me, it's not getting the message out there.
I don't know where you got your information that they're losing people. Can you tell me can I fact check that from you?
I would have to run fact check. I'm just going on what I've been told.
Okay, well, we're not going to do that. So I think we need to know that they publish Wednesday and Saturdays. The Wednesday circulation is 7,400. The Saturday has over 15,000. And okay, I'm going to move on. Let's stop this nonsense, guys.
Nope.
No. All right. Okay, let's calm down. Yeah, we're going to put our cell phones
All
on
right,
the thing.
we're going to sit here. We're going to sit here and wait until we get order in the audience.
Can I finish what I was saying?
No. No, no. No, sit down. If there's going to be outburst, I'm going to stop every time. We asked for the phones to be turned off so they did not ring. So they're silenced. I can't, you can text, I don't care what you do with texting or anything else, but I just don't want to hear the phones go off. That's the reason why we say that. No, no. No. There will be no more discussion from the audience. If you want to have a conversation, step out, you can have your conversation. But we're going to have order in here, no disruptions. Out of respect to the people that are sitting around you, please do not talk. Do not disrupt the people that are around you. They want to listen. It's just respect. Okay.
Can I finish?
Thank you, Linda. Go ahead.
All righty. So I also wanted you to know that the Record Courier's been printing and distributing in Douglas County for over 150 years. And it's owned by the Nevada Group, which owns 6 other publications in Northern Nevada. So just some facts about that. And yes, so I don't think there's a need, and personally, I don't think there's a need. We just stay with the Record Courier that we've done, and I don't think there's any problem with that. Thank you.
Mr. Engelkirk?
I'd like to make a motion that we designate the Record Courier as our newspaper of record to be utilized for all legally required notices.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Okay, take a vote. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? That is, she's the only one. See, Ms. Jansen. Okay, now C. Designate regular meetings of the Board of Trustees to be held on the second Tuesday of each month, 4 p.m. at either the Valley location or a lake location unless otherwise announced as follows. There's a list on there. The only thing that I know is, pardon? It's on the website. You'll get the notice all the time on that, but the dates are there if you want me to read through them. Didn't think so. We did add on the 2 lake sites, weather permitting. So if it's bad weather, we're not going to have it. So I just wanted everybody to be able to know that we're not going to be showing up if it's real bad weather. Well, we think we should be good. Correct. Yeah, they'll just be, yeah. Unless it's bad weather down here. Anyway, do we have a motion on that?
I have a question.
Yes.
I've never, I'm not trying to whatever, but I've never seen weather permitting. And I think that the people up at the lake may not be happy with those words. We've never put that on there. It's just kind of understood if school's closed, then we normally don't meet if the weather's that bad. So I don't know that yeah, but I mean, weather permitting could be a bad rainstorm too. I mean, it could be anything, but I just don't know that we need to add that. Why did we add that? It's not on here, but it's on the other.
It's on your other sheet.
Yeah, it's on the other sheet.
It's on the other sheet that we have.
How many?
So
inches?
I'm wondering why who put this on and why? Just the reason, that's all. Go ahead, Susie.
Because if we had a winter like last winter and we
Mhm.
couldn't make it up there,
Mhm.
but of course we love to go to the lake. I think I look forward to it. So
Right.
it's nothing against the lake. It's just if we can't make it, then we'll just have to make other arrangements and then we'll
Right.
do the next month at the lake or whatever.
Okay.
I wouldn't say to not do it, but
No.
if we can't get up there because of the weather,
Okay. I guess just because I've been here so long, it's just understood that if we can't get up to the lake, we're not going up to the
Okay.
lake, or we have
but it's not meant
a
to
Zoom.
be. It's not meant
Not-
to be
right.
offensive at all.
No, I
We
know.
love going
I
to
just
the
think
lake.
I just think though and I've heard from a couple people, they didn't like that being put on there.
Perception.
It's a perception.
Yeah, that's pretty. They're
all.
pretty
So
sensitive.
maybe we should take that off.
We're not against the lake at all. Okay.
Most likely we would just switch a date is what we would do
Mhm.
for that.
It's not that far to the lake.
It's not.
Okay.
I agree.
I go up there every day.
Yeah. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I make a motion, we designate the regular meetings of the Board of Trustees to be held on the second Tuesday of each month at 4 p.m. at either a valley location or a lake location, unless otherwise announced. Is that
Second.
good enough? Or do I have to say according to the schedule? No, okay.
Catherine seconded it.
Did you say the second Tuesday of every month?
Except for
did.
May.
It says there is the exception of the May meeting, which is the third Tuesday.
I was just reading, I think. Okay, you state it then? Or do I need Tuesday? Every one of them says Tuesday.
No, but the May one is the third Tuesday
It's the third Tuesday.
Uh,
because of the budget.
oh, and I read it verbatim. Okay, so there was a little problem there. So I will restate my motion. I make a motion, we designate the regular meetings of the Board of Trustees to be held on the second Tuesday of each month at 4 p.m. with the exception of the May budget meeting being the third week, or the third Tuesday, at either a valley location or lake location, unless otherwise announced.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, we take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, number 7 is appointment of board representatives on committees for 2024 SG-G for discussion and possible action. The board will make recommendations for representation on numerous committees and boards. It will take action to designate a representative and an alternate representative for each listed body.
We just, Dave Burns, would you like to be Debt Management Commission?
No. Get enough going. It's pretty basic. You don't get a lot of meetings and they're definitely not long. So it's just going in, you're part of one of 5, just to let the rest of the board know, one of 5, and you will be presented with something that pertains. For instance, the latest one has been the new judicial system building that's going to be built. So you're actually going to be in charge, one of 5, to vote to either approve it or not. So, you have a responsibility for the public in that area. So, truthfully, I think it's a great spot for a new trustee.
Wait, what?
Wait, yeah.
I was figuring out what the heck I was looking for.
It's called debt management. You would be contacted by the county secretary, and she will set it up, give you notice to be at a meeting. It's at the courthouse, the old historical courthouse, and you meet with the other 4 where the commissioners meet, same area. And you're just going to hear their presentation of anything for debt management to the county. And then you will have to make a decision to vote along with the other 4 that's on there.
You can put me on that.
There you go. That's
Oh, you just got bailed out.
Do you want to do it? I mean, I don't know, because you know I'll do it.
That sounds great.
All
Okay.
right.
She's like, thank you. I beg of you, do it. Do we have to do this in order, or can I just throw my hat in for something here?
Yeah, I think we can. do that.
Legislative liaison, I'd like to throw my hat in for that.
Okay.
Oh, they're one of those?
Yeah,
Didn't
yeah,
know that.
yeah.
Okay.
So Linda and I would have to be on
Okay,
that.
very good. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem.
And I would like to make a plea to stay on my committees that I'm assigned to.
All right,
They seem to be very.
Where you at? Where you at?
Well, just tell them.
Okay, so I'll tell you which ones I'm on. I'm on the School Safety Task Force. I'm on, obviously, the expulsion committees. I am on the liaison, the DPAC, and I am on the Career and Technical Committee. They work very well with my complicated schedule, and
All right, wait a minute. I got
It's the
school safety, expulsion hearings, and career and technical committee. Oh, he backed up on me. Okay.
I don't have any
Um,
objection to that.
Does anybody else interested in any one of those?
No, but I want to say what I want to do.
Do you want to be on one of them?
No. I
No.
wanna be on a different one.
I don't have a problem with it. If the ones that Carrie has mentioned,
Susan and Linda both want to.
I'm just marking. I'm trying to keep track. of
I
it.
know, it's
just
a lot.
4.
And I'd like to thank the
Okay.
board for allowing me to do that if that's the
Well-
way it works out. Yeah.
Okay.
Huh?
I'd like to be, Mr. Burns? Yes. You looked at, I thought you wanted me to be
She
next.
was
Oh, okay. That's
me
fine.
earlier.
Well, that's,
Don't get upset, but I want to do Parks and Rec because I was a PE teacher for 20 years. I was a swim coach. I was a track coach. I was a camp counselor. And I think you made it sound fun.
and I'd like to be on that as well, Ms. Jansen, and I'll tell you why. I got a call from the president of the Parks and Rec the other day, Gary Dove, and he asked me if I could please remain on it because there's usually when you're on it, there's a lot to learn, and not that you can't learn it, but he made it sound like we don't want to spend, all this time trying to get somebody else up to speed. And Mr. Morgan came and talked as well, and he spoke in my favor as well and said, "What a great job." Yeah, you've said that. I know. I'm just saying that I would like to continue on the Parks and Rec board because it's what they want.
okay.
It's what they want.
Well, they don't know me, so they don't know that.
That it's tell you it's what they want.
Couldn't both of you do
All right,
it?
all right, hold.
I
Yes.
think it's a voting position, so it
You-
only allows.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's an
so
actual voting
the
position.
board has to vote on which of the 2 will be on that committee.
I think we should arm wrestle. No, just kidding. No.
To give somebody else a little bit of that experience. And isn't that the fullness of the board? really?
Yes, but
So
it's
that
not,
everybody
I can
has
tell you, it's not
that
what the parks,
experience?
it's not what the
Mhm.
president of the Parks and Rec wants. Okay? I'm
I-
just telling you.
I understand that, Linda, but we,
They, and Mr. Morgan came and spoke in my favor, and they knew that this could possibly happen, and it's not what they want. That's all I'm going to say. Susan, I don't
okay.
think that's the case.
So we're going to take a vote of which one goes on that committee.
And the other can be the alternate?
No,
Yeah, there's
There-
an alternate position.
Oh, definitely an alternate.
there's not. an
Can't
alternate.
make
Yeah,
it.
there is,
So,
right?
well, we're going to, all right, we have to vote
No,
who
here,
wants,
look at
it's right here.
No, it's just one.
I know.
this. On the back of this one here, they're all vacant and ready to be, well, there's a trustee and an alternate.
So can I ask a question? Is each,
All right. We have to vote who's going to be the trustee and who's going to be,
I have a question. So on each of these committees, we vote for one person or two people or?
if nobody opposes, like Mr. Kangas run out and
Okay.
nobody wanted one
So
of
if
those,
nobody opposes, there's,
they're in.
okay,
But if there is 2 or more
okay,
that wants that particular position, then the board votes who becomes the primary and who's the alternate
okay,
on this particular one.
okay.
And if I might add, things like DPAC, we can have 2 board members show up every time.
Well, I'm bidding with you on those.
You want to stay with that? Yeah, and
If
I
need
would,
to,
I
don't
don't
need
think,
to.
yeah, okay. So that would be a great committee for you to be involved with parent-teacher organizations, administrators, principals, vice principals.
There's just a presentation. They have a meeting about once every 2
You get to go
months.
into schools.
And you meet and they have somebody gives a presentation.
Oh, we're not going to forget you. You're going to be involved in it.
Well, I would like to be involved in that one. That sounds
Which
like
one?
The
DPAC.
DPAC. If it can be 3 of us.
Okay.
Doug said he
I've
would.
got a pretty full plate, not with school board stuff, so I'm happy to have you take it.
Okay, let's back up. We need to come back to this
Sorry.
one here. And I have to have a motion. The motion is,
Well,
I don't understand.
I'm not sure you need a motion. We just need to vote.
yeah,
Just vote.
yeah,
who's-
vote. So who's in favor of Susan Jansen being the, yes, Parks and Recs lead? And then whoever of the 2 does not win becomes the alternate. I'm
We're
asking for a
voting for
vote.
Susan, yes or no?
Vote for Susan, yes or no? Vote for Linda. Carries. Do you want the alternate? Okay.
And Susan, if I can't make it, I will let you know.
Can she come in and audit the class?
You can actually show up and be part of the audience, absolutely, and see how it goes.
I'll be the alternate if she can't make it.
Okay, and I will let you
Yep.
know. The substitute.
Um,
Can I, Mr. Burns, I had my hand raised too for something else.
yeah, just a minute. I'm trying to sort something out here.
Okay.
Because I know there was one. Okay. Go ahead, Linda.
Thank you, President Burns. I think I'm the first one to call you that. So as what Mr. Kangas, Trustee Kangas said, I'd also like to throw my hat in for the liaison to the Carson Valley Chamber. It's a non-voting member, just so you know. And the only thing that, and I will report out on it this evening as well, but it's just like, if there's anything that's related to the school district, and that's really why that's why it's a liaison, just sitting on there to listen to what's going on. And also the other committee that I've been on that I've really enjoyed is the School Safety Task Force. If that's possible, if no one else is, I know Carrie's
You can back me
interested,
up.
but
Yeah, we go.
Well,
we
No,
go
there's
together.
actually
We can go together.
We can go together.
Yeah.
You can have.
But keep it as is what we're asking.
Yeah.
Does anybody else want to be on the task force? Okay, sounds like
I'm bouncing all over the place here. See,
I'm
school
sorry,
safety
that's
task force.
confusing.
It all
Should
come
have went in
together.
order.
and Linda.
Mhm.
All right. So we're leaving Linda on that?
And I'd like to stay on the chamber as well.
Chamber. Linda. Okay, and I should be on the Douglas County
Chamber.
Wait a
Lake
minute.
Tahoe one.
All right, chamber.
Right. Yep.
No, wait a minute. Oh, you're Carson Valley.
I'm Carson Valley. I'm
And
not.
You're
going
going to
to
stay on the
Amy.
Tahoe?
He's at the
Yeah.
lake.
Okay.
Yes.
Anybody else? Tahoe Douglas Chamber of Commerce or Carson Valley Chamber? Anybody else?
You be an alternate, or you can take it.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
So Doug, you're with Tahoe Douglas, and Linda, you're with Carson Valley Chamber. Now we're down to career. I'm going to back up. Board of Directors, that's NASB. And I think we're going to hold on that until we get figure something out and get an answer on that.
Okay.
Anybody oppose that? Because I don't know how we do that when we're still talking about it. So we'll put a hold on that. Doug, you're taking that. Okay. Alternate. All right. Board President, liaison between Board of Trustees, County Commissioner, Douglas County Planning Commission. That will be myself and Linda, because that's the Board President and Vice President. Yeah.
Do you ever go to that? Have you ever, has Doug or Susan ever attended? No?
You ever gone to that?
Did you ever go to it?
I listened to it online.
Right, but you don't attend it.
No.
Okay, that's what I was just wondering.
That's an option.
I just wanted to know if I'm going to be on it, what's expected.
You? Have you ever been on it?
I've never been on it.
Okay.
No.
Well, I guess
I've gone to county commission meetings.
Yeah.
As a
Yeah,
spectator.
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I've gone to, but.
But that's how this is, right?
This is, yeah, that was when.
You're just going as a
president.
spectator.
Liaison, that's it.
Okay. So expulsion hearings, everybody's qualified for that. And Yvonne needs to, yeah, somebody can, Lindy, can you fill her in later on the expulsion, how that works? Thank you.
It's 50 hours a week.
Yeah, at least.
On a,
All right,
On a good
Employee Relations Communications Committee. I think we need to change to 2. I'm an alternate on that. But I think we need, instead of an alternate, I think we need to have 2 on there. Because anything that we do with the employees' relations, communications, I think it's just wise that we have 2 board members on there for proper representation.
That's all not a
Yeah,
problem,
that's
right?
okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
So who's going to be on?
I'd be happy to stay if nobody
Well-
else wants to. And
I would
You
be
wanna-
happy to do that.
Okay.
Okay,
so you and I?
Sounds good.
Okay.
no alternate.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So Lassen,
Well, the DPAC. So Yvonne, you want to be on the DPAC?
She is,
Okay.
isn't she?
Carrie and
Yeah.
Carrie and Yvonne?
Carrie and Yvonne.
all right, so, okay.
Okay.
I see another opportunity for her.
Mhm. And then-
She's only got 2 of them. We need another couple more. for
Career
her.
and technical, Tony was on it behind me.
Career and technical,
And again, that
committee.
alternate is a misnomer. They would
you're on it.
gladly see us both.
Can you touch a little bit more on that, Carrie?
Yeah, they have a regular board meeting about career and technical. You get updated. Sometimes they have students that present, and it's a good one because you get to intimate with career and technical, what's going on, and you have a great guy,
You want me on it?
just a fabulous guy running the program.
Okay.
Or
She,
you guys
she
were
wants,
interested.
she wants me on it.
Yes, it is.
Well, I'll give that to you. You're with Carrie. Carrie wanted to keep it and I'm good with that.
That's where your passion is.
Good.
Yes.
I don't think so. I mean, we could contact. I believe it doesn't have to be an alternate. I don't see any reason why.
Yeah, I
Cade
prefer
would
not to be an alternate.
Yeah, Cade would not.
Yeah, anytime we do something, I feel, my opinion, internally, we should have 2 board members on.
Sure.
Okay.
Though, I will point out the fact that those 4:00 meetings can vary in time. They work good for me at 4. They weren't not so good for me earlier, so it's nice to have 2 people. It's a very infrequent. They do 4 meetings a year. Yeah. 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 Okay.
The next one, which is not on here, I just want to mention it, Gifted and Talented Task Force Committee temporarily disband. I have been confronted by parents with gifted children, and we're not happy that we disband that. So I just want you to think about it, and do we need to bring that back in? Now, I don't know if you want to wait till the new superintendent and not put that on Jeannie. You don't have enough to do you?
Well, that happens to be one of the hats I wear. You can forward any parents that contact you with issues with Gifted and Talented to me. But that committee was developed for a reason, and whatever was decided through that committee was decided. I don't know the exact history on that, but I could find out. So I don't know why that committee was designed in the first place and why it was dissolved.
I don't know why it was dissolved, and that's what my question is here.
I think I remember something about lack of participation.
We have had several changes to our Gifted and Talented programming over the last several years. I'm happy to report, though, last year we ended the year with 45 students in the Gifted and Talented program, and now we have almost 100. And we actually had to fly another position for a Gifted and Talented teacher, which we will be interviewing for next week. So our program is growing.
So I would like to make a recommendation. Somebody can make a motion or not. My recommendation is that we do put that into next month so we can get information back from you or whoever, and then look at it again before we just completely remove it.
That's fair, and I can
Yeah.
find out the history behind.
Okay, future agenda item.
Yeah,
Yes.
because I've been asked about that as well.
Yeah.
And I
When
can
we were at Douglas High that day, a parent was very
Yes,
concerned.
that's, yes. They were very, I felt very upset because it was gone.
So in the high school program, we don't have gifted and talented. We have AP courses and honors courses. So we don't have a gifted and talented teacher per se, but we have AP courses.
Oh, we can just
So,
change that. to what that
honors.
is.
So
Can I meet with you and talk? I want to learn more about that. And how
Yes.
that works.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'll give you a call.
All right. Do we want to move that to a future agenda item?
Not my wheelhouse.
You can discuss that at the end of the meeting when you discuss future agenda
Future agenda,
items.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, legislative liaison.
We
Li-
already have that.
l-
Liaison.
Yes.
Next.
And this would be. Linda?
I've been on this, the construction one. I guess I should continue on.
Yeah,
that.
we need Levy on that.
That they say 3, so we need 2 more. No, we haven't met in a while.
I'll stay on it. With Doug.
And we had Tony before.
Yeah, we
so
had Tony.
need
Do we
one.
need 3?
I don't think so, honestly.
I think we just, again, I think two should be adequate. So anybody else interested in it? That both Doug's background is construction, mine is in a construction, but heating, cooling areas. So I think we both have that knowledge. We can work in that area. I think you can put up with me, can't you? Okay. And the Douglas County School District Grading Committee,
No, attendance.
that's gone.
Here, you gotta look at this one.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to even look at some of the stuff from that. All right.
I'd like to stay with that.
Attendance task force. That is,
Yeah.
Well, you got Susan, Linda, and Catherine. You guys all good with that? Okay,
Okay.
we're good.
we're good. Okay, the only, if there's 3 on there, there should be a chair. And Susan? Okay, she formed it, she's chair. All right. The what?
The Planning and County Commission.
4th one?
David and Linda.
It's the president and the vice president.
Yeah. Oh,
Dave, I have a question.
that's okay. I messed up enough tonight, so. Linda.
On our minutes or on our agenda, it has under H liaison to parent teacher organization. That's not listed on here. It's listed on here. Is that meant to be the DPAC? That,
I think so.
is that what it is? Because it's not a,
I
It's
don't
not-
see any other DPAC in there.
no, and it's not a parent teacher organization. It should say DPAC, right?
Well, it's Douglas Parents.
Which one is it?
Douglas
Activity
Parents,
Committee.
Action
Action
on
Committee.
H, on
H?
H. Yeah, that's the DPAC committee, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All righty. I just wanted to be sure we didn't have another committee that I didn't.
Do we need to make a motion to approve this? Okay, we're good.
No, they're all the committees done. Do we need to make a motion on that?
So we're good. We can move on to the next item.
We're good.
Let's move to the next item.
Okay. We're good. Okay, we're going to take a break. We have a closed door and we have to go through, the board will review and take possible action to approve.
Settlement agreement.
Yeah. So we're gonna take a break, discuss, and then we'll be back.
No, not
No?
discuss. No.
We're just taking a break. Thank you, Kara.
Number 14 is closed.
We're taking a break. Now, this is the time, if you want to make public comment later, during this time, please take a number. We'll be back to calling numbers again. And you can sign in, but please take a number. And when you pull those, please take those numbers carefully, because I got to keep coming back up there. They work. You just got to not rip them out. Thank you.
Can you give a time, how long we're going to be gone?
30 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Right now?
Yep. Yep.
You guys ready over there?
Everybody ready?
We're ready.
Okay, we're on number 8. And this is a approval of a settlement agreement, SG-G. The board will review and take possible action to approve a settlement agreement and release of all claims and full resolution of a 2021 complaint filed against Douglas County School District in the United States District Court, District of Nevada. Looking for a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the settlement agreement as so stated.
Susan seconds. Take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
She wasn't even part of it. She has no idea. So
Yeah.
she can abstain.
You can
You
sustain.
can. Abstain.
Abstain. Abstain. Abstain. All right. Number 9, update on the superintendent search process. And because this has been going on with Susan, I've asked her to give us an update.
Okay, we have the attached document. So, does everybody have this document? Superintendent interview process? Everybody have it? Okay. So, we have 9 applicants at this time, and they're really, really good. I haven't read them all, but I've at least glanced at them, read part of them. They seem like they're really good applicants. And what we were going to do is we are going to, each one of the trustees has all 9 applications, and all of the trustees are going to rank everybody from 1 to 10 based on these criteria. Number 1, endorsements, degrees, years of administrative experience at the school or district level, varied positions at each level. So the first one is hiring criteria. The second one is experience in administration. The third is experience in compliance. The fourth is experience in leadership. And all these things below are guides to help you do that. 5 is successful evaluation and professional development. 6 is disposition and temperament. 7 is respect and cooperation. 8 is field and human resource experience. 9, fiscal responsibility. 10, familiarity with Douglas County School District. So all the trustees will be ranking all of these applications based on all that criteria on a scale from 1 to 10. And then the results will go to legal counsel, to Joey. He'll let us know who the top 3, who has the most points, the top 3. And then those 3 will be invited to come to be interviewed on the 22nd at the airport at 11 o'clock. And that interview will happen. We'll come up with questions for those. I think everybody will come up with, we'll decide right now how many questions each person's going to have. And all of those candidates will be interviewed at the meeting in public, and then the board will vote on who they want. So, Dave, Linda. Linda.
Any,
I'm over here. Sorry.
any question, Linda?
Yeah, I do have a question. I have a statement. I have a question.
Okay.
Okay. And this is not to disparage any work that's been done or whatever, but I've had a lot of community input. And as we get ready to discuss the update on the superintendent search, I've been asked to share some concerns that I'm hearing from teachers, staff, and community. In other words, our constituents. They're worried about the process, that it will be fair and transparent. They're worried that you've already made your choice, hence allowing Kira and Susan to have total control over rewriting the superintendent's job description, maybe to fit someone who they already have in mind. They do not want the hiring of the next superintendent to look like the hiring process of Joey Gilbert. If it's not a fair hiring process, this could open us up to potential lawsuits. My concerns are the same, are some of the above, but as I read item 9 on the agenda, the description and then recommendation, this is where my main concern comes from. And if you could look at number 9, it states under the body of the, under update on superintendent, it states the board will discuss and approve. Now, if you look at every other agenda item where we're going to vote on something, it usually says it will be open for consideration. I feel like when I first read that, I went, approve. What if we don't want to approve it? And I didn't like that. The other thing that says, the recommendation says to approve the format and process provided for the interview and evaluation of all applications submitted to the district on or before January 6th. 2024 for the position of superintendent to be used at a special meeting where the board shall interview, evaluate, and select a superintendent that shall take place on January 22nd, 2024 at the Airport Training Center at 11 o'clock. Okay. So I went back and looked at our minutes from the December meeting to see what we had really talked about. And we did talk about a process and where to post, and that was done. You know, we did post it, and that was fine. The second thing, Ms. Jansen suggested having applicants routed to the district office, asked if there was a timeline, and she said they would continue to take applications until the position was filled. Now, on here, it says they have to be in on or before January 6th. I don't know where that came from and who authorized that date. That was nothing it was not anything brought before us to vote on. Number 3, we had conversations about what questions for interviews. President Jansen at the time said that each board member should come up with their own evaluation criteria and determine individually what they find most important, and they are welcome to use recommendations provided by site supervisors and staff. Mrs. Dickerson said she wanted to ask questions relating to her concerns. Mr. Burns stated he was not opposed to having public parents or anybody sending questions in to give ideas to possibly use. Now, to be fair, these ideas were brought up before they knew that the district already had a developed screening tool, which has been used successfully in the past. In fact, it's currently used to interview all positions right now. Number 4, Ms. Jansen made a motion to approve and begin the superintendent search. Nothing was mentioned about the development of questions or screening tools. We are scheduling a special meeting on 1/22, which is to interview, evaluate, and select a superintendent. Seems pretty presumptuous to me and gives the appearance that you already, bless you, that you already have a short list of candidates. This is the top position in our district and deserves the time it will take to find the best candidates. It's the board's job. It's our job, right? That's one of the jobs that we have, is to discuss the process of how we're going to do this. We have not done this. This has already been spoken for us by one board member and by Kira. And you know what? This is not her job to do this. This is our job to do this. Legal is for review. She was not elected, and I don't mean any disrespect, Kara, but you were not elected, okay? It was the 6 of us, and now we have a 7th. And that's one of our jobs, is to put together the criteria for the job description. And we didn't get to do it. But now it's our job to create a process, and it's our job to create an evaluation tool and to do it so in a deliberate way. And by the way, I have one other thing I'd like to add, and then I'll stop. I sent an email to Jeannie and Adam on January 8th requesting that the screening document, because I'd like you to remember, I have done this 3 times now, 2 as a board member and once as a parent. I was asked to come in and do this. So I wrote that I'm requesting that the screening document that we currently used and we used for the others, and not that it has to be the same document, but in Douglas County School District, be included in the red folder. It'll be very useful. It will be very useful for us, all of us, to help us move forward with the hiring process. I realize Kira is creating something, but maybe we can compare and take the best from both, right? We look at what we've done and what she has put together. We'd like to include the headings, which is the application completeness, financial experience, as well as descriptions like grammar, neatness that's on the application. And I wrote, thank you. And then I got an email back that said, good morning, Linda. And this was from Jeannie. Upon your request, Adam is sharing the screening spreadsheet we used in Douglas County School District for all administrative positions. Please note that Kara has directed us not to use the Douglas County School District screening spreadsheet for the superintendent search application review, and to post the board meeting agenda without this supporting document. Kara indicated she was creating her own screening spreadsheet. Kara shared a document this morning covering the interview process, which included applicant criteria. This document was shared with you and posted to Board Book this morning, which, by the way, we got after 9 o'clock this morning. I want to caution you about bringing the screening spreadsheet to the board meeting this afternoon and discussing it in public without it being attached to the agenda as a supporting document. I believe is something about an open meeting law complaint, because you'll be referring to a document that you guys didn't get to see, which I asked them to please put that in there. And then I wrote back last night. I wrote back this morning. This was all today. Jeannie, I want our Douglas County School District screening tool to be put in the red folder. This way we can see what Kara has created and look at the districts and then compare and take the best from both. This is a very important position, and we should do everything we can to come up with the best tools and process. So I'm requesting that the screening tools from Douglas County School District be included in the red folder for today's meeting, and do not think it is an unfair request. So that being said, I don't know. I mean, I had a really big problem with Kira writing to our superintendent. I'm not done. Now I'd like to finish.
No, you are.
Why?
Because other people are going to be able to speak.
This is important, Dave.
I was told it's going to speak.
And they can. And this is important because she told Jeannie to not put the screening tool that I put in.
At the request of President Jansen, to be clear.
She's
because-
one
To
person.
be clear, because you're forming a narrative that's incorrect, that
Right.
that President Jansen asked for it not to be. And so when she responded and asked if it should be posted, I
Mhm.
responded and said no, because she asked that it wouldn't be posted. Everything that I did was at her request.
But she's not in charge
It
of
was her
Doug.
action. It was her
No.
action item.
No, it
It
is
was
not.
her agenda
It
item.
is not.
It
Hold
was her
it.
agenda item.
No.
And
Hold
she
it.
asked for help in preparing.
You
screening tool.
gave a direction to our superintendent.
That's a false
That's
narrative.
well, you know
so-
what? I've got it in an email, and I'm sure she's got it in her email that you said that. I don't think it's right, and I don't know if it's legal. I don't know. I'd have to ask my attorney, but to find out if you can direct the superintendent. You are not her boss.
Correct.
I am
but
her
that's
boss.
a false narrative
Well,
that you're narrating right now.
Whatever.
I do need to
I want to
clarify.
interject. I want to
Kara,
clarify some things. Hold on. I want to clarify some things. To begin with, we're operating off an NRS regulations. Well, listen to me. The NRS regulation gives us the guideline, and nowhere in NRS regulations does it go beyond the board. That's the only employee we have that we operate in the school. Everywhere that you've seen in our policy, our bylaws, and in our NRS regulations says that the board is the one that takes the whole process. It does not say about bringing it to people. It does not say about putting it to the public. It doesn't say anything other than the board is to evaluate, make the decision. Kira's responsibility, Linda, their responsibility is to update anything that should be updated for new laws and proper procedures. Just because you have something that uses for employees doesn't mean that we use that for the superintendent. It doesn't matter. Past practices don't count.
And Dave, what NRS are you saying that goes against this? That's you. Have you seen I know you've all seen the screening tool
It
because
doesn't
it was
say
meant.
against it, but it gives us the proper procedures and process that we have a right to do as a board.
As a board.
The president has the right to put that questions and that information out there. You all as board members can then take a decision based on that information. We're not telling you to do anything different with the information.
Why was this not included as a draft? Why was there no word draft on here? And why were we told that we are going to discuss and approve a format? Doug never got a chance. Doug, Catherine, myself, Harry, we never got a chance to talk about, we don't have time for this. We got it at 9 o'clock. What process are we going to use? We have a process. She can come up with a process if she wants.
She did.
Okay, but it's not acceptable. We
No.
didn't look at our process. You know what, Dave? Dave, you're one person. She's one person. I'm one person. He's one. Nobody gets to decide. Miss Jansen doesn't get to tell Kira to put together a process. That's something we bring before the board so that Catherine can say, hey, I'd like to see I'd like to put together a process. I'm qualified.
This is what
to
we're
do
doing
that."
right now. This is called what we're doing right now.
No, it's
Yeah, it
not.
is. You don't have to do anything.
I wanted our Douglas County School District process to be included in this meeting. And so the public could see it. It's a great process. There's nothing wrong with it. We've used it for years and years and years. They used it today to interview. I don't know why, Kira, you can tell me why you would not want that in there. And
Can you tell me the difference between what I gave you and what you have? Because
Yes.
it has a lot of the same things on it, and
but-
it also has things from the job description. So you don't
It
want
is
to
the job
evaluate
description
someone.
that you made. We didn't get to make that.
You had it before you had a meeting, and you had the opportunity.
And we got it right before, and we never got a chance to look at it. That was another thing. It's getting really difficult to have things handed to us at a board meeting or at 9 o'clock in the morning. A 2-page front and back document. Look at it right now. That's really fair. That's not fair. You know, I'd like to bring this back, whatever, and include our screening, because your screening does not go anything about application
Then use your
completeness.
screening. She asked for me to help her provide a tool for you to look at. It's a tool for you to look
Right.
at, and you're happy to use. You can make changes to it right now, Linda.
Okay. But can I talk about this screening tool? It would have been nice if everybody had this in front of them. See, I'm at a disadvantage because I have this. Everybody
You're
has
not,
this.
because she's going to post it on the agenda. So you can actually bring things to the meeting as long as she posts it within 24 hours. You're welcome to talk about it.
Nope. I'm
Oh,
just saying,
okay.
Kara, you've been given the right of a school board trustee, and you don't have that.
I don't
right.
vote on anything.
No,
Yeah,
but you
you're
make all
welcome to call
the
me.
documents, and nobody. And because
you
Miss
don't know
Jansen,
what I've done because you didn't ask about the process. Miss Jansen is making the documents. I'm drafting them.
I have some input when I get the chance.
okay, I'm sorry, I'm done with that. I've got more, but we'll let other people talk.
So here's where this all went sideways, is that if we were going to do this, this should have been brought in front of the board and we vote on it. It doesn't have to be her way, it doesn't have to be my way, but we have to vote on it as a board before she spends the money and the time to do this.
How much
If
did
it
this
would have been
cost?
bought before us, this wouldn't be a problem right now. You guys are in a rush and we can't be in a
Can't be
rush.
in a
This is
rush.
too important. Well, we don't need to do it on a special meeting. We need to do it on a regular board meeting where we can have community listening to what we're talking about. It's a rush, and I'm going to tell you, this is the most important thing we're going to do as a board together. I think we've got some great choices for superintendent. That process went right, but right now we should be deciding on whether we want somebody to do this for us, like Kira, and we never got that chance. And then it's dropped on our laps the day of the board meeting, and saying that we're going to have a special meeting in 10 days, whatever the time frame is. It's crazy. But it's process. That's where it went wrong. It's a process. One board member, and she's president, she cannot direct these things without the board voting on it.
And it's not a draft. And it says we will discuss and approve. If we knew how to do if we knew how to write the agenda. I'm sorry. If we knew how to do an agenda, then we wouldn't have that language in there. The other thing that we need to say is the next superintendent deserves to be widely supported and not a questionable addition to our district. So with that being said, I have a screening tool that I'd like to talk about. And then I'd like to talk about, when we get to that, of how we will choose our candidates, how we will introduce them to the community. I think, our screening tool is to identify the top, right? Isn't that what the screening tool is for? To identify the top, whether it's 3 or 4.
Why do you think we're sitting here, Linda?
I don't know.
We're sitting here to figure out exactly what we're going to ask the
Well, let's
questions.
do it then. I'm sorry.
I'm just,
I don't know if you saw it, but
It's upsetting to get this at 9:00 in the morning. We don't all just sit around and have nothing else to do.
We sent out a email to all the administrators asking them We sent out an email to all the administrators asking them for their input, and I only got it from one person, Blaine Spires. And there's some great questions on here that I want to share that he sent to me. So, yeah, I would have liked a lot more input, but didn't get it.
And do you have any idea why you didn't?
Nope.
I'm just wondering if they think it's a fair process. That's all. The
Well,
administrators.
I'm asking for their input so that they can
okay.
be part of it.
All right. I'm glad you did that. Thank you.
So let's go through this and see what.
Doug.
Go ahead, Doug.
I was going to say, Linda, you're saying that Susan's thing here was just one person doing this, and you're bringing up the other criteria there. That's your opinion. So you're just one person. So we just need to take this draft and that draft, because we can call them both a draft, and we need to look at them and we need to determine what we like and what we don't like, and have that be
right now
what we use for our interview process.
And Doug, I agree 100% with you. I really do.
was the intent.
But
That was
what
the
I was told that Kira told the superintendent did not put this in the red folder. It would have been nice if we're going to compare and take the best from both.
So I want to clarify, Kira did not tell me that. When we were working on the agenda with Susie and Karen, we talked about the process and the item, and Karen sent an email to Kira and Susie saying this is what we've used in the past, and I'm assuming Susie and Kira spoke, and Susie told Kira to say we're not using that screening tool, we're working on another one.
But
so that's not
when I got this,
but it did
So-
from Kira to Karen.
Right. I understand. Okay.
But we used that tool to make this. We used that to make this.
No.
So there were 2 documents. So one of them was a guidance document. So it was to give board members guidance on the criteria to look for in a superintendent. And then the other one was a screening tool. So the screening tool is a spreadsheet that has formulas built into it, and it helps you weigh your your criteria. So whatever criteria you come up with, you score it 0 to 3, and then there's percentages, and it'll rank your candidates.
And it does all the
So
work for you.
there's 2 separate documents. There's a guidance document that guides you on what to look for in qualities of a superintendent, which looks a lot like this. It's almost, it's a lot like this one. Yes. Yes. And then the other attachment was the screening tool. Now, the screening tool was not attached till I think a week or so later. I'm not sure. I think that it got missed, but so the screening tool was separate. And so we weren't sure how you were going to add. We thought you were working on a screening tool. So we have one, and we could use one.
And it's like, everything's not nefarious. We can't come at everything that way. But it's that way. It's like, okay, what's going on dirty? Maybe nothing
No.
at all.
And
you
maybe
know?
not. Maybe not. But I'm just repeating what the constituents came to me with. Well, they looked at the date that you want to do an interview. That seems way too soon to do this.
Well,
So
here's-
anyways, that's my
here's
opinion.
the
You're
thing.
right. Okay.
Here's the reason, biggest reason is we have six counties missing superintendents. And we don't want to lose the chance at maybe the best one of the bunch. And so the longer you wait, the more problems you're going to have and possibly lose them. And I think that because we have 9 great choices, I think we need to move on that and go through them and vet them. Because if we don't, and the best one goes to whatever county, I'm afraid we're going to lose the best one. That's so we don't, if we were the only one, it'd be a different story, but we're not.
And I can understand that. Yeah, we do want to get the best one. I agree with you.
No doubt.
But
No
this
doubt
is
in my mind.
this in my moving away from the screening tool, because we're going to talk about that as a board. But when I think about the way we've hired superintendents in the past and the time it takes to get a good quality superintendent, okay? We're talking about screening, inviting the top. In my mind, it's we invite the top 3 in, right? And they're from all over the country, right? I mean, they could be, to ask them to come in on in just 7 days or whatever could be hard, but that beside the
Probably
point.
wind up on Zoom for the long distance one.
No, we want to do this in person. We would like, in my mind, I would like for transparency and stakeholders that we said we were going to include, I would like to invite the top people in. We take them, our school board takes them on a tour of all the schools. Not all the schools, I take that back. Take them on a tour of some of the schools. They get to go into the classrooms and interact and talk with the kids. The kids might have questions. The students might have questions, right? Then we do meet and greets. Later that day, you can have a meet and greet with the teachers and staff after school. They come in here. They get to meet the candidates. They get to ask questions. And then you have to have another meet and greet with our other stakeholders, which are our parents and the community. They should be able to come in and do the same thing. Also, we talked about compiling or whatever. I think we asked the district to create a survey to evaluate each meet and greet that they go to and provide a place for comments. After compiling the surveys, to help us read this, to get feedback from our constituents, right? And the teachers and the kids maybe, and the teachers and staff, after we get this information to help us, that's what it's for. Then we set a date for an interview. Then we bring them in, okay, for an interview. And it might not be till March. And I get you want to hurry and get somebody, but you know what? I would rather slow down and do it right, so that, like I said before, that we're not just hiring somebody, but we're bringing somebody in that feels good about our community and our community feels good about them. This is not about us, really. It should never be about us.
Linda?
It's about our teachers and our kids and our community.
Linda, did
Yes,
you
we
do all
did.
that?
Yes, we did. We did.
That's
Yes.
not what we were told by a candidate.
Well, I don't know what to tell you,
So
but that's
to
the way
top
we
it
do
off,
it.
but also I'm going to come back to what I said earlier. And the reason why I even took the president's position. I said, we're going to follow NRS,
Mhm.
we're going to follow policies, and we're going to follow bylaws.
Mhm.
And everything that I see does not take us through that process. In fact, I don't know of a county, I don't know of any school district that has ever gone through that process. If you can come up with one, I'd like to hear it.
Douglas County, we've done it. We've done it in the past. Have
I'm
we not? You know we have, Adam, right? We have done that. So
past
there you go.
practices,
There you go.
past practices.
But they,
And yes, you have it in writing, unless you have it in a policy, you have it in a bylaw, you have it in NRS. Then that's what I'm going by.
show me the NRS.
If you want
Can
to
you
do,
show me
if
the
you,
NRS that you're talking about?
we just talked about that. Well, the policies and bylaws of who actually takes the process and who hires the superintendent, the board.
Absolutely.
They serve at the pleasure of the
Absolutely.
board.
But it's not, but you have to understand, as I said, we want to hire somebody that's accepted by the community and by the teachers. It's not, yeah, we get to hire, but it's not about us. It's about our kids and our teachers and our staff and our community. We promised them that we would have the stakeholders have a say in this.
No, you did.
Oh, I beg that, Mr. Burns, I was told that
I-
you and Miss Jansen went to the math department, and I've got a quote that says that you promised the math department that you would include stakeholders. Is that not true?
I think it's, I think it's fair to say that we listen to,
We can't make promises to anybody.
I mean,
We're instructed, you don't make promises that as an individual. We didn't make promises. We said we listened to them and we told them that we would do what we could in bringing the information back to the board and superintendent of things that we need to do. And we've already been doing that.
mhm.
But here's the board's responsibility, function of a board member. Election policy making body and is required by law to establish rules to govern the schools and students. And then number 3, it says recruits and hires the superintendent, establish and approve contract, gives direction through written goals, evaluates based on goals. And so hires and empowers the superintendent. That's another one. Then the superintendent is employed by the pleasure of the board. Administrators, the district in accordance with board policies and guidelines, rules, regulations, state and federal requirements. These guidelines is what we're following, and it's come right out of the book that you were president of for 2 years and on the board for 8 years, that is what was in there and you didn't change it.
What guidelines? What are you talking about?
This is the guideline, general functions,
Yeah, but where does it say?
roles
that-
and
Where does it
responsibilities.
say that you don't bring us, you don't, when you're interviewing, that you can't bring them in? for a
Where does
tour?
it say that you do?
No, Dave, we can or we can't. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's-
What I'm saying is if we're going to be transparent and we're going to include our stakeholders, right? And we want to include the parents and the teachers and kids. Why would you not want to bring a superintendent into our beautiful district and try to woo them to want to be here with this process? That's my point. And to do it by the 22nd, that's
I don't think
absolutely
9
impossible.
applicants would file here if they didn't already do their homework.
That happens.
You know,
Did you look at some of those? There's not a lot of content in a couple.
A couple of them
Yeah,
might
I
see
know,
that.
but I'm saying those are the guys that go across the boards trying to get a
Well,
position that might.
there's where your choice is as the board members to say, that's not the person.
But I mean, did you hear what I was saying about a document like this? This is the speed factor where one board member makes a mandate to produce this without it going in front of the board and a public body.
Carrie, we're here to evaluate that.
No,
We're
no,
here.
you already spent the money and it's shoved down our
No.
throats, and I can't evaluate something that I get the day I got it.
I could.
Well, oh, that's great. I'm glad you're so smart.
I'm not
That's
so
not the
smart. I
problem.
get-
The problem is
you're
I
so-
care exactly
And he
about
works all day.
everything I'm doing.
So do I. I run a salon.
Ooh.
Okay, and that's like herding cats. But so I could read a page or two. I could do that.
Okay.
So go through it now.
You're not conceptualizing.
Oh,
You're not thinking
Oh.
about it. What you think about is you compare things and you want to do the best job you can.
of course.
Okay, and we have a process that we could have discussed before this was done. This may be where we're at, but it had to have been discussed already in front of the public.
That's what we're
Otherwise-
here for.
That's what we're
That's what they're
doing.
here for.
You
This
don't
is
hear,
after
you
the
don't
fact.
understand. So I get it.
But
That's fine.
nothing's been voted on. You're not being made to do anything. You could light
Oh.
that on fire right now if you
Oh,
wanted to.
okay, well,
It's fine.
What's this agenda item? say?
Okay. All right.
It says we will approve and we'll have a special meeting.
We don't have
Crazy.
to. It doesn't say you must.
Crazy.
It doesn't say you.
It's already been.
It doesn't say you must
It's
approve
still
anything.
crazy.
And
Why
I,
you want to do it
Okay.
so fast?
All right. We're going to
Is
go
that
through
it?
this.
yes.
Item
It's a
9, we're
speed
going to go
factor.
through this
I
right
heard
now.
Part of it.
We're going through this. This is what we're supposed to be doing. We're going to go through this. We're going to, if you see something you want changed,
I
Then-
need more time. I'm not going to change anything tonight. I haven't even read it once.
You
I haven't
can't-
had the opportunity. This is.
And
you
there's a
guys are
there's a
really
bylaw
not
that says if you're
understanding.
not prepared, that you can ask to have it held over so that we have time to prepare for this. And I would like this included when we sit down to go through this process that we're going through. We don't have all the information. We haven't had time to have all, no, I'm not going to go through it right now. Kara,
okay,
stop.
we are.
That's wrong.
Who on the board wants to continue to go through this? We're going to go through it. That's what the plan was. We're going to go through it. So am I.
I'm fine going through it.
I
I'm
mean,
going through it
we've
right
got
now myself.
stacks of papers we've had for a while to look through. We've got information
Catherine?
left and right. Anyway,
Are you want to move forward?
I definitely want to move forward.
Ron hasn't seen anything.
She's caught in the middle of something here. So we have a majority that wants to move forward. We're going to move forward. Superintendent interview process. Prior to their interview, each candidate will be given a list of questions and criteria for their answer and explanation. Prior to the special meeting held on January 22nd, 2024 at the Airport Training Center at 11 a.m., the board shall be provided with packets for each applicant, which you already have, which shall include their application materials and answer and explanation. Each board member shall use the packet to assess the candidate by rating the following: reading through each application, reading through the list of questions and criteria, reading through the candidate's answer and explanation, determining on a screening spreadsheet how they rate the candidate from 1 to 10, notating the total rate given to the candidate in each particular category, bringing each candidate's results to the special board meeting for their own consideration, asking each candidate 2 questions based on their review of the candidate's packet. Yep.
Let's just make comments on each paragraph.
Sure.
My first comment would be, we changed the special meeting time to 4 p.m. Maybe a different day.
Maybe the next board meeting.
You can't pile
4
this on
o'clock's
top
good
of a
with
regular
me.
board meeting.
4 o'clock's great with me.
4 o'clock?
I mean, we could go later
That's
in the
not good
week.
with me. I think we should do it in the next board meeting. And that gives us time to.
So you want to
do
wait
our-
till the next
do our
board
work.
meeting, and during the board meeting, have the interview process? Seems to me that needs to be a special.
I don't know how you're gonna get them here to interview.
That's what
In
I'm
such a
saying.
short period of time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Let's give it a little more time, but I'm not sure we want
Yes,
to give it
more
another
time.
month.
That's giving it a couple weeks beyond this 22.
Has anybody contacted these folks and asked them if they're okay with this?
Well, I think that's
No.
too
Do
early.
they think that, I mean, maybe
No,
they're
no.
ready for this?
No, you don't do that.
Well, why wouldn't you?
It seems to me
Because we
that
don't know who we're going
I
to contact.
here's an
Every
idea.
one of them.
Here's an idea.
I don't have it.
We go through the process here. We figure out a way that we can evaluate the candidates we have. We get it down to 3, and then we contact them and see when is the time they can come. So we postponed setting this special meeting until we've heard from the applicants.
And there's things that, you know, I just flipped this page over, disposition and temperament. We're going to figure that out from their application? I don't think so. I don't know where that applies.
How do you figure that out with anybody you,
It shouldn't be part of it.
I mean.
I,
like
When we
hi.
get to it, just
Respect and cooperation? I have
Let's-
no clue.
let's come back to, listen, Doug brought up 4 PM.
But
I-
I also brought up that
Changing
maybe
the
we
date.
wait till we
Yeah.
hear when the people are available. Or we set a date, we say,
You give them time, right? You give them a month out or something so they can make arrangements. Just like when you travel,
It all,
you can't fly
it
by
all
the seat of
depends
your
on who
pants
they are.
always.
Yeah, and if you want a job bad enough, I will move mountains to make it happen. I'm
Some of
pretty
them
sure.
have jobs.
Well,
Some of them
and
have jobs.
Right,
They
okay.
just want
So they, I'm just saying
Okay,
that what,
but you
I just
make an
have a question.
arrangement.
Why did we pick the 22nd? Susan, why did you pick the 22nd?
Would the 23rd be better?
No, I mean, Susan, why did you choose the 22nd? Oh, well, I'm going to be out of town that week. I am. That's why and yeah, so.
Looking at a calendar right now.
Thank you. I think I'm okay with setting something, but I think I had a conversation with some people and they are like, if we did it on the 22nd, you'd have to post on the 17th. That's 5 working days only. That's not just guys, it's just not enough time. It really isn't fair to the applicants. We're not going to lose anybody. If they've done research and they want to be here, they'll sit back and wait for us. They really will. They're, here or wherever. But I'm just saying to rush it through like that, we're going to drop the ball.
Let's move on until we look at a date, but let's move on. Is there any other questions or comments down to the point that I've read, asking each candidate 2 questions based on a review of the candidate's package? Do you have any other things that you would like to add to or change?
I'd like to, yeah, we're going to score on 1 to 10.
Hold on a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Karen?
So under it says determining on a screening spreadsheet. Do we have a screening spreadsheet?
No.
You have one. Can we use yours to create
That's
it?
what she was talking about using.
That's what I wanted to use.
Yeah, it's just adding
great.
numbers together, right? So that's,
And this, yeah.
we
so-
can develop one or
No.
you can use that one.
Don't spend the money. We've got one. And this one self tallies too. And it's on a scale of 1 to 3. You saw how hard it was to grade our interviewees today. If we're going to do on a scale of 1 to 10, can you tell me what a 4 is and what a 6 is and what a 7 is? What differentiates? I think if we keep it small, like 1, 2, and 3, I think we'll have a better chance of really
Excellent, good, and not good.
just 1, 2, and 3. And then you put it on the sheet and it'll tally it. That's all we need to do with that. So we determine a screening spreadsheet that we need to have to rate
is
these.
that screening spreadsheet? I mean, I was sent to me in the email that I didn't have a chance to look at it too clearly.
Mhm.
But could we use that to answer these questions?
I
Or
think
does
s-
it need
I
to be
think-
modified?
Well, that's where I thought, because Kira spent time to do this and we've got this. I thought if we had both of them in front of us, we could go, oh, look here, it says application completeness. What does that mean? Oh, we look through it and make sure they have their references, the spelling, grammar. I mean, it gives us specifics, not just, well, I care about that or I care about this. It gives us actual bullet points on what to use when you do this. So an example would be, okay, application completeness. Spelling complete sentences, filled out. Is it filled out in its entirety? Letters of recommendation. Are they current or did they send us some from 2011? Administration experience, leadership. How much experience do they have? District level experience. You don't go from teacher to superintendent. Have they ever served on any leadership committees? Have they served on committees to move their districts forward? Have they participated in any leadership training? These are actual things we can look at and go, oh, they have all of that. I'm going to give them a 3. HR, I'm sorry, HR, what experience do they have in hiring and firing? Experience, have they ever had any experience working with difficult people? Ever been on a negotiation team? Involved in healthcare? And we can look for these things in their application. These can also be questions too. Financial, in Nevada, and maybe not all the applicants know this, but the superintendent and Sue have total control over our budget. Not all states have that. Some people can come to us and they've never worked with a budget. So how strong are they? That should be in their resume. It should be on the resume. Organization, management, communication, how they write about themselves. Do they talk about a management style? Do they communicate when they write? How's their communication skills? And then the last thing is the awareness of Douglas County School District data and initiatives. Did they do their homework? Did they look us up? Do they know our mission statement? Do they know?
How are you going to be able to know that on their?
Huh? Some of it's on there.
Well,
It's
Yeah,
not
but it
hard
gives
to-
you, but it
I
gives
mean-
you specifics to grade on, and we're all doing it the same way so that it's fair. We're all looking for the same things,
Well,
right?
the
That's
actual,
what's
the
That's what
app-
we should have been doing all this time.
Yes.
Instead of getting all, it's, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to sneak?
I
Maybe
agree.
we should know.
I
Maybe
agree.
we should have just gone, oh, there's 2. Let's put them together and come up with something. But see, that didn't.
That's what I tried to
know,
do.
But no. There
Yes,
was
that's
all
what
this
I
other
asked.
sidelining of stuff.
No, I
Let's
asked
keep
that.
it simple.
I asked that. I
Do what we
agree.
came here to do. Take
Yes.
both, look at them.
Okay.
And that's as
But
simple
I
as
think we
it
need to
gets,
come
right?
back with this tool and
But-
with this and combine them.
well, if you take the
They're
actual,
combined already, Linda.
No, they're not.
excuse me,
Yes, they are.
yes, they are.
They are.
I'll
But
show you how
every-
they're not.
In
Okay, you
that,
show
in
us how
that
they're not.
initial cover application, came right from Mr. Dedman. Am I right?
Can you confirm which one you're saying came from me? The,
Oh, the ones I'm talking about are the DCSD.
No, I'm talking about.
you're talking about the
act-
9 applicants.
The 9 applicants.
Yep, I pulled those out of the folder and sent them to the whole board.
There you go.
There you go.
So there,
That's what we got.
you know,
All
it's,
this.
it's not us.
Everything's here.
He's provided that.
I've lost something here. I'm sorry, Dave.
Yeah.
I've lost your.
You want to explain that?
He's just talking about the application.
So what about the application?
Well, the application has a ton of information on it.
Absolutely. But if we're going to score them and rank them so we can take the top,
Yeah,
we
when
need
you're using a
we need a
tool,
screening
yeah.
tool. In other words, I haven't looked at these really, and Doug just got his, but I haven't looked at these very well because I want to screen them. I want to give them, I want to grade them, right?
Well,
So we can, why?
I've always been to go through my materials and then turn around and start over again.
No, good for you. I'm sorry. I don't mean that to be snarky. Sorry.
No.
That sounded snarky.
I did the
and
same.
It
didn't-
did.
that just popped out. I apologize. But what I'm saying is I started to, but I went through 2 of them and it took me over 2 hours to go through them.
Yeah, it's going to take time.
So, but if I have a screening tool and I know what I'm looking for, I'm going to look for spelling. I'm going to look for grammar. I'm going to look for the way they communicate. Then I can, when I'm looking through this, I can go, here, this is good.
Linda,
This is,
no one's opposed to that screen.
Okay.
No, we're not.
That's fine. We're all happy to use it.
Yes.
No, but what's the, where's
hold
my
it.
code set? What's happening?
I don't know.
Doug,
I don't either.
Doug's on floor.
Carrie, you put this together for Susie. Have you seen that screening tool she's talking about? Are these compatible? I mean, could we just take that screening tool and use it, or do we need to
No.
change?
It's in here.
There's screening things to consider, and then there's a screening ratings tool that adds things up for you. So I
What
don't
I'm
know
asking
you're
is there a bunch of preparation that has to go into making a screening tool and this document here, so we can use these and the applications to come up with a number total for the candidates?
No, they're compatible.
So is that something that we could, let me just finish my thought and then I'll, could we have something like that prepared and sent to all the board members
Absolutely.
this week that we
Absolutely.
could use and have done at a time we pick a special meeting if we work one out? Sorry, Adam.
Absolutely.
Hold it. I think we're missing something here. It's getting confusing because somebody's jumping the gun and wants to say this document is set in stone. That's why we're here. We're here to go through this and to make any changes. No, just like any other document that we've had hit in front of us. That's what we're here for right now.
My only problem is someone, a single board member, authorizing it to be done without talking about it and the board deciding on it.
You
Can,
have to
can I
have-
say,
you
you know
have
what
to
would
have
be
something
a
to
great
start
idea would be to,
Dave, right, but we need to know what's going on. We don't just get it the day of. We need that. We have a chance to vote. We all have a vote.
Yes.
Well, every one of us have a vote. So why did we spend money on this when we didn't vote to do it?
This is here for us to go
You're
through
not
it.
listening to the question. Why did we spend money on it when we didn't get to vote on it?
she brought the action item and she wanted help with
Why-
the
no, no, no,
supporting
no, no.
materials.
I'm not talking to you. Why did we spend money on it when we didn't get to vote on it?
It-
We have a vote. This is a
We
board
haven't voted because we're not finished with it.
vote on her creating this and
This is a
spending
draft.
money.
It's
That's
a
the
draft.
problem. You're not listening. One board member does not direct the creation of this for money, public money. It's the board that does that. And then, yes, we use this. Great. I love it. But you can't do it like that. That's why people don't trust you.
That's the point of this.
You
You can't vote on
You're not
something
answering
that
the
doesn't,
question,
it's
though,
not
Dave. I
there.
get you. I get you. You're not answering my question. And I get that too, because you don't want to answer it.
No, I don't know what you
That's
mean.
the
This
truth.
was
That's
brought-
no.
Okay, you can say whatever you want. This is brought
I
forward
ch-
so
ch-
we
ch-
could discuss it.
Listen to me. I'm
As a
looking at you.
board.
I'm
Please-
looking
please
at,
don't
I'm looking
point
at
me.
Joey. Joey, is that legal? We're a board, we're a body, voting member body. Can one single member direct?
This was put together to bring here to go through and make changes to. That's what we're here to do right now.
And it costs this district money.
Everything we do costs the district money.
Yeah,
We're
so
constantly
you're
preparing
not
stuff.
answering my question
I am
either.
answering. I think it's absolutely legal.
No, I don't
Absolutely.
think so. I don't
To
think,
bring
I think it goes
now-
against
now
our
we're here to-
bylaws.
To make changes to it and anything you want to do. If you don't like it, I understand
Okay.
that, Kerry, but it's not illegal.
We'll find out.
I have a comment for us 7 board members to sit here, starting from nothing and try and come up with a document like this would not happen. This is a template to work from. If we didn't have that created, then we would
And
be
Kerry was simply made off
starting
of
from
prior
zero.
materials and just trying to give everybody something to go off of. That's all it was done for.
We
You're
had
still not
something
getting the
though.
gist of it.
We had a
That's why the
tool
public
that we could have
doesn't
started with.
like
We
the
could have brought
process.
this
It's
to
a
us.
process.
We could have brought this to
Okay.
us
It's a
and we could have
process.
worked
All
on
right,
it.
we're gonna move
And
forward.
I'm going to get beat up by the public every time because we're not following the process.
What I would suggest is
And
going
so are
through
these
both
guys.
screening tools, right? There's 2 of them, and just say, read the one. Do we want to keep this as something to rate someone on? Yes or no? And then we can combine them both and you can have the best of both of them.
You didn't use the original that you like and have used forever.
That's not a
Something
screening
new
tool,
showed
that's
up
the
and that
meeting.
is really a
Right.
problem.
I hear everything
That's the
everybody's saying,
problem.
with the exception
Something
nobody's
new.
answering my question. And I don't think it's legal for one person, just like I didn't get to vote on Joey's contract. It's just not proper.
In your opinion.
I'm an elected official. I have an opinion, yeah.
Yeah.
But you're on a board and I'm part of this board and every board member has one single vote. And every board, you can't have one board member act on their own. And I know that's in our bylaws.
No, this is a draft.
She did. She did.
No,
Hush.
Listen, she
You just love to beat me.
Carrie, we have so many FOIAs and OMLs against us and everything. And I wouldn't do the same thing. I'm not going to try to draw up something.
And that was the question I asked you. Would
And
you?
she had
would
every
you- did
right
you listen?
to go and
Uh-huh.
talk to legal counsel so this document could be drawn up in a legal sense. You have every right to it. Am I right? Okay,
To bring you here to go through. Kerry's right and you're both right, but it's here to go through and
Let's
make
do
changes.
it.
exactly.
Let's
That's
do
what we
it.
should be doing.
It should have been done prior to spending any money and creating it.
Every
That's
time
my
we
only
spend
point.
money,
And
we should have to
if you
at
don't answer my question,
vote
that's
on
my
it
only
as a
point.
board. That's why we keep
I
spending
think
all
you're
this.
just
Yeah.
saying a vote.
You know what? This is a fine document. We can get through some of these things that you can't do off of a piece of paper, but you're missing the first point, which is why everybody out here is angry. And you keep doing it like this.
Everybody out there probably isn't
Uh,
angry.
that-
Carrie, I'm asking you to stop saying,
And I'm asking you to not to stop interrupting me in the middle of my sentences because you do it a lot. You
Do
do it
I?
a lot.
All right.
Yes, you do. You do it to everybody.
Oh, well, I'll have to take
Order.
a look at that.
Okay. So back to what I was talking
Order.
about before I was interrupted. No, I was talking, Dave.
I am.
You interrupting too.
I call who talks, speaks next as the president. I will recognize who
talking, though.
speaks.
I was talking though, Dave.
Yeah, well, you cut other people off. So
What are you talking about? They
I will
interrupted my
recognize
conversation.
you when it's time.
You
I've
know what,
gone
Dave?
around and
I'll do it. I'll
recognized.
give you that honor. But the bottom line is, I was talking and I was interrupted. So just keep that distinction in your mind.
We're going to go back to this. This is a rough draft. We're going to go through it. We're going to stick to this. We're not going to get sidetracked and start pointing fingers at each other. We're going to complete this. Once this is completed, it'll be updated. But we're going to vote on it. When it's done and completed, the corrections, then we can turn that over and let the corrections be made. At that time, it will be set because we approved it. The majority approved. And then we can actually have the document that you keep thinking this is. It's not the document
I
yet.
never said that. I said that.
Excuse me.
Talk. I have as long as I get my rebuttal.
I'm asking the question. Do you have anything that I've so far read that you want changed other than the date and the time? That we have written down.
Mhm.
We're still looking at the date.
Okay.
Do
Well,
you have
this-
anything else? Not, wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Does anybody have it? Raise your hand. I'll acknowledge you. No,
It
Linda?
says, yeah, right here, determined on a screening
don't.
spreadsheet.
excuse me.
Okay.
Linda?
Thank you, President Burns. Yes, I know we're going to look at the date, and I would ask that when you choose dates, in the past, and you guys have, President Jansen's done this too, but in the past before that too, we were always, there was a special meeting, we were given a couple choices, not it will be here and here and here. You're out of town at some point and I'm out of town and maybe somebody's working. So I think when we do choose dates from here on out, that we get a choice, give the board a choice.
So your instructions by bylaws and policies is the president calls for special meeting.
I agree. Oh, without a doubt.
That's the
But
end
you
of it.
can give choice of when you want your special meeting. That's all. That's called working together as a board. That's all. Well, don't you think? I mean, you can't always be available. No.
Okay, we're going to move on.
Not either.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I thought that was what we were doing. I was just going to point out that disposition and temperament, I don't think I can pull
We're not
out
there
of.
yet. I don't think.
Oh, you're going to go step
She's
by
going
step.
He's going through the whole document.
Yeah, we're down through the bullet points here. Halfway down, each board member shall deliver its ratings to general counsel for tallying, and the top 3 candidates will be notified for attendance at the special meeting. The board shall then conduct its interview of each of the 3 respective candidates, whereby the same formal opening question will be asked of each candidate. Therefore, each board member may ask their 2 specific questions of each candidate, and then each candidate will be able to provide a closing statement. Anything?
Yes, I do. President Burns, my first thing that I'd like to say is that sending this to general counsel, I don't believe is the way we should do this. I think it should be sent to our acting superintendent. She's not running, she's not in it, putting her application in. So I believe that's the best place that it should go. That's where I put my trust.
She's still an employee of the district?
Yeah.
And cannot be involved, because if she is involved in receiving that in hand, accusations could happen. You don't allow your boss, potential boss, to to handle anything. You just don't do that.
What do you mean your potential boss? She's not going to be the,
Superintendent will be her boss.
The new superintendent will be her boss. If she has any information from that, receives it, I don't want to put any employee in a position to be handling their potential boss's paperwork. That's the reason why legal counsel. And certainly we don't want the board to have it, any individual of the board.
and I don't want our legal counsel to have it either.
Well,
I would like to have a third party that we pick, that we agree on to do that.
We don't, there are legal counsel. You don't just go hire an outside firm for more money when they're here.
that's what we have them for.
charge us?
That's what
Of
we have them
course,
for.
but of course. But he is like it or not, he is our legal counsel. You don't have to like that, but he is.
They were voted in.
You know, I got to say something real quick, Linda, because this attacks on my integrity are getting old. You don't want it going to legal counsel. I mean, what is going on? All right. Well, that's at the end of the day, these attacks at my honor and my integrity have to stop. You might have a problem with the bills, but
Yeah.
knock it off.
No clapping.
Knock it off.
Please.
Mr. Gilbert, the reason that I have little trust is because of the way you were hired, number one. Okay, let's just throw that out there. Number two, the way that we're being charged and the way that we're allowing one individual to run the ship when we are a board. You know, when you're allowing a person, whoever, I don't mean to point at anybody, but you allow people to call you, to send, you know, all of this and our bills. It's really difficult. But the crux of it is that we have a person, Miss Kira, and again, no attack on you, but she's doing things that she should not be doing. That's my point. That's just my opinion.
She's part of his legal team. She works for his firm.
I oversee everything.
So
If you,
I don't bill for it.
Linda, just be aware
Okay.
that if you make accusations that you don't have proof of, you can be sued individually.
And all I asked was if we could have a third party.
I'm telling you,
no.
you
We have
you
legal
attack
Hey, I-
somebody's character, you can get in trouble.
How about
If you
this
don't have
for
proof.
a way to work this out? These can be sent to Mr. Gilbert's law firm and to
Absolutely.
Jeannie. And they each independently can tally them and assume there's no reason they shouldn't agree. And then we go from there.
It's math. That's
You good with that?
You okay with that?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Of course. Yay.
Thank you, Doug.
Okay.
Yeah, no cheap shots. It could have gone just
And,
like
and I
this.
apologize.
Thank you.
That was a hard way to get there, but you're welcome.
Thank-
Mr. Burns, could
Thank
I
you, Doug.
offer my support real quick?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify a term. There's a lot of discussion about screening tool, and I just want to clarify the screening tool makes no judgment about a candidate. It's just a tool for organizing your criteria and your scores. That's it. So when I shared that document with you this morning, that's just the tool that we use. You can put whatever criteria under the sun you want in there. And so the document that Kira shared is addressing the process and the criteria, which the board decides. I would just like to offer, I have a screening tool that we've used hundreds of times. It works perfectly. I'm happy to adapt it for you and then pass it along to Joey and Jeannie, but I can save you all that work. We already have that. So just wanted to offer that.
You good with that? You good with that? Okay.
Yeah, just math. That's
Yeah, it's nice because it captures everything on one page. And then when you're reviewing scores, everybody can see everything in one easy place and you can evaluate criteria, whatever those criteria are.
What I'm asking the board to do is stop attacking and start looking at what can we do to make this happen. And we just had two things right here from Doug, from Adam, that did exactly that. Instead of getting upset, mad, and start attacking. Okay, let's work together. Let's go through this. Let's stop making attacks on things that doesn't produce anything positive for the district, for the people sitting here, the students, the school. That's what it's about. We need to start acting like we're supposed to and stop the arguments. Look for the cure to the problem.
So like we did.
Okay? Thank you.
We're good.
All right. Kira, are you making notes of
Yeah.
of the change per se? Okay, thank you. So, and general counsel for tallying, but it's also going to go to acting superintendent. Okay. Anything else with that? Let's move on. The board shall then vote for which of the three candidates they wish to become the new superintendent, with each board member receiving one vote. The candidate with the most votes will receive a motion by the vice president to appoint said candidate as superintendent, and through a majority vote by the board, the candidate shall be appointed. Should the candidate not receive a majority vote by the board shall discuss how to move forward. What's this? I'm not understanding this vice president to appoint.
Yeah, just to make a
It's
motion.
not,
It's just-
Yeah, which is how they did it last time.
It's just somebody,
Okay.
once
It's
there's
just
a vote, 'cause like
process.
today with the trustee nomination.
The president doesn't make a
We
motion.
had, once we had it, somebody had to make a vote.
Okay, does it have to, I mean, can anybody make a vote? Is it strictly the vice president?
Fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
we can just, anyone can make a motion. It
All right.
doesn't have to be.
So, all right. So let's just say that anybody can make a
Yeah,
motion.
that's fine.
Any trustee, a trustee.
Just because I'm vice president, that's what I'm laughing about. Because I'm the vice president, he wants to take me off of that.
Well, we've never had any stipulation on anything that's a specific office or trustee makes the motion. It's whoever wants to make the motion of the 7
Right,
trustees.
but for this, right, okay.
Okay.
I mean, that's just
All
how
right.
it's-
It'll be any trustee. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes.
That's not a-
Where did you get the vice president from? Where'd you get that verbiage?
yeah.
from?
We went back through the last meeting, the last time that, this was an integration of their tools, their thoughts, Susan's thoughts, and the last superintendent appointment
Very-
process. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little confused because we've never had anything like that. It's always
We've-
been
yeah, we've
a
never-
trustee.
We've never hired a superintendent before either.
Well,
That's
sure.
Well, there's that.
and there's that.
All right.
You're right.
So the last one is, should the board appoint a new superintendent, the candidate will be recognized and introduced as the next superintendent of Douglas County School District, and the board shall agendize the negotiation of his or her employment contract. Should the board not vote in a new superintendent, it shall discuss continuing the process. Any comment? Okay, moving on. Applicant evaluation criteria, the hiring criteria. Number 1, A, endorsements, B, degrees, C, years of administrative experience at the school or district level, D, varied positions at each level. Comments?
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
Will we be giving a number to one or to each thing, A, B, C, and D, according to a screening tool?
So the best way to do a screening tool would be to reduce your criteria down to maybe 6 in that ballpark, and then assign a score for that criteria. You would then use those subpoints to make your decision. But at some point, you do have to stick the oar in the water and make a decision on a score. So just as an example, I would say your number 2, experience in administration, you would come up with a 1, 2, 3 on that, and you would use all those subpoints to inform that decision.
That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
each 1, 2, 3, those are the ones
For the
you
big
rate
headings.
based on the
Doing it for every subpoint would get really tedious, and yeah.
And then I just wanted to say, Linda, you had said 1 through 3 would be good, and we had 1 through 10. I think maybe 1 through 5 would be also an option.
I know we've just used 1 through 3. It's just, not 0, nothing, 1, partial, 2, pretty good, 3 is good.
So that's
Yeah.
4.
Well, if you use 0, but I
That's
don't
what
know.
I'm saying. If you use 0.
I just think the thing with just
Why do you
3,
think that?
because 3 doesn't give you leeway
differentiate
between
between
different
2 twos.
people, because a lot of people could have 2. It gives you a wider range to differentiate between candidates.
Because also, and you may not know this, but also, sorry, I'm crunching, that we can do 2.5, we can do 2.6, we can do 2.7.
Which is the same as
So that's why, I'm just saying, that's why you can do 1, 2, and 3.
That's great. Then we have 30.
I think 1 through 5 is good.
I think 1 through 5 sounds good.
No, let's just leave it to 1 through 3, and you can do your decimals.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do
That way,
decimals.
If one guy's a little bit better, he can be 2.1. the other guy's
Exactly.
2.
Just keep it simple.
That
Well,
works
it
with
gives
your
you
screening
15.
tool, right?
Keep it
Gives you how
simple.
many?
As long as you're all consistent with it,
That's right.
the,
That's all
the
that matters.
tool will take anything. Yeah.
No 0.
No zeros.
So the lowest is 1 and the highest is 3. So your decimals have to be 1 point something
Yeah,
to 2.9.
that's true.
Well, where's the 0.1, 0.2, 0.3?
That's what I'm saying. No,
It
you
can
can't
be-
do those.
If you
Starts
use
at 1.
the point ones, then it's really a 1 through 10 for each 3. But
Whatever. Just
Yeah.
our document's already set up, Dad.
You got the picture.
Okay.
Well,
Just,
let-
we'll change it
Let's make
accordingly.
sure we got this.
Yes.
Are we going to go from 0.1 to 3? Or are we going to go from 1 to 3?
1 to 3, and it's 1.1 to 1.9.
and 2 to 2.9, and then you have to stop at 3.
Okay. got it.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay.
As long as we're all
Got
doing the
that?
same, that's all that matters. It's fair.
Well, we just want to
I
be
got
all
it
on
in
the
a
same
straight
page.
way. Mhm, of course.
Okay.
I just want to.
So that was that on number 1, hiring criteria? Okay. Okay, I didn't know if you jumped ahead on me. Experience in administration, number 2. A, able to administer district programs, activities, and operations in accordance with federal and state laws. B, able to follow the direction of the Board of Trustees. C, responds well to oversight and can track progress and outcomes. D, can communicate effectively and continuously and report on all matters within the district. E, able to execute the mission, objective, goals, and directives of the Board of Trustees. F, able to implement the board's bylaws, policies, and administrative regulations. G, able to work with board members to ensure all duties are carried out as required. H, able to identify obstacles and problems, articulate issues, and find adequate solutions. I, can develop, present, receive approval for, and carry out a district strategic improvement plan. J, is knowledgeable in the principles and practices of public administration. K, able to participate in shared decision-making. Is there any comments, changes?
I have from my tool here. So in looking at this, okay, we're looking at their packet, right? Is that what we're
Yes.
looking at this
Yeah.
and looking at their packet?
Yeah.
My question is, how do you know that they're able to execute the mission? How do you know they're able to work with board members? How are we going to be able to look at a piece of paper and be able to rate somebody that's able to? And what I had for experience in administration, and this isn't the end all be all, but at least it gives you a place to look. So maybe we put in that they have to have a minimum of 5 years experience in administration. We don't have to, it's just a suggestion, but we have some guidelines. So when we look at their application, we can go, oh, yeah, he was a superintendent and he was for 1 year. Maybe that's good enough. You know,
Yeah,
that's what we
in number
decide.
1.
Then you
Huh?
give
Number
them
1,
number
years
1.
of administrative
You
experience.
don't have to use every detail. in
No,
it.
no, no, I know
One-
that.
1C
And what
is
I'm
in
trying to,
there.
excuse me, I'm trying to
She's
make
got a
this.
point, so hang
So
on.
let me say that. So then the other thing is district level experience, right? Maybe they have not worked as a superintendent, but maybe they've worked as an assistant or as a principal for 10 years in a school district, right? Is that good enough, right? have they ever, and then this is also under leadership. The title here is administrative experience / leadership. So to be able to grade somebody on leadership, you can look at their application and say, hey, have they ever been on any leadership committees? Have they served on committees to move the district forward? I did read one application where a gentleman wrote some great stuff about, and he had data on it of how he moved things forward. Have they participated in any leadership training? These are actual things that we can bullet and say, okay, now let's go through the application. I'm going to look now for administrative experience and leadership, and I'm going to grade that.
Exactly. That's our point.
This though, to me, and I'm not whatever, but you can't able to identify obstacles and problems. How do we know that they can do that?
Well,
We don't. We can't grade it we can't grade that.
And that's a good point, Linda. There's no question. But we're going to have to do our best with what we have with the packets that they give us. We're going to have to go in there. If we see something, a strong point, able to follow direction of the Board of Trustees, well, you're going to have to grade based on the information they've given you. One of them may get a 3 and one of them may get a 1, just because they're not putting it out there enough information. So that's what we have to go by.
Yes, but the only thing, like, for example, and that brings up a good point, able to follow directions, it says of the Board of Trustees, okay? Able to follow directions could be something. Did they fill, you can look at the packet. Did they fill it out? Is it complete? Did they follow the directions? Did they answer the questions?
Well,
What would be a great
An
idea too
application.
is to take this and send it to the 9 trustees and ask them to answer these questions about experiences they've had where there's been times where they've done those things, where there's also the ability for these people to answer all of these questions and return and have that be a part of their packet.
But what we're talking about, yes, and what we're talking about is what do we want as a board and a superintendent, right? That's what we're going through here.
We're going through it here.
Correct.
And you can only base on the information that you have.
Right.
We don't have any.
So we have to create a tool that works with what we have. Not hope that we find it, but we have to have a tool, a screening tool or evaluation tool that we can use. And I can take an application.
Linda, this is what we're doing.
But this is not.
This is a guide. We're trying to set the guide so we can have a tool for that.
Okay.
You can't make a tool.
But how am I
for
going to
something you don't
how am I
have.
going to give a 3 on something that says that, able to work with board members? We can't grade that. Right? You can't grade that.
But you have a whole bunch of things that you're gonna read them all together. You're gonna read the application and you're gonna.
This is just way, in my opinion, guys, this is just way too much stuff, right? This is off the job description, basically. And I get that. But when we're evaluating an application, I think we need to have concrete things. We need to check for spelling.
That's what we're
So
trying.
none
to
of that's on here.
That's what
Those are
that's
things you can do.
But we should all be doing it.
Well, then that's fine.
Right. We need to do
all
the
right.
same thing.
Okay, let's get back to this.
Do you mind?
Hold on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I was going to offer another point of clarification that what you're actually doing right now is called paper screening. And the only thing that you have to go on is the application they've filled out.
Exactly.
So the criteria that you decide here should just be based on that. And to Kira's suggestion, you could introduce subsequent levels of screening. You could send a questionnaire. You could have a phone screening. You could set up multiple rounds of interviews. So I didn't want to let you guys let it creep too big.
Sure.
Right now, you're just thinking about what can we discern on the application at this phase, and then you can find out more detail later.
Exactly. We have to have a basis, and that's what we're trying to do. Then, if we want to go from there and say, we want answers from everybody equally on these particular points, then we could do that later. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
There we go.
So what if we made the decision to base our decision of the top 3 and then send them the list of questions?
We very much that's exactly another step, and I think that's what you're talking about, right, Adam?
Yeah, at each step you narrow the pool. So
Exactly.
maybe your first screening cuts it in half or keeps the top 75%, and then your next screening cuts that in half.
Yeah,
it
that
all
just
depends
makes
on
sense.
Yeah.
And we can, I think we should be able to then say, these particular questions, we want them to expound on in order to clarify. Because they could have maybe not put something in there because until we ask them the question to expound on this, that's what we want to hear from them. And that I think is going to wind up in, as Adam said, to narrow this thing down. But we have to start somewhere. And that's what this is. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Doug.
Linda, these are just a bunch of things here. You're going to read through the application and you can use these as prompts to say, oh, do I feel like this? Obviously you don't know if they're going to be able to execute this, but you could look at past experience and say, well, this guy was a superintendent here and things worked out well. You're going to have to, it's a paper evaluation at this point. So there's a lot here, but these are just for us. These are not necessarily what we might in a future round turn around and send them questions on. This would be too many if you ask me. I wouldn't know how to answer all these. So
I think the point is with what you said is Carrie needs a guideline the same as my guideline. Otherwise, and that's what this is. This is the guideline. I'm reading, so able to follow direction of the Board of Trustees.
So why don't we add those things into this? The prior screening things, like able to fill out the application. Why don't we just add those into this, and then you can use all of those as prompts to do your initial paper screening.
I for myself, and I understand what you're saying, but I think to screen the applicants, this is a lot, and we're not going to all do it the same because there's so much on here. This is just overkill, in my opinion. I think we have to look at an application, and you go through it. First of all, you look to see if everything's complete. I mean,
Which part do you think is overkill? And we can
I think
remove
all
it.
of this is overkill.
It's
period.
half of it is
It's not anything.
which
what
part
I'm
is
asking
overkill?
for that I think we should use.
So you want to use something that says the applicant has Nevada experience?
I want to use the.
Because that's what was on the other
No,
one.
I
So
wanna
is it
use
important for you that
application
they've been in
completeness
Nevada?
would- Application.
Okay.
Application completeness would be one criteria. Okay. And that's easy.
Sure.
That's
let's put it
just,
on
you
there.
go through it,
You
you
want to know if
check,
someone can spell something correctly.
spell, if
for
they can
sure.
write complete sentences, if they fill it out in their entirety, if they have letters of recommendation, and are the letters current? That's an easy thing to do, right?
Well,
That-
I think that
you
would
can
be in the
score.
next one, experience and
We
compliance.
have to get through this
Okay, go
because
ahead.
if
She
we
asked me
don't,
questions,
we're going to get stuck again. And
So you
I'm
want
sorry,
me to
I
pull in the
don't
application
wanna be here
completeness?
till
I can pull
midnight,
in
and we're
that
gonna be.
section. That sounds great.
so the number 3, experience and compliance. Able to oversee and ensure compliance with the legal requirements of the district. B, is knowledgeable in federal and state education, discrimination, and disability statutes. C, can work with legal counsel to review and revise policies and administrative regulations. D, can work with district staff, administrators, and legal counsel to prepare and file all reports as required by the federal and state statutes and/or Nevada Department of Education. E, can draft administrative regulations to assist general counsel and board in execution of policies. Anything?
Yeah. How am I going to grade those things? That's my question. How is that application? How am I going to have an application and then look through this, and how am I going to grade it?
Linda, you have a grading process separate from this. Am I correct? We're going to have a separate sheet. This is not going to be what we grade off from, correct?
Yes, this is our.
This is our information. This is what we're looking at.
But you can't
But-
find, you won't find this in the application, any of
You
these
might
things.
on their resume. These are things that you're.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So Linda, I believe you will be able to find a lot of these things in applications. If you read through applications, we have applicants that report that they've been let go from a job because they couldn't get along with the superintendent. that would show you that they can't follow processes or directives of their administrators. We have people that report that they have had jobs in disability law, special education law. Then you would be able to say, oh yeah, they have experience in that. Maybe they worked in that for 8 years. You might give them a 3. Maybe they did it for 2 months. You might give them a 1. So you can read through applications and read through this criteria. And if you would like me to sit with you and go through one and show you how you can do that, I would be
Probably will.
more than happy to do
Thank
that.
you. I appreciate
And
that.
I would like to say that Kira and Susie developed this criteria based upon the criteria that you have used for past superintendent searches. This is built off that criteria. That's one of the documents that Karen shared with them.
As long as she's consistent in her own scoring, that's the main thing.
Right. So consistency in scoring. So the screener tool that you're talking about where you tally, that helps with consistency. So if you look at all applications with the same eye, you will be consistent in the way you score. And Doug will, and Dave will, and Susie will.
See, they've known what's been going on in creating this. This isn't something that has been completely by one person or anything. They, am I right, Jeannie? You've kind of known what's been going on with all this. Kept you in the
We
loop.
work through a lot through emails, sharing documents back and forth.
Yeah.
Yes.
So thank you. Thank you for that.
I thought I just sat at home and did it at my kitchen table.
All right. So I left off with 4, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. Number 5, successful.
Oh, you gotta do 4. Gotta do 4.
Oh, I got to do 4. Thank you. I lost track. Experience and leadership. A, able to effectively manage the district and its resources on behalf of and consistent with the direction of the board. B, able to supervise, oversee, and provide leadership to the district schools, its staff and administration, and its students. C, can regularly visit school sites to provide supervision and guidance to school principals. D, able to determine staffing needs and execute as necessary. E, able to solicit applicants and conduct interviews. F, able to hire, oversee, evaluate, discipline, and terminate staff and administration. G, able to manage and oversee professional training and development. Is there any comments on this list? Number 5, successful evaluations and professional development. A, can be held accountable for district objectives, goals, and directives. B, able to receive input, criticism, and praise effectively and in a humble manner. C, able to attend regular conferences and trainings, attend courses, and research topics.
Can I just make a comment? I was thinking about all these applicants have several recommendation letters. And I think that's where you're going to glean a lot of the information for these, not really specific or things that we can't really know on our own. So
That's
excellent point.
Can I also say one thing is that on the job posting, right, when we discussed that a lot of these things were on there, and I think that applicants would reply with their resume in response to a job posting, right? So whether or not that they responded to what was put out there and put that criteria on their resume or in their application is going to be a prompt to whether or not they read are in a good fit for the position you posted.
Okay. Anybody else? I do. I would like to see added to that in D, maybe it's not but it says professional development. I would like to see a superintendent that's able to lead training and for staff and for even us as a school board to give us training or at least be able to organize training to come in. If he's not willing or can't do that, I don't like that. I think they should be able to take care of that.
I don't see a problem with that at all.
Okay. You okay with that? Okay. You got that, Kira? Okay. That would be D. And I'll let you guys take that from there. 6, the disposition and temperament. A, strives for the continuous improvement of student, staff, and district metrics. B, responds to and resolves conflicts and difficult or sensitive inquiries with respect and transparency. C, represents the district as a district appointment of the Board of Trustees. And D, demonstrates confidence, initiative, self-direction, and motivation. I kind of have one thing I wanted, that A, strives for continuous improvement of student, staff, and district metrics, and listen to what our teachers and staff has to say. I think that's so important, that a superintendent actually listens.
Maybe that should just be E.
E?
Yeah.
Okay, make it E. Everybody good with that? All right. 7, respect and cooperation. Able to assist board officers in the development of each agenda. Able to work with an executive secretary to prepare meetings. Able to attend and participate in all meetings of the Board of Trustees as required. D, able to communicate regularly and respectfully with community members, parents, and civic organizations. E, able to work with other districts to accomplish tasks and receive insight and guidance. F, able to coordinate with board president on media inquiries and contact media outlets. G, able to promote a positive image of the district to the community and parent base. Any comments? Anything on that? Okay. Almost. Round in the corner. 8, field and human resource experience. A, able to draft template documents. B, able to apply for grants. C, able to evaluate administrators, teachers, and support staff. D, able to manage programs and personnel. E, able to analyze data and information and prepared comprehensive reports. And F, able to negotiate agreements.
Question.
Yes. Linda.
Yeah. I have a question about B. Why would we want them to apply for grants when we have a grants manager?
Just need to understand the process.
They
and
need-
have
yeah.
the ability, that's all.
They need to understand
Okay.
grants.
Maybe change it to able to, or under, how
Not
about just
apply.
understands
The granting process
the
or
granting
something.
process.
Sure. And give direction if needed, when needed. Anything else? Anything else? Okay, move on. 9, fiscal responsibility. A, able to oversee the fiscal activities of the district. B, able to prepare, present, and explain in detail an annual budget. C, able to continuously manage a budget and adapt as necessary. D, able to direct the application, receipt and implementation of grants and funding. E, able to draft, analyze, and implement budgets.
I have a-
Yes,
I
Linda,
just,
I'm
I'm just
sorry.
curious, when we talk about budgets and whatever, are we looking at, now somebody could be, work at a small school and maybe only have a budget of, I don't know, 500,000. We have a big budget. So do we need to fine tune?
I would say grade them accordingly.
Okay.
If they're small and it doesn't stand out, I wouldn't give them a 3. I would say, give them a 1. He did it. He or she did it, but not with the big school. So the only thing, I don't know if they necessarily, I wouldn't want to put on the superintendent able to prepare and present and explain in detail an annual budget. I think he should be able to, they should be able to present and explain in detail an annual budget because I wouldn't expect any superintendent to do what Sue Estes does.
But you should just understand what she does.
You just have
Just
to understand what she does.
That's true. That's a good point. Okay.
About being able to understand, present, and explain in detail.
Yeah.
Good.
I think that's better. He doesn't have to be able to do it, just understand the process.
Exactly.
Okay.
Probably
I
keep
got it.
having able to.
And then, Linda, to your point, do you want 9A to say able to oversee the physical activities of a district this size?
It doesn't have to be this size, but I think it needs
Comparable
Maybe
to
we need
Comparable.
to talk about what we want. This is what we're doing, right?
Right.
Yes.
What do we want? How big of a are we all in agreement that it can be any budget, or do we want it to be like Kara just suggested, a budget at least our size, or does it have to be 40 million? I mean, where do you draw?
I would say
What's
it
important
depends.
for us?
You know,
Somebody could come from a
comparable to
little
this
district
district.
and be
Yeah,
good
like,
at it.
we're looking for someone to blend into this district.
Okay.
And run this district, so.
Comparable to this district.
comparable to.
Comparable
that
or
makes
larger.
sense,
Okay.
Right?
I,
Right?
well, I think that, but I don't know how
Yeah.
everybody else
Well, I
thinks.
think
Well,
that- what
okay,
would you
Doug-
do?
I think
Doug,
you are not going to find the perfect candidate. So you're going to rate how important this seems to you. If you see somebody that's runs a very small district and you don't think that's good criteria, you give them a 1.
Right.
If you think it's an adequate criteria, give them a 2 or a 3 or whatever.
I
But I
agree.
think we just have to, I mean, you're not going to find, you know,
So that fits
the
exactly
Messiah
what
of
I agree with you.
superintendents.
I agree.
you know, and we have to look at a lot of things because you could run into one that maybe they were a superintendent and took over and they were in, and this happens in California, budgets on a school district that's in the hole. They come in, not only recover, but now they cut the budgets in order to recover completely. Big difference between that and coming in with no troubles. So there's a lot of things to weigh in that. I'd like to be able to give them a 5, which we don't go that high, if they've been able to accomplish those
Sure.
things. So
Sure.
it just thought
Okay.
process. We have to think it
That's why we're
through.
talking.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Want to know what
That's
other
why
people
this is
think.
Good
Yep.
for us to do it all together.
So anything else on this? All right. That's the one we were looking for. Should have started here. Familiarity with Douglas County School District, able to articulate common issues among Douglas County School District. B, able to discuss goals to tackle common issues. Anything added, Linda?
Well, this is in one of the things I had. It was under the category awareness of Douglas County School District data and initiatives. And so in other words, what we're looking for is if they did a deep dive into our district. If we said, hey, what do you think about Epic? They would know what it is, right? If we asked them about our test scores, have you seen our test scores? Can you talk to them? They would have looked at those things. Do they know our mission statement? Maybe they don't have it memorized because I don't know it, but I'm just saying that, that they want to come here. They've done their work and that's important.
That would be a good
I
question
would
too.
hope that they would share that they've done that. So yeah, I think that's a very important point.
And we can look for it on the application too.
Absolutely.
Or even that would be a good question to ask.
Yeah,
Like one of the,
there's a lot of good questions. There are actually, there's a lot of good questions in here. I just don't know. You're welcome. I
I
just don't
appreciate
know that this is our screening tool. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
have the screening tool.
No, I know. I'm just saying because it says able to, and it's a little bit difficult. Jeannie's going to show me, but it's a little difficult to take, to take some of these that are on here, not all of them, and be able to evaluate them. I like more
a
specific.
lot of them came from the prior ones. So.
I'm sorry, Jeannie. I'm not used to watching everybody.
It's okay. I'll get a bell for the next meeting. So
That's funny.
this is not a screening tool.
Okay, got
This
it.
stop saying that this is a
Okay.
screening tool
I'm
because it's
sorry.
not a screening tool.
Thought it was.
This is a guidance document.
Got it.
And so I'm going to help you bridge it to your screening tool.
Okay.
So in looking at this, I believe that number 1 could be one of your criteria. You could combine 2 and 4 just on the screening tool, right? Just for your scoring. So you would have hiring criteria, then you would have experience. Then you would have compliance, Then you would have evaluations in professional development. And then you could have field and human resources experience. And then you could have fiscal responsibility. So you could look at those categories when you're, okay, when you're screening applicants. Then after you've screened your applicants with those criteria, you would then look at what from the application of the people you want to talk to did you not see, and then you can come up with maybe your second step, right? So your first you make the paper cut, then the second step is going to be to do some other activity or even interviews to ask those questions that you didn't get the answers to, but they look. Does that make sense?
Yes. So when and how are we going to develop the
Well,
screening?
that's up to you. I'm off now.
Okay, so before we leave tonight, are we going to develop a screening tool?
Well, no, we already have it.
We've got the tool.
And
Okay.
this is
The
the
tool is
screening
in the bag.
process.
And
so
are we
took
going to,
notes.
what are we going to put as the topics?
The 6 things she just said, which is combining their original document and this one and the notes that you guys just took.
Okay.
No.
Mike,
but you
okay,
just asked.
we've established that. It has to be worked through. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead, Doug.
Okay, so here's my suggestion. I know some people are concerned about the money that legal spends on this. Would it be okay to have Jeannie work on,
Do you want me to not bill for this to work with her on it? If that's
okay, you guys work together on this
Yes,
and you come up with a screening tool that works with this item number 9, and you have that prepared for the board in the next week and it's disseminated to the board.
That's great.
Okay, you want me to say by the end of the week?
We already have the tool. All we have to do is plug in the
Right, we
criteria
just
you
have-
chose.
Right.
That'll
So-
take 2 minutes.
So we do that by the end of the week, get it to the board by the end of the week. And then, so I would make a motion that we approve item 9 with Jeannie and Kara working together to fit the screening tool. What? Yeah.
Can I say something? So that gives us, I believe, 7 business days prior to January 22nd.
We haven't picked the date yet.
Oh, you have it. Oh, okay.
No.
Because you said
This
to
is
approve
changed.
item 9, so I thought you
Well, I
meant.
know, but hang on.
Sorry,
I'll
sorry.
make the
You do it.
changes.
You do it.
So, you guys will work together by the end of this week. You will get us the thing, and then this is all part of the motion.
Did you write down the thing?
So, okay, all right, let me start over. I make a motion that we approve item 9 with the changes we made, including the 4 PM change, but not the date at this point. The date is subject to,
I
I
Hold
have a
on, hold on.
recommendation for a change of date, since Linda's gonna be out of town for a week, and then Dave, the next.
More than a
Tues-
week.
The
I'm
next
out.
Tuesday is February 6th. Would that work for everybody? That's the week before the next board meeting.
To
Works
do
for
what?
me. To bring in these guys.
Special
So on
board meeting.
Monday, maybe we'll bring them in on Monday. We can take them around to the schools, the 3 guys, and have our meeting at 4 o'clock on Tuesday, the 6th.
And will we be able to have meet and greets
Yeah,
with
well,
these
that's
3
what I said,
people?
yeah, we'll
Do
bring
all
them
of
to
that
the
too?
schools. We can say that
For
we're
the
gonna have a meet and
stakeholders?
greet
Okay.
here in the library on that Monday afternoon at 4
Yeah,
o'clock.
We're not going to get, how many schools we have?
I mean, we'll do something consolidated and those that want to meet them have that
Oh, well,
option.
absolutely. I want them to be available to meet with teachers and students and parents and the community and, right. And then are we okay to have the district create an evaluation tool at these meet and greets to help us to see who they like, who they,
That
why?
just keeps getting more,
But don't we care? What,
we
don't we
do
want
care,
them?
but
Everybody can
Linda,
send us, I've had a whole bunch of people send me ideas and I'm reading them.
Your mic, I'm sorry, they're asking for your mic.
I said, nothing's stopping people. People send me emails all day, every day. And when people have constructive things like questions that they suggest, I'm going to print that out and I'm going to have it in a folder so that we have all that information. And I suggest everyone do the same thing, right? Everybody People know to do that.
And I think that could work, but I also think because we want it to be fair across the board, that we do ask the same things. That's what we keep saying.
Yeah,
That
okay.
we provide a tool that people can check, write a comment, and then they give them to us.
Linda, why don't you do that and have it here?
I was going to have this. I was going to.
Yeah, they could do that. You can have it here. There's no problem. Have it on the table when
Okay.
he's here. Anybody can fill one out. We can go
Yeah.
through them.
The big,
Perfect.
I mean, we could. Yeah, I know, Mike. The problem is if we had 300 people show up, we're gonna, you could go on for hours, and then somebody's gonna, just a minute, then somebody is going to be mad because they couldn't get a question, they couldn't talk to them and stuff, and I think that's dangerous. I do. So I'm just, we can do.
But I don't think we're going to have that problem. And they can write their comments or whatever on their things.
Well, we
too.
didn't,
And you give a time frame. You
we
say it's
didn't-
from 2 to 4 for the teachers and staff. Then in the evening, it's from 7 to 9. At 9 o'clock, if people still want to talk and they want to hang around, they can. If not, then, then they can, then we're done. So you have to have.
I
just
still
like
think,
anything.
I still think that questions and comments can be emailed, and then they can email any one of us, and whoever gets them, then turn around and have them available to all the board members.
I'd still rather have a piece of paper. They fill out a survey. I think they're more apt to do that than email us.
Does February 6th sound better to people than the 22nd of January? Will everyone be in town?
I'll make it happen.
I'll make it happen.
So would I.
Doug?
Sure. February 6th at 4:00.
How many days does that give us? Did you look at the time frame?
3 weeks.
So it's absolutely going to be a special meeting and not during the next board.
Right.
Because it's going to take a long time, because it needs to.
We want to focus completely on that only,
We don't like to be here till midnight, which looks like we're gonna.
and you're gonna get
February 6th is election. That's election day.
6th.
No, the 8th.
I thought.
Okay.
The 6th,
It's the 8th.
February 6th.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter yet. When election's all day, right?
The 6th is good, I think.
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion. Can I make a
Well,
motion?
no, he's gonna put it in his.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, I make a motion that we approve item 9 with the changes, specifically of February 6th for the date, 2024, and 4 p.m. for the time, and all other changes as noted, and that this be disseminated to the board with the, what do you call it? The screening tool by the end of this week, which would be the 12th. And then we, as a board, would have a week.
Yeah.
Okay, till the following Friday to get our responses back to legal counsel and to Jeannie.
Yeah. What's the date the following Friday?
19th.
Get all that, Karen?
I won't be here. I'm out of town.
Yeah, but we have these now.
Hold on.
I'm leaving in the morning. I'm out of town.
Can
You're
you,
not
can you
well.
Zoom? Can you
Are we
use
gonna-
Zoom?
It says on here that you can ask. You're gonna ask any questions they want.
They're going to email it to you.
So why can't you Zoom?
I have a question. Okay, can you read that back? What he just said? Because I don't. Or
No.
somebody, can you tell me what you said? Because I
No.
missed it.
Basically,
Okay, what are we
basically,
doing?
we're,
I'm
we've
not
got this,
filibustering.
we've got this document with the changes we made. They're
Okay.
going to coordinate it with the
Tool.
tool.
Okay, I was-
By the end of this week, they will email it to us.
Okay.
And
end of
then
this
we
week.
have a week. Well, I mean, we could start today
Okay.
with going over these applications, but we'll have a week after that till the 19th to get our sheets into Jeannie and legal. And then they will notify us of who it is, and we will coordinate with the 3 candidates
I apologize, but I am actually out of town that whole week. I'm leaving in the morning. And I'm gone for 2 weeks.
You can do the whole thing on the computer.
I'm on vacation.
I know, but
Let
for
me
the
mention
board,
that.
for
I'm
the
on
board.
vacation.
2 weeks because you're on
No.
vacation.
Well,
Can't we just take a minute and do it on the board, just do Zoom
It-
for
it-
just one?
It doesn't take a minute to do this. This stuff takes hours to go through. And I'm going on vacation tomorrow and I'm sorry, but you know, okay. And that makes me feel really valued. That's, but
Okay, you got a motion?
I
You
did
said
make a
the
motion.
disrespectful. You're so disrespectful.
You got it? Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Catherine, you had the last one, I think. All right,
They're rushing through this.
so we're all done? Except, all right, so we have a motion, we have a second.
What was Karen's questions?
Me,
That's contacting.
I'll come in and with Jeannie, we'll make the contact.
And who's going to do who's going to contact what am I trying to say? When you call their employers, what am I trying to say? References. Who's going and Jeannie, you're going to check the references?
Okay, we have, I know we have one request that we cannot call
I know.
the employer. And so that to me is blanket. We can't, we should
I
not
know.
be calling any employer if they're employed. Because till we get down to the 3. Okay,
Well, yeah.
on the 3.
You wouldn't contact an employer until you cleared that with that employee.
Right.
Right. So you would say, you've reached this level. Do you now allow us to contact you?
Correct.
That's standard practice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't hear you, Karen.
Is there any inbox?
No.
I think, as I mentioned earlier, and I don't know, but I think we should give them a tour. Does that need to be in our motion?
I think if we do it on the 6th, on a Tuesday, we should have them come in on Monday to go to the schools and to do a meet and greet. If we
On a
could put that
Monday
in the
and then
motion,
Tuesday, we actually
have the interview.
have the interview at that point.
Okay.
It might scare.
What if
one-
they don't live here?
One or two of them off.
They have to spend, they have to. Yeah.
Okay.
Do it.
Through,
That's what you do if you want to.
through this, so there's no,
Yeah, you do.
through this, I'll let you know through this, so there's no concern that one person is going to be doing something, and I'm going to work directly with Jeannie on this. So there's no questions that is going to come against either one of us. No accusations. That's what we're going to, that good with you? Okay. Thank you.
Are we adding to the motion that we're gonna have?
Excuse me. Can you please, I'm trying to advocate for the people that are online. If you have trustees or other people like Ms. Karen speak, can you please make a conscious effort to turn on your microphones? So
Yeah.
that the people online
Yeah.
hear what you have to say? Trustee Jansen said a couple of remarks that were not heard by the public on Zoom, and I would like for them to hear, aside from just the people that were here.
Okay.
Yes,
Karen made some points, so I'd like to advocate for the people that aren't present in the room.
We understand. And we're trying hard, but I wish these were automatic mics so we didn't have to push the button, but our thoughts are on certain things. And in that,
I don't want to be rude and say Mike every time.
what, right. We have a bunch of people up here that can do that to us. So we're asking that because once we start something and allow something, then it carries on for other people. So please, anyone here? Somebody didn't turn their mic
My
on.
mic's on now, so I can say that.
Please say, Mike. I know him. So. All right.
Okay, so what I was going to say is we should add to the motion that we are going to ask the three the applicants that we are going to interview to come in on Monday or Sunday night, Monday morning, that we're going to do a school tour to a couple of the schools, which we'll decide on Monday. And then we're going to have at least a meet and greet here at the high school from 2 to 4. And then 2:30 to 4:30. But we should put the information. That's a long day for these guys. Maybe we should do 2:30 to 5, and then also let parents come here too. It's a big place. A lot of people could fit in here. So if everyone will put out a notice, Jeannie, that everyone will know that there's a meet and greet from 2:30 to 5 in the media center on that. So the 5th of February.
I'd see it a little different. I'd like to see them, and I'm going with what you said, Ms. Jansen. I'd like to see, because school doesn't get out till 2:07, as you saw the parking, right? Nobody will be able to park. So you have to make it maybe like 3 to 5 so that the people can come from the elementary school too. And then let them have a break for dinner and then bring them back, give them a 5 to 7 break, bring them back at 7 o'clock after they've had an hour or two rest, and then do it from 7 to 9 for parents.
I don't think very many people will come to that.
I think you'll be
so
surprised.
3 to 5, 3 to 5:30. And then if there's still people there, 3 to 6? Yeah, I think 1 is enough. I think it's too much.
3 to 6.
3 to 6. Is that,
I think that's fantastic.
does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's,
It takes 3 seconds to vote.
uh-oh.
6.
Do we not care about that it's election day? Is that what we're saying?
Hold it. I'm waiting until we not have comments from the public,
Okay.
We're trying to discuss a meeting. No interruptions. No interruptions. I'm gonna break this thing.
Don't break
Go
it.
on.
But what about people that work it? Right? They work the elections. That wipes them out too. I mean, that's a fair, I don't agree with you yelling out because you should not be doing that, but it's a fair point because people do work the elections.
Yeah, my wife does.
That's good. I'm glad she does. I mean, that's a good thing, but I
We're gonna
don't
move-
know that I don't know
gotta
that
move
we should
forward.
do that.
We're gonna move forward.
Mr. Burns,
Yes.
I think I might know the answer to this, but who will be organizing those tours and facilitating those?
Linda?
Oh, okay.
Jeannie and I.
Okay.
And me, I will help.
Okay. I just wanted that to be clear in the plan.
Well,
So
Jeannie and I will come up with a plan on it and choose it. Figure out what's gonna happen. You good with that? Okay.
And I'd like to help with
So-
that too.
We have a motion.
I'm going for a record.
I think you broke it.
So,
You broke your own record.
I know, I think you broke your own record.
we have a motion. And did we have a second? I lost track.
Yeah,
Catherine?
Second.
That's right. Okay. Everybody understand the motion? Karen said I'm not repeating it because she doesn't have it all down.
Did you say 5 to 7 or 3 to 6?
3 to 6.
Okay.
Okay, call for vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? 5 to 2. Okay. 5-2. Moving on.
Awarding bid to the heating.
All right,
ventilation.
number 10 on the agenda, awarding
And
of bid
that's-
for Carson Valley Middle School heating ventilation, air conditioning renovations. Project SG-G. Just, the board will consider awarding a bid for services for the Carson Valley Middle School heating, ventilation, air condition renovations project, ACCO Engineered Systems, in the amount of man, I don't read those numbers, 1,745,500. And to authorize the superintendent to approve possible change orders not to exceed 5% of the contract value. I have voiced this, my opinion before on this. I'm a past contractor in heating and cooling. I disagree with 5% approval. I don't believe that as soon as the company sees 5% or 10% or whatever, you're going to see it. And I disagree with it. I've seen it time and time and time again. When I was in business, I refused to do that. What I said, this is what it's going to cost. That's what I charged. So that's my opinion. You all can have a discussion and go from there. No.
I spoke to Phil about this and Scott a little bit, so they asked me to speak if you guys had questions. Hopefully you don't ask too detailed a question, but I think I can speak to it.
I was looking through the document. I was looking through the documents for a description of the actual work that they're doing.
I don't see it. I don't see the
Is
see
it
the
just
actual quote.
Replacing the entire HVAC system? Is that what the contract is?
Yeah, it's part of the facilities plan to replace that, and all of the projects are published on our school website.
Okay.
So if you're looking for more detail, I would point you there.
Yeah, I want to make a recommendation that for now on that we actually have the actual quote from the company, so we can have that in our files as well.
So Scott McCullough, who's our project manager for the district, that's his job, is to manage those quotes
I
and select the
understand that.
best quote. Okay.
I understand that, but we're still the board. We still need to see what that information is. And it's nothing
In its
there. It's,
entirety.
that's just my opinion on it.
I'm sorry, I'm not a construction person, but what are you talking about as far as quotes? They're not on here?
No.
What quotes are not on here? I don't understand.
The company's quote is not in there. The actual descriptions and everything. Am I right?
Itemized, in other words.
Yeah.
Well, the actual scope of work.
Okay. I don't.
My question, maybe he answered this for you, is how critical is this?
Overall,
I mean, is this
Is emergency?
Is
Where
the
are we
heating
at?
and air conditioning just not working anymore?
the systems are not necessarily failing at CVMS right now, but this is part of the year-long plan. We move from one project to the next, and CVMS is the next one that needs it. I don't want to speak for Scott or Phil on how critical it is, but I did discuss with them the bidding process and the fact that they ended up selecting a bid. Regarding the 5% piece, the motion as it's written would just give the superintendent the authority to approve a 5%. It's not a guarantee. And really that's in there for unforeseen things that come up. So for example, if they were 2 weeks into the work and a pump that we didn't know about failed somewhere, if you remove that 5% caveat, we have to wait another month for the board to approve an extra $600, which sets the work back a month and is probably going to add to the cost as well, because once the crew is on site. So historically, Phil has done an amazing job of managing that, and Scott as well. They've saved us a whole lot of money over the years. So that's my input on that.
But the units aren't failing, they're not broken. Sorry. They're not broken. It's just kind of, they're in a system of their next, but there's nothing wrong with them.
I'm not going to say there's nothing wrong with them because they're old enough that they're scheduled to be replaced.
How old are they?
That I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't tell you that. We could find that out, but I don't know that right now. The facilities department has a schedule that we go through, and this prevents us from having all of a sudden we have to replace the HVAC at 3 schools, and that costs us $5 million. So we have a regular schedule that we can budget for, and they get replaced on a rotation.
Broken or not, we just fix them. We just replace them.
Yeah. Yeah, let me answer that.
Just curious, I'm not a contractor.
The question is yes. Once they reach a certain age, I definitely agree. You don't wait till it breaks down. It's just like an automobile. It leaves you stranded. And we just had that with the boilers.
Yeah, at Pinion, the crew did a pretty amazing job getting that school open Monday because
I was surprised.
yeah, it was 0 degrees and the boilers.
I don't know
failed,
where they
so-
got the boilers from because that's 2 months wait. I know all about what's going on. My son keeps me posted. What I am concerned about on that 5%, that's over $87,000 that they could add to that. They're supposed to be the professionals.
It's unknown.
I know, but
You dig a
I did it
hole,
for a long time.
dig a hole and you strike oil.
But it's the whole idea of the fact that if they come up with something and say this is going to be an extra and the superintendent doesn't have the option, then they got to come back here to the board and wait for the next board
Not a way to
meeting.
do business,
And,
is it?
and while they have to pull off the job. So I understand that part. The whole idea of spending that much money for HVAC system, I'm just not used to big commercial scale projects with prevailing wage, and I'm still getting used to that.
Yeah.
So, but I think we need to do it.
I've got a comment there when I get the
Terry?
chance. So Echo Engineered Systems, they've been working with the district for a number of years. I think it's a very familiar name. Still the lowest responsible bidder on the work. This work's been in progress for some time. This is an extension, or is this a whole brand new? This is part, I thought, Adam, you were saying it's part of a continuing,
Well, school to school.
yeah, school to school to school. So this is, I'm sorry, I didn't look close enough. Is this for a particular school then?
This is for Carson Valley Middle School, and it's
Okay.
part of it's under renovations, which means it's part of the ongoing preventative maintenance rotation.
But my point with making the comment about Echo Engineered Systems doing a lot of work for the district, they're very familiar with our buildings. They're very familiar with the economy of scale. And I think that they've been very honest with their work for us, or they wouldn't still be part of our system. So there's always that fear, but I do think that we don't want to hold up projects for a month. Even though I know it's a lot of money, $87,000, but in the picture, we could lose school days. There's lots of things that can happen. So we can't, I would be for that 5%. I always have been. So I'm certainly not a contractor.
I do have a question, Adam. Do you have any idea when they're planning to start this project? Is that going to be during the summer?
I don't have an exact date in front of me. I'm sorry, but I
I
can find
doubt
that
if
out.
they'll start it during the winter.
Oh, okay.
In the
So
summer?
they're telling me it is for the summer.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to make a suggestion because whoever the new superintendent is, Sue Estes, I don't know about the budget, and I don't want to put more onto a budget with less the new superintendent totally understands. I can't answer that. I'm not a budget person.
Yeah. So this has already been in Sue's budget plan. She's been anticipating this and she's fully aware. And to the summer school point, we've already discussed moving summer school to the high school this year because of the work going on at CVMS. So Mike and his team are aware.
Can we put this off for another, to approve it in another month? I'm just saying, if we have a new superintendent, I'd rather he knows exactly what's going on with this. I'm just trying to be sensitive to anybody coming in. I'm not saying no. I understand it. But I think timing is.
In doing my best to represent Scott and Phil here.
Yeah.
I think there would be some pitfalls in putting it off that could, I'm not sure if the quote would remain the same.
Well, it's going to be this summer, so it'll be they quoted for the summer to do it this summer.
Right. So maybe signing the agreement and locking it in might affect the price. I'm just asking. I think, looking at it as someone who supervises a lot of their work, they've put a ton of time and research into this. And so I think the better question would be, why would we postpone it if we have confidence in the process Scott and Phil have followed?
I'm not questioning that.
Okay.
I'm not. I just don't know if it's good timing. I just, I'm trying to be sensitive to a new superintendent, whoever they are. And being it's going to be summer, I mean, we're talking February. And being in the industry in the past and understanding that, we quote for the future, and most industrial, commercial, and that's what this is, settings, you're looking at 2-3 months before they'd even get an approval. Do you know when this was quoted?
December.
December?
29th.
Yeah,
December 20th.
it would, yeah. December 20th. See, I don't see a rush in that. I mean,
It says
typically,
time is of the essence in the quote.
what?
In the contract, it says time is of the essence.
Well, they always do that.
Where's that? That's good eyes.
They
Where'd you
always
see
do that. They'll do that because they want it as quick as they can for you to make that commitment. So you don't get another quote.
But
Sorry.
I don't know that we know that.
I think our concern, just managing the district, is we need CVMS to be ready to open at the beginning of August. And the summer window gets pretty narrow once the kids have gone and they can tear the building apart for a few weeks to get that done. So just another concern would be putting this off could put us up against that timeline as well.
I was also just wondering about ordering of materials with all the back ordering. We do know the boilers
You
were
want-
back
yeah,
ordered.
boiler's
8
a whole
weeks.
different ballgame.
So, but I can speak to as a just an acting superintendent in the learning curve and trying to learn all these things. It has taken me the last couple months to understand a lot of these things, right? And so I trust Scott and Phil, and I trust that they're putting this out there for us right now to be approved right now, and I think we'll be okay. And I think a new superintendent is going to have them to talk to for questions.
Sure.
And I again have concerns about the work being delayed if we delay the approval of the bid. So those are my 2 cents. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about it. I know how the industry works. I'm just, my feelings, my recommendation would be, and this is I'm one of 7. I would like to see it postponed to approval in February. So a new superintendent knows what's going on. That's my personal opinion. We go from there.
What if you don't find a new superintendent?
Then we'll approve it in this February. But
So then what would be the difference?
I want a new superintendent.
Okay.
Not
Okay.
that I don't
Well,
like you, Judy.
That's fine.
Okay, but we're going to be hiring them prospectively a week before we approve this. So we're asking them to jump into the deep end of the ocean and swim.
He better be a good superintendent.
I know.
What if they can't start right away?
I'd like
We'll
to
find that out. Linda.
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we approve this. And Joey, you're killing me. I'd like to make a motion that we award the bid of Carson Valley Middle School Heating and Ventilation Air Conditioning Renovation Project to, is it ACO? I don't know if it's ACCO Engineered Systems, in the amount of $1,745,500, and to authorize the superintendent to approve possible change orders not to exceed 5% of the contract value.
I second it.
Any just further discussion? Okay, take a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Aye. I think I did that once before too, the last time.
It's been down the road.
My name. Alrighty.
Number 11, training on bullying. Shannon Brown, are you going to cover this? Are you doing that training right now?
Yes.
Are you?
Yeah.
Go for it.
All right. So every year, all staff need to be trained in around the bullying law. So I will, for the sake of time, get through as quick as possible and not we lost our screen. Okay. You guys have them in front of you?
Yes.
All right, so just the definition of bullying, it means written, verbal, or electronic expressions or physical acts or gestures or any combination thereof. They're directed at a person or a group of persons or a single severe and willful act or expression that is directed at a person or group of persons. As defined by NRS 388-122. It can include without limitation, I'm not going to go into all of these or the entire, but repeated or pervasive taunting, name calling, belittling, basically demeaning, based on the actual or perceived race, color, national origin, ancestry, all the protected classes. Behavior that is intended to harm another person by damaging or manipulating their relationships, including false rumors, repeated or pervasive nonverbal threats or intimidation acts, such as aggression, menacing, disrespectful gestures, threats or harm to a person, to his or her possessions, or to other persons, whether such threats are transmitted verbally, electronically, or in writing. Could be blackmail, extortion, or demands for protection of money, or involuntary loans or donation. Blocking access to any property or facility of a school. Stalking, and then physical harmful contact with the injury to another person or his or her property. Some of these I am going to have to read through all of them. The big picture is a teacher, administrator, principal, coach, or other staff members, including boards of trustees, who witness a violation of the bullying law in NRS 388-155, or receives information that a violation has occurred. So in your situation, if a parent tells you that a bullying incident has occurred, they shall report the violation to the principal or his or her designee as soon as practical, but no later than the day they witness it or receive the information. So it has to be reported within 24 hours.
Shannon, is that in the mandatory reporting? Is that the same thing per se?
Sort of, but the mandatory reporting is more around child abuse and neglect. It doesn't include the word bullying legislation inside mandatory reporting.
But it's the same principle.
It's on the same, based on the same principle.
Thank you.
Have, and there's very strict timelines. So what is your responsibility as a board member? If you receive information that this has happened, you should immediately report it to the superintendent. If you cannot reach the superintendent, I would recommend you contact the administrator of that school where you believe it occurred. So next steps, I'll kind of go through these quickly because it's more what we do afterwards. Once you report it, the superintendent will work with the administrator of the school where it supposedly has occurred or where it's allegedly occurred. And then at that point, you've upheld your responsibility. Your teachers, staff members, their obligation is to report, and the administrator's obligation is to investigate. And the minute the report happens, that's when the timeline is going to affect. The law requires that all the parents of all those involved are notified of the report and that an investigation is being conducted, and the notification should occur the day that the administrator is made aware or If it's at the end of the day, outside the school day, then they notify them first time as early as they can the next day. They have 2 days after receiving a report and one more day in extenuating circumstances to complete their investigation. The law does allow an additional 5 days for cyberbullying with the consent of both the victim and the alleged aggressor or their parents if they're under 18. So, quick summary. Mandatory reporting to principal by staff within 24 hours. Immediate action has to be taken to stop the bullying. So something to mitigate based on the accusation. Parents are notified of both the aggressors and the victims within 24 hours. Investigate within 2 days. Again, the one additional day. A required written report with the findings and conclusions of the investigation and disciplinary actions. And then action taken after investigation should cause the least possible disruption for the victim or victims. And then letters to parents with the outcomes of the investigation go out. You report the results of the investigation available to parents. They have access to the reports. If they're any of that's not related to their student has to be redacted, any names. Follow up with the victims has to occur within 10 days to make sure nothing more is occurring. Parents have the right to appeal disciplinary action taken. They can't appeal the results of the bullying investigation. Like they can't say, I don't want my student labeled a bully, but if their student was suspended, they can appeal that piece of it. They have 30 days after the response to their appeal. If they don't like the response to their appeal, they can have 30 days file a complaint with Office of Safe and Respectful Learning. Community and other resources are always made available as part of the documentation process. And then discipline for licensed employees for knowingly and willingly failing to comply with the mandatory reporting requirements. So there can be discipline action taken against employees if they knew of a bullying incident and failed to report. I won't go through all the documentation. I listed everything that we document, and we have a specific documentation tool that we use and require all of our administrators to complete. When it's finished, a hard copy of it goes to the district office, and then they let us know when they did their 10-day follow-up with the victims. Ways reports can come in. Like I said earlier, employees, volunteers, students, board members, Safe Voice. We have a reporting tool or form on our internet website. We always work with DCSO, the sheriff's office, if they're involved. And our guidance with all of our administrators is interview all leads. Don't make any prejudgments. Find out the context and history. Try to figure out the root causes. We implement safety plans regardless of the findings. So if there's been a bullying accusation and it turns out it wasn't bullying, we still put the victim and the aggressor or alleged aggressor, on safety plans to ensure that bullying does not occur in the future. And then sites should be looking at patterns of behavior through their discipline records to see if there's setting areas or certain groups that it's taking place with more than others, looking for trends and patterns. So that was a quick version. Any questions or about the process or what's expected?
By hearing that, I take this as very, very serious if you don't report. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And our administrators do an amazing job of following through on all their bullying investigations. So any other questions?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. All right.
Board reports, so that's only committees.
Hmm?
Board reports are only committees.
Yes. This board reports, report on your committee activity. Mr. Kangas.
I have none.
Yeah, I have the board of directors at the Carson Valley Chamber of Commerce I attended. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's because it was the beginning of the year, but there was not a quorum. So we really didn't get to do a whole lot without a quorum. But some of the things that came out, that I thought were interesting are some dates about the Eagles and Ag is going to be February 8th through the 11th. That's always a very, very popular item. And then also the business showcase is going to be in April, April 25th. Other than that, there really wasn't anything to report as far as something for the school that they need to know. But I just thought those things were kind of interesting. They're pretty popular. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Doug?
Nothing. Nothing to report.
Okay. Go ahead. Susan?
I just want to tell everybody that the attendance committee will be meeting on the 17th of January from 4 to 5:30 at the at the Airport Training Center. That's all I.
Catherine?
I don't have anything.
We'll see if we can fix that for you. I'm a debt management. I don't think that was last month. I gave a report on it. The new Justice Department building had been approved to move forward from the debt management after we finally got full explanation and everything of what the finances, the debt of it and everything. I think they learned something. I think they learned they better give us a full report and not just expect us to rubber stamp it. So it's passed, and I think the county deserves that in that area. So anything else? Anyone? All right, move on. Superintendent's report.
Okay, so I would like to please start with recognition. I would like to recognize Phil Demas. Phil Demas has worked very hard for us for a couple of years now in his crews, but really he is Johnny on the spot. He's always there when we need him. It doesn't matter if it's in the middle of the night or on the weekend, if it's 0 degrees or 110 degrees, or you can't see through the smoke. I don't know. He's always there. We had an issue at Pinion Hills this weekend. We were notified that one of our boilers, the only one we had, wasn't working. The other one we had was broken and on back order. And he worked so hard to find us 2 boilers for the price of 1 boiler. And they were able to come in this weekend and work all weekend and get those boilers installed so that our kids could start school Monday morning without a problem. So
Was that a different company than they had the initial quote on of 8 weeks?
I believe so.
That's amazing
was.
that
He
could
called
come up
around.
with 2 boilers. Absolutely amazing.
He called around, found a company in Sparks, and they had 2 in stock, and they were able to bring them to us, install them
Amazing.
for half. So anyways, we just want to recognize Phil. Phil's amazing. Also, Bill Blumenthal, he's another one. He works super hard for our facilities and our grounds. Again, we had a snowstorm this weekend, and he made sure he was in constant communication with us. He made sure all of his crews were out. They were plowing roads, making sure sidewalks were clear so our students could walk to school, get on their buses, and get to school safely. And so I just want to commend him for that. And then Blair Hens, who is our assistant transportation coordinator, he drove all the roads. So he used to have a director that would help him drive all the roads. There's a lot of roads to drive between here and TRE and Zephyr Cove. And he made sure to drive all of the roads and all the routes to make sure that our kids were safe. So, and then report back to us. So we just want to make sure we're recognizing those guys, because really they're the reason why our district runs as smoothly and safely. They're a big reason why, right? Not the only one, but a big reason. So thanks, guys. And thank you to their crews. Also, Phil Demas got another special recognition from Scarcelli Elementary School. They've been dealing with a wood chip problem for a long, long time. And Phil and John Tobias came out and fixed the issue. In the last big windstorm they had, they didn't have wood chips scattered outside of the playground, and they were so excited about that. So another special thank you to Phil. All right. The next one is I really want to celebrate Adam. I helped a very tiny bit, and Sue Estes. They worked very hard on the plan for the SB 231 monies. Adam and I went to the interim finance committee and presented our plan, and Senator Canizaro commended us for our plan and said that it was exactly the intent of their bill and that our plan was approved. And so our staff will be receiving, our classified and certified staff will be receiving an additional 4.4% over the next 2 years. Very cool. So did I miss anything? Okay, thank you. All right. Enrollment. We have 5,100 students currently enrolled. That is a difference of 252 from January of last year. We are down 50 from August, but we're up 2 from last month. So that's celebration, right? I've reviewed the Pinion Hills Elementary boiler issue. I've attached the memo in the contract, and NRS indicates that in emergencies we are able to approve these repairs, and then we have to share them with you at the next scheduled board meeting. And we didn't find out about the boilers until after we had posted for this meeting. So. And then our donations. Carson Valley Inn donated $15,000 to assist with the purchase of new scoreboards and shot clocks for the gym. And Genoa Volunteer Fire Department donated $5,000 to Jacks Valley Elementary School, and the Patrick family donated $1,000 to Jacks Valley Elementary School. And that is all I have. That is the longest report I've ever had.
That's not all you have.
What do I have? I have more.
You're going to fill us in on what's going on up at the lake that we talked about
Oh,
a little
goodness.
earlier?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. So
I remember.
a board meeting or 3 ago, we talked about
October.
in October, the board talked about how we could do about conducting a feasibility study to determine if if we had students in the Valley Douglas High School that would be interested in going up to Whittle for CTE courses, or vice versa. And so we have approximately 80 people that have filled out that survey, 85 so far. So we constructed a survey. We have sent it out. It is on our website. It went out through Infinite Campus. And so we would love it if people would fill out that survey. But so far out of the 80 people, we have about 30 people that have indicated that they may like to attend courses up at the lake. So that's where we are with that. But we will make sure we have an agenda item and more information for you next month.
Has there been anything about students out of California up there? Because that was also talked about.
No. So I have, I reached out to the superintendent of South Lake Tahoe schools, and he shared with me that he didn't believe his board would be interested in such a agreement at this time.
Didn't we agree to allow our kids to go there? Because we've lost some kids to go there. I'm correct, if I'm not wrong.
We don't have an agreement with South Tahoe.
So it's just
we don't have any MOU.
Basically, what it is if parents work in South Lake, and they live in Nevada, their students can go to South Lake.
But that has nothing to do with Douglas County School District or an agreement that we have with them.
Just a legal requirement, or legal loophole or whatever.
Yes.
So it's a one-way street.
It is.
All right. Thank you. All right. Closed session, but we already did that. I just want to say something in reference because what I was going to bring up in the closed session, and it doesn't have to be, it can be public. I said something earlier about the whistleblower form. So somebody can fill that out instead of wondering what in the world to do. The other thing is I said, I'd like to see training and manuals of 4 criterias, which I mentioned earlier, was the ethics, state ethics code, the NRS regulations, bylaws and policies. And just so we can get on the same page. So just down the future road down here, I just bring that to note that we can start looking at that. I don't like to rush anything. So this is time to do it, to work at it.
So is there something you would like to add to the future agenda?
Yeah, now we're going to the future agenda or prioritizing agenda.
Yeah.
That item there.
Mhm.
That was just closed session and I wanted to mention, because I was
Good.
going to use it in closed session. We didn't get there.
I think it's very appropriate to mention it right now with number 15, prioritizing future agenda
Right. Well,
items.
I would, if I could, I'd like to make a suggestion before we start this. And that is, before adding any new items, I think we need to prioritize the items that are on this list and get more knocked off. The top item that I would like to have discussed would be the role of the legal counsel and setting parameters for our board members' access. And next, my consideration would be for the discussion of adding a student to the board as a non-voting member. So I think we need to prioritize the dates on those before we get started with adding. Just a suggestion.
Can't we just bring them up at the next meeting? I mean, can't we put them on the agenda for the next?
That would be great. Yeah.
That's
If we
what
want
you
to do that next meeting, they have to prepare. Yeah.
And I'll second that.
Well, I mean, the student that's been lingering out there for a long time. Let's meet that head on. Let's do that.
Yeah,
I'm
and
a
also I said my number one would be discussion regarding the role of legal counsel.
Well, I don't know, but that's fine. I'm all about the young lady I want to get that discussed.
I would like to have that, some parameters set for the budgets or for the cost of our legal counsel. And also, yes, talk about the young lady on the board or young gentleman.
I think it should be any. That's just.
So can we bring that forward on the list, or what are we doing?
And then we have the Infinite Campus and the data security. Sorry. So the one on the bottom is, I have to get a hold of John Eppolito, and then I think that Mr. Dedman has somebody also that wants to talk about Infinite Campus and its safety features related to data security. I think that I'd like to, if I could get that on maybe next month.
So what do we do here?
Yeah, well, I made a suggestion that we bring forward the discussion regarding the role of legal counsel in regards to the district and board members, to define the parameters for board members taking legal or talking to legal counsel that the district uses legal counsel for. Been on there since August. And again, I also talked about the discussion of bringing on the student board member, and that's been on there since for over a year.
Well,
I'm fine with both of those. The next meeting.
We have to opt in. Do I have to say that, or is that already? Because
Dave,
that was supposed to be on this time. It got overlooked.
Okay, we're back up because we got to back up because Carrie's had 2 subjects here. We have to deal with that.
We're not voting, right? Not vote on it.
We're not voting. These are on the agenda.
No, they're on the agenda. So let's,
He's just requesting that it gets put on the next board meeting.
Let's clear them out.
He was just saying before we add more stuff on here, let's try to.
Then let's do it. Let's just get her done instead of.
right. I just,
Let's do that.
exactly, Carrie. I just want to
Let's
make
just
sure
do
that
it.
we're set with what you said, and then we can move on to
I'm just
another.
like, let's do it. It's,
Well,
I don't know how many ways you can say let's do it, but I think I've said many.
it's just, I'm not trying to put this off, but we could wind up with could wind up with a superintendent and within 1 week. And then he's going to wind up. I mean, I can do it, but I just thinking, do we want to be sensitive and do it in March instead? I mean, that's up to you guys. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just saying.
I don't think we sit back and just wait, I mean, I understand your point, don't get me wrong. And I respect that, but I don't think we stop the board from moving forward, waiting to see what's going to happen with the superintendent.
Okay.
That's all. That's just
Right.
my thought. And
I'd like to get those put on the board, at least the student thing for sure.
Do you
And I'd
want
like
it
the
in
other one
next
too.
month?
Yes,
Okay.
I want to
The s-
get that
the
met head
student
on.
and the
Got it.
discussion about legal.
Okay.
So
Now
if we can
we'll
get
move
those on next month, that'd be great.
Tell
That's all
Susan
we-
gets back because she was going to talk
That's all
about
we did.
another one. Anyone else have something you want to put on the agenda for next month?
And it's not next month. It's putting it on the list.
I'm sorry, putting it on the list. Yeah, that'll be between the superintendent and I. You laughing at me? All right, anything else want on there for future agenda?
I have nothing.
Susan, you're up.
It was just about the last one. The last one, and that's only been on there since November. I think these two and whatever else has to be done.
The two that I have, the opt-in, so you guys already know about.
Oh, I
that.
want that one for
Yeah,
sure.
the opt-in, which we actually had last month and should have been on, but it got overlooked.
Thank you.
I'd like that on for next.
Definitely.
Next.
And the other one
meeting.
is the,
No, wait a minute. Opt-in, we were going to do that.
it's just a
February
week.
board
Let's
meeting.
just do it at the next board meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so that one, and then the other one is the presentation by the IT director and John Eppolito regarding Infinite Campus and its safety features related to data security. I can never get a hold of him.
Can I ask about that one, Ms. Jansen? You're not asking our IT department to work with Mr. Eppolito. You're saying each of them will prepare a presentation. Is
Yeah,
that right?
We talked about that last time when it came up. Yeah.
Okay.
So, because I was talking about John Eppolito, and then you said that
Yeah.
you have somebody too. So I said, well, we'll have them both speak.
So I can direct them to prepare a presentation just on the general student data safety. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay.
So-
Any specifics you want to add to that, or?
Well, just data collection on students. I think that parents don't like that.
And where it goes.
Yeah, where does that information go?
Okay, and that'll be on the next board agenda?
Right.
Okay.
And that goes along with the opt-in too. I think those kind of complement each
You
other.
have some additional information.
Okay.
We'll deal
That's
with it
good. So we got everything?
I just have a quick question.
No.
Who's is it Eppolito? I'm sorry, I didn't look at
Yes,
his name.
he's been here
Eppolito, yeah, I know that he's spoken and all that. But why is there a reason why we're listening to him? Do we know, does somebody know him or?
Yeah,
You know what I
everybody.
mean?
He's very well known in
Not-
the community, and he's
Well, I
an
don't know him,
expert.
so.
Well, you're gonna meet him.
Well,
He's an expert.
But I mean,
Pretty awesome.
is he somebody we want to bring in to listen to?
Yes, yes, he is an
Okay.
expert on data
And
collection.
I trust you with that.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll come back to adding what I said to put on there. The whistleblower form, we don't need to discuss that. We know they need that. Training and materials are the 4 criterias that I would like to discuss, add to the agenda. Four criterias that we need to be trained on, so we follow, and that is Code of Ethics, State Code of Ethics, NRS regulations, bylaws, and policies.
Is that like a board workshop, or is that a
We need to
training
discuss
in
all that.
in a
We need training, but we also need all that information made available to every board member, and actually we need to have it in the staff too, especially principals and such, that we need to know that stuff. Keeps us out of trouble.
I agree. I just was wondering, did you want to do that in a board workshop or in a regularly scheduled board meeting, adding it as an agenda item?
Let's talk about that on the next meeting. That's what that next meeting will
Got
be
you.
about.
Got you. Okay.
What we're going to do.
So just an initial discussion.
Yes.
Okay.
So public comment.
Public comments. This is going to be on anything. If you, not on the agenda. Do not talk on the agenda items. If you have a number, what'd you leave on?
9 was the next number.
9?
9 is the next number.
All right. Number 9. Number 10. Number 11.
Number 10 is coming.
You come, what number are you? Okay. Number 10, 11. You're 11. Go ahead.
The DCSD, Tom Sterrett, the DCSD should not be a punching bag for a small band of losers and malcontents. The Record Courier states that some 46 duplicate OML complaints have been filed as of last October. Preposterous. Then there is the mandamus litigation of multiple inconsequential iterations, replete with conclusory allegations, but sorely lacking facts. The plaintiffs are figurehead plaintiffs. What a waste of resources. Indeed, we see the conceit compounding when those who are abusing the system criticize the district's council for charging for services so ably rendered. Yes, this little group of sore losers are shocked that their nuisance actions have a cost. They howl about the fees that they themselves have caused. What chutzpah. Now that this board has effective legal counsel, perhaps it is time to take the gloves off and explore the applicability of restorative tort concepts such as abuse of process, malicious prosecution, litigation sanctions, and taxing of costs in order to recover from those responsible some of the money incurred in defending against this abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 12. Please state your name.
Virginia Starrett, for the record. I want to start by congratulating the 4 board members who, as a majority over the last year, have been faithful to the pledges and promises they made to the voters who elected them. In my experience, it is rare for this to happen. Their persistence and achievements are particularly commendable in light of the coordinated and sometimes abusive pushback they have had to endure. The public square is no longer a place of reasonable argument. The rhetoric of many of our nation's leaders, including the current president and vice president, have lowered the standards to levels where respect and truthfulness don't count and aren't practiced. Despite protestations to the contrary, the reality in the world of education is that it is permeated by policies intended to destroy America by eroding and even eradicating its traditional values. And the further reality is that outside forces, publishers, unions, curriculum designers, and our own legislature in Nevada are trying their darndest to bring those policies here into our district. So to this board, I say, keep up the good work and thank you.
Thank you. Number 13.
Leslie Hokinson for the record. I would just like, and I'm sure you're going to gavel me now. I just wanted to say it's disturbing to me that some on the board want citizens of our community to miss the opportunity to meet the candidates for school superintendent because they are exercising their most precious right of voting. There's been a new board election of officers. Mr. Burns, as a new president, am I going to be afforded the same treatment as the citizens? Other citizens? I am one of 4 who are on your list of citizens that you have branded of being disruptive at meetings. I feel I'm stating my concerns as a responsible taxpayer and member of the community. So in front of all these parents, grandparents, teachers, people on Zoom, I want your assurance that I will be given the same treatment as all the other participants.
Thank you. Number 14.
Hello again. I have 4 points. President Burns, first of all, congratulations on getting your new office.
Thank you.
You mentioned NRS, bylaws, ethics codes, and policies, which is all well and good that you have to adhere to these. But I never heard from you this evening the word students or parents. I would like the board to focus more on students and parents and community. I think you do much better at connecting with this rabble rousers behind me, okay? That was an attempt at humor, okay? Secondly, I'm going to make a recommendation because I've served on boards and ran many meetings that the board each spend $20 and buy a copy of Robert's Rules of Order. You'll eliminate a lot of this craziness that's occurred, the talkovers, the interrupting and all that. If everybody knows how a meeting should actually be conducted. Just a suggestion. Third one is another observation. I am bewildered why legal counsel is sitting at the head table when every other committee and board I've ever met has them sitting off to the right, and they are asked when their opinion or input is needed. This seems too cozy to me. And my last one, a quote for you from Simon Sinek, leadership expert. Leadership is not about being in charge. Leadership is about leading those that are responsible to your leadership. So please keep that in mind. Having that gavel doesn't make you a leader. Thank you.
Is that 15?
Yeah, we're on 15 now, yes.
Did I already call 15?
No, 15 is now.
15.
David Seat for the record. The year in review. A clear-minded conservative majority overwhelmingly elected a new board. The new board immediately removed a tyrannical no trespass order from patriotic residents who dared to challenge an unconstitutional mask mandate. The lawfare attack by a poor loser previous board member attempting to discredit the current board. The appointment of new legal counsel that boldly dismantled the clutches of the administrative state on the district. The ignorant, uneducated assertions by current board members that legal counsel did not have a legal contract and that the president should be censured. the panicked cry of a coup, the hollow howls of resign and recall by the red shirts, the resignation of the head of human resources for allowing a teacher with a known criminal record to be employed, the humiliating resignation of a superintendent of questionable integrity and character, the resignation of an inert board member. We will soon have a new patriot superintendent. Romans 8:28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. I am here to declare victory for the students, teachers, administrators.
Thank you. Number 16.
Hi, I'm Zach Wood. For our newest trustee, just a few words of advice. This evening, although the board will often say that there's one and only employee that they're responsible for directing, which is the superintendent, they directed directly the executive on the item related to board book and doing analysis directly for them. Although the board said that the process to work on the superintendent was to be quarantined from the staff and they weren't to be involved in it, and it was only legal counsel's job, board members directly contacted your administrative level folks asking for interview questions. And just today, they worked with the leadership and staff on the interview process. I would just ask for consistency with your work, that these are the things that are happening in this meeting tonight over the last 7 hours that contradict themselves in your leadership in doing your job. You need to listen to yourselves. You need to be more prepared for these meetings where items like having these questions can be published. You can have a staff report and memo to cover all of this and get it out of the way so that we're not educating ourselves during the meeting. You have access to all of this. We don't. So please, that's my advice.
Thank you. Number 17.
Laura Cadeau for the record. The silencing of Miss Hokinson, which occurred at the last meeting, was outrageous. I rewatched the video and the reasons cited by Jansen were not applicable and did not justify denying Ms. Hokinson her First Amendment rights. The board took a vow to protect, defend, and support the U.S. and Nevada Constitution, as well as Nevada laws. What occurred last meeting was abuse of your position and power. Furthermore, the OML manual states that you must remain neutral and fair. You allowed 2 speakers prior to Ms. Hokinson to speak without addressing agenda items only because they lavished praise on you. Yet Hokinson was criticizing this board. You cut her off, specifically saying, "Take her out." Additionally, you told the officers to escort her out. Wrong. You violated her freedom of speech, OML and Nevada ethic laws, other NRS codes, including inflicting mental anguish on a senior in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 18. I take it there's no 18, or is there a 19? Okay. We'll go online. Anybody online?
Still some more. 23. Okay, we'll just go through the numbers.
All right, someone must have left. So 19, 20.
Marty Swisher. Apparently, I'm a loser. I was born and raised in this county and proud to be from Douglas County. Both of my sons graduated from here, and one of them happens to be working on his doctoral degree at Notre Dame. So I think he's doing pretty damn well for coming from this county. It offends me. Again, I'm just going to call you out. There are people sitting up in front of me that while the last speaker was up here, were snickering and looking at each other and laughing. And that's just, it's wrong. I wouldn't put up with that in my classroom. I don't know why you board members put up with that here. Trust and transparency. Do what you say you're going to do. An example, you talked about having an RFP process when you hired Mr. Gilbert. And because you didn't have to do it, you didn't, but you had voted to do it in public and said you were going to do it. And it was the right thing to do. There should have been more than one law firm considered. In November, you had passed a motion. All board members approved it to have Mrs. Jansen, and Mrs. Gilkerson work together to put together some criteria for the superintendent's selection process. And that was completely kicked to the curb and bypassed. You need to do what you say you're going to do. The public's watching and they see it, and it's hypocrisy. You need to prioritize students first. I'm proud to hear that you're going to put the student representative on for discussion, at least. You haven't talked about student data. It's been available all year. You haven't talked about it. It's on your list. You didn't get to it tonight. I guess what I would say is, when I think about what happened today, you could have set this agenda item up, number 9, and not had the special meeting.
Thank you. Number 21. Number 22. Number 23.
Dr. Robert Houchin, for the record. You all run a business that qualifies as being in the top 1% in the United States out of 15 million. I've been running businesses since 1955, multi-million-dollar corporation since the 80s, business the size of this one since the last 12 years. The shareholders of my corporation elect the board of directors. The board of directors elect the officers. The officers are responsible for running the day-to-day business of the corporation. The board of directors is consulted, gives direction to those officers. The board of directors nor the shareholders are not involved in every single decision that comes along. Businesses of this size cannot function that way. There's an old saying, an elephant is a horse designed by a committee. I'm seeing an awful lot of that here. I would encourage you to step up and run this business like the corporation that it is. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Number 24.
It's so past my bedtime. Casey Rogers, for the record. 3 things I just wanted to discuss really fast. The signs that people have all over saying that their voice doesn't matter. Join the club. We've all been there. There was 50 of us here over COVID showing and proving that it was a scam and that they had forced our kids into masks. It didn't work and they still did it. So you're not the only one that's not being heard, not been heard here. I want to go to the NASB thing just briefly. The word equity is one of the most dangerous words right now. It's being embedded into everything, into every corporation, and is pervading into everything, into society, into right on down into here. NASB is a very strong advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I encourage you, new board member, that you will find out what that stuff is, both sides of it. There are people that believe in it strongly, and most of them are globalists, here to destroy America, and that's exactly what's happening. And SEL and CRT. Well, this school teaches SEL, and so does this whole entire county. So those are very important things for you to know and to learn, all based on communism.
Thank you. Number 25.
Good evening, Rob Lehman. I'd like to address three things that happened tonight. Number one, Trustee Dickerson stated that nonprofit organizations should not have lobbyists. The NRA is a 501c4 nonprofit, and they're one of the biggest lobbyists in the country. Are you against that as well? Number two, as far as a writ of mandamus goes, let's let the judge rule on it before you start calling it frivolous. The hearing today did not go in your favor. Number three, tonight, District Counsel Joey Gilbert apparently got his feelings hurt by Trustee Gilkerson questioning his competence, which he labeled as an attack on his character. He said she needed to, quote, knock it off, close quote. Trustee Gilkerson is an elected official. Mr. Gilbert, you are not. What gives you the right to tell her what she can say? In just tonight's meeting, District Counsel, you have failed to make sure that the public notice was posted on time as required by Nevada open meeting law. Number two, failed to step in when President Jansen skipped public comment from online commenters, as is required by Nevada open meeting law. And three, consistently looked to an employee who apparently has failed the Nevada bar exam for legal guidance. Trustee Gilkerson sees that incompetence and, as an elected public official, can point it out and question it whenever she wants. She does not have to knock it off. She was not out of line. It was you, Mr. Gilbert, who was out of line for trying to silence her.
Thank you. Number 26. 27, 28. Anyone left for the number? Two online.
First, we have John Sheridan. Go ahead.
Thank you, John Sheridan, Gardnerville Ranchers, for the record. Just want to thank the board tonight, specifically the board majority. I think there's still a lot of work to do to bridge the gaps. I think Linda and Carrie, there's a lot of whining and sniveling going on still, and very unproductive dialogue. I hear you mention, Linda, constantly about this board working together, but the snarky comments and the unproductive dialogue has got to stop, please. I want to thank both Jeannie and Adam for their successful campaign in front of the Senate Finance Committee and in getting the school district funds, specifically for our teachers. It's been kind of shocking tonight to hear that Linda and Carrie are going to look into further open meeting law violations. We heard Mr. Lehman just call in, and he is continuing to drive up the cost to the district. My last thing is on can this board look into how is this school district prioritizing the capital improvement projects? I know the Carson Valley Heating and Air CIP project was brought up tonight, and I'm not against it being done, but I'd like to know how these projects are prioritized. Specifically, I have witnessed older schools such as CC Manili, which has a failing roof, leaking roof with buckets in the classroom collecting.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Another one online?
We have May Hyatt. May Hyatt, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
All right. My first comment, I have serious concerns and questions regarding a statement made by David Seat, who's in the room. Earlier, he said, and we quote, and I quote, "We will soon have a new Patriot superintendent." I have concerns about that. I want to know exactly what he's talking about, what he means. How does he have information privy to himself? Is anyone in the board releasing information to him that we don't know about? And if that's true, I have serious concerns. Additionally, during your discussion regarding possibly withdrawing membership from the Nevada Association of School Boards, the primary focus of the majority of the school board was about board book. Really? I firmly believe that before this issue comes up again, you all should research the primary goals and purpose of the Nevada Association of School Boards. and really analyze what they do for our district and how they support and educate our school board trustees. Look beyond the present and consider all of the questions I posed during my first public comment, namely, how will this decision help to improve student performance and success? Student success and the success of this district should be the priority. The Nevada Association of School Boards is not.
Thank you, Ms. Hyatt. Anyone else online? On Zoom? That's it. Anyone else? Meeting adjourned.